The workings of a human specimen. Biolutions, aka Sci-Fi. Chapter 16, An Alien's Origin. So, how was the procedure Ichimatsu had in store for you? Choromatsu slumped and rested his chin atop of the table, staring out at nothing with an ill look about him. Osomatsu sat next to him, resting his head in his hand and looking over at his fellow human companion with curiosity. Inside the feeding room were 4 other aliens, 2 strangers, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu sat on the other side of Choromatsu, eyeing him carefully. Choromatsu let out a sigh and muttered his response. "I don't want to talk about it." "Ah, that bad, huh?" the eldest asked. "I don't think I'm going to recover from this for a while." Ichimatsu brought a hand to Choromatsu's forehead, feeling for his temperature. "Any pain or unease he's having right now is psychological. I just have to keep an eye on him for any new symptoms," the doctor stated. At this time, 2 trays of food were brought out via transportation bubbles that settled and popped perfectly before the 2 humans. On Osomatsu's tray, he had a cup of that water-like substance and a small pile of bite-sized morsels. He cocked his head at this new meal before glancing at Choromatsu for confirmation. Choromatsu looked up at him with a smile. "Since you ate not too long ago, we're just giving you a little snack," he explained. "Oh, that's fine I guess," he shrugged as he popped a piece into his mouth. It was crunchy and a little salty, overall plain but not too bad. Unlike Osomatsu, Choromatsu wasn't so quick to start eating. He remained hunched over, staring at his food sickly. Ichimatsu waited patiently for him to begin, but soon realized he had no intention of budging and decided to intervene. "Hey," he called. "Eat your food, Choromatsu." "I don't think I can," he mumbled. "I feel nauseous. Like I'm going to throw up." "I can assure you that you won't be throwing up your meal," promised the other. "How can you assure something like that?" Ichimatsu opened his mouth and pointed at his tongue. "Those drops we gave you," the alien told him. "The new stock arrived last minute, so we were able to utilize them. Their purpose is to disable your gag reflex and prevent you from vomiting any foreign material that was to be transferred into your stomach. The effect will wear off eventually, but for now, no, you won't be throwing up your meal." "Is that so?" Choromatsu wouldn't say he was too happy knowing this, but at least it meant his body wouldn't reject the food. "So, try to eat," Ichimatsu encouraged flatly. The man gave a small groan and looked back at the tray. The doctor sensed his hesitated and reached forward, picking up the utensil and scooping up a modest helping. He then brought the end to Choromatsu's lips in an attempt to further persuade. "Open," he ordered. Choromatsu again hesitated, but finally opened up. He allowed Ichimatsu to feed him like a baby, using his lips and teeth to swipe the food from the spork and chew it slowly. He allowed the rather dull taste to settle before warily swallowing. As the food went down, the poor specimen shivered at the knowledge that the parasites were still actively squirming in his stomach. Good, good. Ichimatsu got another scoop and again helped the man eat until Choromatsu took the utensil from him and began eating on his own. The meal lasted about 20 minutes, as both humans took their time. By the time their food was finished, the foe was removed from Osomatsu and both he and Choromatsu mentally prepared themselves for what could possibly be next. Thankfully, it wouldn't be so bad. The remainder of the afternoon, if it could be identified as such while out in space, was spent in the specimen's bedroom. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu walked the humans there straight from the feeding room, and all four let themselves inside. As Osomatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu got settled, Choromatsu left briefly and returned with some new toys and a couple books. They were gifts, more means of entertainment for their lovely human specimens. One toy that immediately caught Choromatsu's eye was what at first appeared to be some sort of technological hula hoop. He was encouraged to sit inside and turn it on, where it then displayed what was similar to holographic piano keys that circled all around him. Being more of a musician himself, he was pleased with the opportunity to play and gleefully began toying with sound settings and creating music. Meanwhile, Choromatsu sat before Osomatsu on the floor with a big box of building blocks. The blocks themselves were unique in that their shape, form, color, and size could be manipulated with the touch of a finger, as long as the builders were wearing specialized interaction gloves as they did so. To Osomatsu, it really seemed like magic. The four talked idly amongst each other for a few hours, simply enjoying their time of leisure and calm social interaction. At first, things seemed no different to the humans from a children's daycare where weird aliens in disguise were supervising them and encouraging them to play. As time went on, however, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu seemed to relax and came off as a little less formal. This created a more comfortable atmosphere where it was easier to see the behavioralist and Dr. Moore as friends one might hang out with on a Saturday evening rather than babysitters. Choromatsu even offered a few clever retorts in their conversations and more openly scrutinized Osomatsu in the same way a stuck-up, yet caring brother might do. As for Ichimatsu, although he appeared more relaxed, he still held himself rather emotionally distant from the specimens. It was quite obvious he was just there to do a job and would probably have expressed more discomfort if it weren't for his alien companion. He was quiet and polite, formal and closed off. It seemed he refused to bother making himself vulnerable and just played it safe and logical, only really showing mental relief when he spoke with Choromatsu. Overall, it was a nice time. A little slow, but exactly what Osomatsu liked. There were no tests, no questioning, and although the toys were a little infantile, they were relaxing. It was also nice interacting with Choromatsu when the guy didn't have an immediate task at hand. He had no reason to use that infuriating commanding tone of his, nor did he force that awful, superficial smile. He was a lot more himself, and Osomatsu liked that. The four spent long enough in this time of leisure for the clock to roll over into their next meal. Ichimatsu went on his way as Choromatsu took the two humans to the feeding room to eat. After their meal, they were returned to their room where Osomatsu and Choromatsu decided to try and get some sleep. With the chaotic agenda the aliens kept them under and the occasional drug-induced naps, along with the lack of a day-to-night schedule, their sleep schedules were completely broken and they found themselves generally sleepier. It was easier to catch rest in short bursts rather than full cycles. The human specimens slept for several hours before being awoken with Choromatsu's return. The new day began with their regular chit-chat as they were led to the feeding room once more. They downed their meal, then were led by Choromatsu and the neurologist to a new examination room, one hardly furnished and with plenty of space. Choromatsu assured them the next few tests would be enjoyable, or at the very least, decent to endure. Now locked inside the examination room with their two alien escorts, Osomatsu glanced at Choromatsu with an uncertain gaze. "So, this really won't be so bad?" he pushed suspiciously. "Have I ever been wrong in saying that before?" Choromatsu simply smiled. I mean, the eldest thought back. Sometimes you seem to misjudge my definition of enjoyable. Well, the day's going to be long, but it'll be fine, I assure you, the other claimed. This next block of study is going to be an all-day experience for you too. It may be a bit mentally taxing at times, but we'll be sure to take plenty of breaks. After all, I can't really force you to put forth sincere will and effort. An all-day thing, huh? Choromatsu stretched as he looked around the mostly empty room. And you want us to actually put in effort? Is it going to be hard? Choromatsu brought a finger and thumb to his chin thoughtfully. There may be moments that are a bit more challenging than others, but I don't think it'll be hard per se. So, what are we in for? Asked the red Matsu. Choromatsu smiled and turned to his alien companion, speaking to it in tongues unfamiliar to the humans. The neurologist responded by nodding and setting a tiny device on a nearby counter. The device beeped, then opened up like a spider where it projected a holographic interface. The alien worked this computer for a moment, soon pressing enter and waiting as a chute nearby delivered a decently sized box. Osomatsu and Choromatsu watched curiously as the alien picked up the box with both hands and approached the specimens, kneeling and setting it before them before backing away and returning to its work on the computer. Inside this box are the tools required for the first of many trials we have in store for you today, Choromatsu announced proudly. As Osomatsu reached forward to pick up the box, Choromatsu glanced up and uttered, "Oh, so you're doing more than one test." "That is correct," the behavioralist confirmed. "We're finally going to be delving deeper into your many types of intelligences as a human. The tests we're going to be performing will be useful in determining your levels of superior cognitive function. We will be exploring your creativity, your short-term memory, your problem-solving skills, your reaction times, your capacity for cooperation, and several other categories labeled under your intellectual behavior. Although the process will be tedious, the coming tests are standard and basic level in analyzing generally how smart our specimens are." Choromatsu grinned and continued, saying, "My supervisors will be reviewing the information we gather today, and we will be discussing it further in a coming meeting." So in other words, Choromatsu gave a hopeful smile. "If we do well enough, you could use our results to convince your higher-ups of letting us free." Millimeter, well, I wouldn't get my hopes up. He said this, but he couldn't help but to keep a big, eager grin plastered on his face. Either way, it'll help my supervisors further understand my concerns and perhaps be a bit more empathetic towards you too. Overall, today is going to be a highly productive day. Well then, let's get started. Choromatsu leaned in close to Osomatsu, looking down at the box in his lap. "Can we open it?" "Go right ahead," the alien encouraged. Osomatsu complied and opened up the box, peeking inside curiously at its contents. He reached in and took out a large stack of thin, white canvases, along with 3 plastic jars. The canvases, of which there were perhaps 20, were each a couple millimeters thick and held sturdy like a hardcover book. The surfaces had a rough exterior that was nice to the touch, a perfect construct for the art intrigued. The canvases were set aside and the jars were screwed open, each housing a different colored substance, red, yellow, and blue. Was the first test really going to be so simple? "Are we painting?" Osomatsu inquired. "Correct." Choromatsu pushed the box aside with his foot and gestured the supplies. Your creative minds are our first order of study. I want you and Choromatsu to make some wonderful art. Express yourself, draw whatever you're feeling, whatever makes you happy. Oh, and be sure to tell me what it is you're trying to depict in each piece so I can label them appropriately. Choromatsu reached over and picked up a canvas as Osomatsu glanced once more into the now empty box. Any paintbrushes? Asked the man. None are necessary, you already have tools. As Choromatsu said this, he raised his own hands and wriggled his fingers. Don't be afraid to get a little messy, we'll clean you all up in due time. Millimeter. Osomatsu picked up his own canvas and looked over its empty surface, humming thoughtfully. All right. I guess this could be fun. Great. The alien clasped his hands together enthusiastically. Go ahead and begin. Let's see what you two can come up with. Okay, Choromatsu smiled, reaching for the blue paint. He hesitated before swiping 2 fingers inside, coating them in a thick glob of cold blue. He then raised his canvas and went to paint, but suddenly stopped. He squinted, then cocked his head as he thought hard. Finally, he turned back to Choromatsu. Do you have any sort of prompt? He asked. A prompt? The alien shook his head. Not really. I just want to see what you two are capable of creating artistically. So we can draw anything we want. Of course. Choromatsu grinned and readied his index finger. In that case, I know just what to draw. Me too. Osomatsu exclaimed eagerly, dipping his own fingers into the red paint like a child and getting to work. Since he and his partner were wearing the facility-provided t-shirts, they didn't have to worry about rolling up their sleeves nor particularly cared if these clothes got messy. Wonderful. I'll let you two do that, then. Choromatsu beamed, turning to his alien companion and joining him at the computer. Now across the room, Choromatsu peeked over the work the neurologist was doing. The neurologist noticed his presence and casually looked up, then peered over to see that Osomatsu and Choromatsu had already begun painting messily. Was it easy to encourage them? The neurologist inquired of the other. Oh yeah, Choromatsu waved dismissively. This kind of mental stimulation is intriguing to more sophisticated organisms. Give them an opportunity for expression through a creative outlet, alongside positive reinforcement, and they usually take it willingly. Unlike other tests, we just need to cater more to their happiness in order to keep them motivated throughout the day. Did you bring the treats? I did, yes, he nodded. They're a little picky, so I brought a variety. I'm sure glad you know how to work with these animals, because I definitely don't, it muttered. It's good to have you around to keep them under control. They seem to behave with you. Ha, well, you know, gushed the other, rubbing the back of his neck with a shy smile. I guess that's why I was assigned behavioralist. I think I just know how to connect with them and help them feel safe. It's also about learning how to adapt and change psychological strategies between each unique individual. Nah, I couldn't do that, it huffed. The psychology and conditioning aspects are fine, but I don't care for forming relationships with the animals. It's a trip, for sure, Choromatsu admitted. A bit mentally taxing at times, too. It's never a linear process, but once you've established strong communication and familiarity, trust usually follows shortly after. I guess someone has to do it. And I'm honored, he told it. Working with these humans has been a real challenge, but it's also been enlightening. They're such fascinating creatures. So intelligent. When you work one-on-one with them, it's not just you doing the teaching, you know. You actually learn quite a lot from these kinds of animals. Choromatsu's smile wavered. Millimeter. Yeah. Yep. The green Matsu glanced at the neurologist as it worked the computer, having felt slightly disheartened by its curt hum as a response. He analyzed its body language, regarding it as professional yet emotionally distant. It was closed off, and rather suddenly, too. It was like it already knew the direction of dialogue Choromatsu was headed towards and had become annoyed. Was Choromatsu really becoming so bothersome by ogling over the humans to his co-workers? He was aware the neurologist had at least surface-level knowledge of his regard for Osomatsu and Choromatsu, and the guy seemed to house quiet judgment towards the fact. It was true, since their return from Earth, Choromatsu had become a bit notorious around the facility. To others, the way he was talking about the humans had changed. The way he referred to them had changed. Even the way Choromatsu instructed the other scientists to work around them had changed. This would have been seen as nothing more than a quirk if it hadn't been for Choromatsu's moral stance before the higher-ups during his leave. He was certain the events of that interaction had gotten out. People were talking, and people were judging. He knew he wasn't a target of sincere concern or anything, but more so harmless gossip. It still made him uncomfortable though. Choromatsu wondered if he ought to be more careful about the way he presented himself to his coworkers and higher-ups moving forward. It certainly wouldn't do him any good for his work to be discredited as a result of his notoriety. The alien gave a little sigh, burying his frustrations as a sudden voice called out to him. "Hey, Choromatsu-kun." Giggled a voice just a bit too smug. Choromatsu awoke from his train of thought and glanced back at the humans, approaching them with his formal smile. "You finished something already?" he inquired, pleasantly surprised. "Sure did," grinned the eldest. HMP8. Choromatsu smiled proudly with a cool aesthetic. "We worked hard on these." "Wonderful." Choromatsu clasped his hands together eagerly. "Let's see them." Osomatsu and Choromatsu flipped their canvases around and set them on the ground, presenting them pompously while giving each other knowing glances. Choromatsu's smile dropped as his expression went blank. He stared for a long time, unable to tell if these guys were actually being serious or not. "Are those?" he began to ask, but ran out of words to say. Osomatsu hummed with a giddy smile, drunk off of his own humor as he slapped his hand down on his drawing. "Masterpiece, right here!" he exclaimed. Indeed, the second eldest cooed. Choromatsu's canvas, boobs. Osomatsu's canvas, dick. Both poorly painted, utilizing only one color despite having been provided the primary three. Choromatsu stayed quiet for several more seconds before lowering his eyelids. Look. As fascinating as I find your sexual nature to be, I don't think it would be a good look for you two to limit yourselves to these types of drawings, he reasoned. We want the higher-ups to know you're more than just primal, horny animals. So, do you think you two could try again? Something maybe a bit more sophisticated. Oh boo, pouted Osomatsu. What, these aren't good enough? I mean, they're good. Choromatsu struggled to find a way to compliment them, sincerely uncertain as to whether or not this was a genuine attempt. I don't want to invalidate your work as a human. After all, you're supposed to be able to express yourself freely here. I even said so. But, maybe try something the higher-ups can relate to. Of course, Choromatsu sang. We'll provide the best works of art you'll ever lay your gentle eyes upon. Millimeter, yeah, okay, Osomatsu began to agree, looking up as he weighed between a few different ideas. We'll come up with something better. Good, the alien sighed. Don't disappoint. I have high expectations for you. He reinstated his smile and added, but, no pressure. Choromatsu turned and began walking to the other end of the room. He pulled out a chair and started to sit, but stopped himself suddenly. Also, make sure you use more than one color. He called out one last time. Got it, Osomatsu waved dismissively. Good. With a huff, Choromatsu plopped down in his seat. He took out his notepad and began jotting down notes, knowing he'd have to unfortunately include those risque pieces in the files. He hoped the next set of drawings would cast shadow over the first. Only a couple minutes passed before the behavioralist was brought back to the center of the room by the fervent calls of humans, their skin and clothes becoming messier with every piece they worked on. Choromatsu stood over them and looked down, curious but afraid to get his hopes. All right, he told them. Let's see what you got. Right on cue, both men passionately held up their canvases, displaying for the alien a wonderful view of the artistry on front. Choromatsu stared with a simple blink, no emotion. On the left, Choromatsu had created a dramatic self-portrait, dazzling the eye with saturated orange for skin, deep blue for the shirt, and a sort of half-assed brownish color for the hair. All along the bottom of the page were what appeared to be orange mushrooms with the occasional color slapped carelessly on top. Choromatsu leaned in and squinted, staring hard at his piece. What are those things at the bottom? He asked, pointing. Why, those are my Choromatsu girls, the man explained, flipping his bangs erotically with 2 fingers and inadvertently getting paint in his hair. Anne, what is that thing you're carrying? The green Matsu continued, perplexed by the poorly drawn scribble of a painting. My dear foreign brother, the other tutted, shaking his head at the helpless soul. You must already know, I am but a stunning musician. Such was proven yesterday when I courted your ears with my perfect piano chords. Well, okay, sure, but what is it? My apologies. Choromatsu struck a sudden, dramatic pose. You must be so confused. Kind of, yeah. Your limited knowledge of my culture does you no favors, my alien companion, he chuckled. That's all right though. I forgive your incompetence, as cute as it is. It's not incompetence, I literally have no idea what that is, Choromatsu muttered with a hint of irritation. It's a guitar, he finally clarified. A musical instrument of my people. I see. Choromatsu stood up straight and marked his notepad, mumbling to himself. Human, draws, self. I guess that's useful, maybe. Osomatsu, what did you draw? Osomatsu gave a big, dumb smile and held up his canvas. Here, Tilda, he sang. Choromatsu took one look at it before dropping his notepad, absolutely flabbergasted. What the hell? Choromatsu gritted his teeth. You moron, we can't show that. Censor it. Censor it from this fanfiction. Censor it completely. Heh? It's no good. Osomatsu cocked his head, completely oblivious. Why is it you can only think dirty things? He scolded, still shocked by the censored canvas. You're going to run out of room for brain with all the lewd thoughts in there. Is it so hard to stop being horny the one time I ask? Sheesh, I'm sorry, the eldest huffed, offended. Casually tossing the painting aside, he picked up a new canvas. I'll just draw something else, then. Geez. Now a bit fired up, Choromatsu pointed to Choromatsu and sternly ordered, You too. Draw something better. Draw something my higher-ups will actually like. Choromatsu frowned, still holding up his piece. I put a lot of work into this, he claimed. I don't care, Choromatsu huffed. You two need to draw something actually deep and meaningful to prove your intelligence. So, no porn, and no shitty self-portraits. Got it? Fine, the two humans sighed in unison. With that, Choromatsu turned and walked off to his seat. He plopped down and opened up his notes, ready to scribble down the descriptions for the godforsaken pieces the two imbeciles added to the pile. He tried to make his words sound flattering, but it was quite a daunting task to do so. Nevertheless, he carefully constructed just the right sentences to portray the human's shitty work as something to be in or about. He was sure he could manipulate the notes just right to paint the art in a decent light. Once Choromatsu finished writing, he read over his notes to double-check his work. Halfway through, he heard the chittering sounds of humans calling out to him. He was slow to get up, glancing at the two with a skeptical look before approaching them. Please tell me you made something that's going to blow me away, he said with dissipating hope. Yep, we got something, Osomatsu sneered. Let's see them. Osomatsu and Choromatsu both presented their third paintings, each carrying a less than enthusiastic expression. Choromatsu eyed them both and immediately frowned, slightly offended but more so displeased. The pieces being shown before him were of the same content, their theme being Choromatsu himself. In each one he looked distasteful in some way, one with an unpleasant expression and another beside an equal sign leading to a pile of shit. And to top it all off, the artistic skills themselves were very much lacking. Choromatsu stared for a long time, unamused by their dumb attempt to communicate their displeasure. Finally, he opened his mouth. How the hell am I supposed to prove you two are competent when this is the shit you're giving me to work with? I thought we were supposed to express ourselves. Osomatsu smirked, his grin tainted in irritation. The alien pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Maybe you two really would do better with a prompt, he muttered. Just, don't tell anyone I'm telling you what to draw. You're supposed to be coming up with these on your own. Not like we'd have the chance, the eldest grumbled. The only other alien creep that talks to us is Ichimatsu. Alright. Choromatsu did a deep breath and looked at the specimens hopefully. I want you two to draw something that will invoke thought and emotion. Perhaps, something you've witnessed since being here in this facility. Put your feelings into it. Pick something that you feel very strongly about. Does that sound good? Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked up thoughtfully, skimming through ideas and options in their head and exploring the possibilities. Choromatsu observed them. He couldn't help but to form a hopeless smile, finding it was hard to take these animals seriously when they were covered in careless splotches of paint. Yeah, okay, we can do that, Choromatsu nodded. Great. Choromatsu turned and walked back to his seat to continue editing his notes. Work hard, okay? Now on to their fourth piece. Choromatsu allowed them time and silence to work. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he wasn't called back too soon and felt comfortable they were finally taking it seriously. Thank goodness. He wondered if the humans realized just how important it was for them to do well in the tests today. As Choromatsu wrote and the minutes passed by, his mind couldn't help but to wonder a bit. He really was in quite the predicament, wasn't he? Proving the competence of test animals to the higher-ups wasn't going to be an easy task. He really didn't know if swaying their morals was even going to be possible, but he knew he had to try. He had to keep his promise. And he wasn't crazy for it. He wasn't being manipulated. He wasn't overreacting, and he wasn't in the wrong here. The humans were different, he was sure. They weren't like other test animals. It was morally wrong to keep them in the facility for the remainder of their lives, and he had to find a way to get them out. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. He didn't know how he could stay sane otherwise. That being said, these statements were nothing more than words. He didn't know what he believed in anymore. He wasn't sure what the right thing to convince himself of was. Did he believe the humans, or did he believe the rest of his people in that animals were objects to be studied? Believing the humans would go against everything he'd ever been taught. It would also be going against his own people. Surely, if harboring this immense compassion and empathy for the test animals were the right thing to do, he wouldn't be the only alien fighting for it. Despite this, he still found himself uncertain and confused. The longer he spent with the humans, the more he wanted to believe. And, at the end of the day, believing was a choice. It was his choice. He just wanted to make sure it was the right choice. Plip. Choromatsu blinked as a little black splatter suddenly appeared over his notepad, obscuring some of his notes. He quickly brought a hand to his nose and stood up, taken entirely off guard by what was happening. He could feel lukewarm ink pool onto his skin, trickling down to his fingertip in an unending stream. He was bleeding. Again. He thought quietly to himself. My nose is bleeding again. He glanced around fervently, hastily marching over to a cabinet and pulling it open. He dug around carelessly until finding some tissues, dropping a couple to the floor in his hurried attempt to bring a greedy amount up against his nose. Once they were pressed against his face, the dark blood seeped into the fibers of the paper napkin, eventually barricading the blood to keep it from running. As Choromatsu did this, the neurologist took notice and sent him a concerned glance. You okay? It inquired. Yeah, I'm fine, the other replied, holding the tissues to his nose as he knelt to pick up the ones he had allowed to fall. Just a bloody nose. Oh. Here, let me help. The green Matsu nodded to his companion in thanks as it joined him on the floor, picking up the mess. Once their work area was clean and the neurologist made sure Choromatsu was okay, it went back to work. A few minutes passed before the bleeding died down. Once it did, Choromatsu was able to return to his notes and forget the nosebleed ever happened. He spent the next 10 or so minutes writing before the first human finally announced his completion. As Choromatsu stood and walked over, the second also set his piece down with a finalized nod, satisfied with his work. "Choromatsu, you first," ordered the alien. "What did you paint?" With a sincerely proud smile, Choromatsu held up his canvas to show off his piece. To Choromatsu's genuine surprise, the artistry on this one actually looked decent. It was a relatively detailed scene constructed to resemble the vast stars and galaxies, glowing with rolls of stardust in magnificent purples and pinks and even oranges to depict a truly beautiful scape. The colors weren't perfect considering they only had the 3 primary colors to work with, but it was well enough. "Wow," Choromatsu beamed. "You drew outer space." "That I did," Choromatsu grinned. Pulling out his notepad and readying his pen, the alien said, "Very good. Tell me about your thoughts and feelings as you created this piece." "Well, despite my..." The man hesitated, pulling his lips to one side awkwardly. "Mixed feelings about the situation and unease for some of the experiments I've had to undergo. I can't bring myself to omit the beauty in the travail." He folded his arms, looking up thoughtfully with a tilted head. "Not too long ago, my entire world was shattered. My philosophies and views on life, it all melted away in a single instant. My introduction to intelligent, extraterrestrial life was something no other human, besides Osomatsu, had ever experienced. I never could have imagined I'd actually interact with aliens, nor even leave my planet. That was all just fantasy before. But now, every time I look out the window, I'm reminded of the infinite wonders outside my own planet. It's truly a marvel to witness what I've witnessed and experience what I've experienced, as unpleasant as some of it might be. You want to be in awe of what I create? It's only fair I start by sharing the awe I house, myself. And that awe is for the realization of just how small we really are in the grand scheme of things." Choromatsu's pen was quick to capture every word Choromatsu said, illustrating the man's poetic response in a language to be understood by his superiors. He finished the final few words before then resting, sending the other a meaningful smile. "That's amazing, Choromatsu," he commended. "This is exactly the kind of results I'd been hoping for." "HMPH, it was nothing," the blue Matsu grinned. "As a way of saying good job, here." Choromatsu reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, cubic morsel. It was one both humans had seen before, a sweet, delectable treat. He presented it kindly to Choromatsu and said, "We'll be rewarding you two all throughout the day to keep you motivated." "Oh." Choromatsu took the treat, looking over all sides of it before taking a bite. The chocolatey taste melted in his mouth, bringing his taste buds into a colorful applaud. "Heh. As juvenile a sentiment it is, I suppose getting a treat is still appreciated." "Thanks." "Of course," nodded the other. Then, he turned to Osomatsu expectantly. "Your turn. Please show me what you came up with." Unlike Choromatsu, Osomatsu wore a more blank expression. He kept his energy leveled as he held up his piece, showing off his fourth work, one he had put much more effort into than the previous ones. When Choromatsu looked over the specimen's painting, his shoulders drooped in the most subtle of ways. He stared hard at the drawing, analyzing every detail and taking in its theme and meaning with care. There were only 3 colors, red, black, and yellow. These colors, simple as they were, did well to create a clear message. Although he was supposed to be looking at these pictures with a logical perspective, he couldn't help but to feel his heart sink a little. You. The alien furrowed his brow. The piece, it was of one of his people. Hunched over, mouth agape with ferocious-looking teeth and a long lizardous tongue, the caricature crept along the emptiness like a corrupted beast. It dragged along what appeared to be a human behind it, seemingly in a fright as it struggled to get away. At least, that's how Choromatsu perceived it. The nature of this method of painting made the expression of the human tricky to decipher for certain. Regardless, it was clear the creature wearing red was being dragged against its will and perhaps crying out. It didn't want to be taken. The alien appeared so nightmarish, standing crooked with black ink dripping from its jaws and gaping holes for eyes. It was like a twisted, disturbed parody of what was otherwise a very familiar and intimate form to Choromatsu. It was bizarre seeing the fearful rendition created by his very own specimen. Was this really how his people were perceived? A drawing that could have and should have been taken as nothing more than a light, exaggerated work of satire left Choromatsu feeling quiet and somber. With a disappointed expression, the alien opened his mouth to continue what he wanted to say, not taking his eyes off the work. You really only see us as monsters, don't you? He asked seriously. Osomatsu frowned, tenacious in his reply. The picture's accurate, isn't it? He set the canvas down as he continued. I'm not here because I'm on some sort of adventure or, what was the word, travel. I've been enslaved here for experimentation. You guys came down to Earth, took me from my home, and have been using force to get me to submit. Everything I do on this ship, from eating to swimming to even sleeping, it's all against my will. You know this. You know how I feel about being here. So, what did you expect I draw? Choromatsu pursed his lips as he looked into Osomatsu's eyes. Then, he sent the second oldest a glance, both curious and hesitant. Choromatsu immediately averted his gaze, refusing to get involved. Of course, deep down, he felt the same way as his human companion. It just wasn't as easy for him to admit. With Choromatsu's refusal to make eye contact, the alien brought his gaze back down to the canvas on the floor. He stared for another few moments, then did a deep inhale. As he exhaled, he stood up straight and began writing in his notepad. It's not like it's my choice to keep you here, he mumbled under his breath. Well, then, you really shouldn't have promised to release us, huh? The other responded in a snarky tone. Choromatsu gave a hasty sigh. I know, he replied irritably. I know I shouldn't have promised that. I really shouldn't have. Yet you still did, said Osomatsu. And now here you are, insisting we draw something meaningful related to our abduction or some shit. You see the problem? You see what you've given me to work with here? To be fair. Choromatsu glanced up from his notepad. Your design of my people is kind of in poor taste. There wasn't some sharp-toothed monster hybrid thing that dragged you away screaming during your abduction. No one laid hands on you, you were never touched. In fact, if I recall, you were actually quite peaceful during transportation. And if I recall, I was poked in the neck with a tranquilizer, the eldest groused. I was peaceful because I was incapacitated. That's how we handle most animals upon capture, he reasoned. It was no different for you. And then there's that. Osomatsu pointed a finger at the other with an irked look. How can you stand there and be surprised that I see you all as monsters when you look at us as nothing more than animals? I don't look at you as just an animal, countered the green Matsu. And you can't discredit me for all the progress I've made in attempting to understand your social-emotional needs. The fact that you look at me and think you have to figure out accommodations for my social-emotional needs tells me you still see me as a human specimen, the man pointed out. You're not supposed to think so hard about it. Choromatsu hummed and looked away, mumbling stubborn words that were inaudible to the others. Choromatsu took the brief cutting conversation to fold his arms and interject. Guys, let's not start this again, he told them sternly. Everyone knows we want to go home, so there's no need to keep instigating. Besides, these tests today are going to help prove our case. If we start off on the wrong foot now, the results are going to suffer. Still keeping his arms folded, he broke from his serious expression and tried to give a reassuring smile. So, let's just focus on the tasks at hand. All right. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked up at Choromatsu as the man spoke, both frowning uncomfortably before nodding in agreement. Yeah. Choromatsu sheepishly said, rubbing the back of his neck. We're going to be making a lot of progress today, so don't either of you worry. Osomatsu glanced up at Choromatsu and asked, do you really think we can change the opinions of your higher-ups with these tests? Well, we won't know until we try, the third oldest replied. I don't think it'll be time wasted, at least. The red Matsu sighed, his eyes falling on the empty canvases nigh. God, I'm fucking homesick. He mumbled. I'm so over it, man. We better bring your superiors to their senses soon, or I'm going to go insane. HMPH. Choromatsu struck a cool pose. Agreed. Well. Choromatsu brought a finger and a thumb to his chin. How about that be your next prompt, then? Draw your home for me. It could be your planet, your nest, or any place you consider yourself safe. Do you think you could do that? Yeah, sounds easy enough, Osomatsu shrugged, trying to leave behind his irritation. All right, then get to it. He beamed. We still have plenty of canvases to color, so let's get moving. With that, the two humans got back to work. The artistic activity the humans were made to participate in lasted over the course of about an hour, and it would be the first hour of about 8. It was a long and mentally taxing day that, to the humans, was almost reminiscent of elementary school, perhaps even preschool. They took plenty of breaks and were rewarded ample treats for their hard work. Their schedule of exams and studies varied over the hours and were typical of analyzing a creature's IQ and competence. It certainly felt like a productive period of time. After the finger painting session, the specimens were cleaned up and prepared for the next series of examinations. This collection of tasks were less messy and more cognitive-based. The two humans were given puzzles to solve, mathematical equations to figure using counting blocks, memory tests, and even what they considered to be some sort of introduction to the native alien written language. This introduction was designed to test how well the humans could pick up on sounds associated with visual symbols, and they were briefly taught and tested on several characters. Choromatsu managed to mostly keep up and only blundered once or twice, while Osomatsu struggled a little more to remember which foreign noise matched with what alien letter. By the end, Choromatsu was left impressed by their ability of quick learning and was sure to make written note of their progress. More tests ensued in the passing hours, many of which were turned into games where they were handsomely rewarded with treats. The games were small, such as testing their reaction time by having them push a button as soon as they heard a beep, or determining their bodily kinesthetic intelligence by observing hand-eye coordination. They were given pictures of human profiles and asked to pick which one was their own over several trials. Even their linguistic intelligence was studied, as each human was instructed to first tell a story of a happy event from their lives, then make one up. They also played some sort of cooperative rhythm game where they had to both copy a given beat and make their own. After 4 hours of mental stimulation, followed by a lunch break before yet another 4 hours of testing, they had finally made it to the end. The final segment of their in-depth intellectual study would turn out to be the most thrilling. Standing over the exhausted humans, Choromatsu gave his usual smile and clasped his hands together. "You two have done exceptionally well today," he praised excitedly. "I'm very happy with the results we've worked towards, and I'm pleased to tell you we're on the last test." Osomatsu gave a tired moan and said, "Finally. I feel like I'm back in elementary school with all the stuff we've been doing." "Elementary school, huh?" The alien cocked his head and looked up thoughtfully. "I suppose, now that I give it some consideration, humans are certainly advanced enough to have developed educational programs for their young." He looked back down at the two and noted, "I'd love to learn more about it, sometime." Choromatsu raised his arms in a big, exaggerated stretch, adding his own remark. "I'm exhausted," he said. "Could we go hang out in the pool after this?" Osomatsu asked. "I apologize, the recreational area is being used by other specimens at this time," Choromatsu informed. "Whenever I have a minute, I'll see when it's available next." "So." The eldest rested his head in his hand, looking up at the behavioralist with legs crossed. "What is this last test? Is it going to be long?" "Hopefully it won't take too much time to complete, but that really depends on the two of you," answered the other. "Now, if you'll please stand." Osomatsu and Choromatsu complied as Choromatsu gestured a platform at the end of the room. "I want you two to step within the marked area," he instructed. They nodded, following his instructions and stepping within the boundaries of the small area. Choromatsu turned to the neurologist and gave it the go-ahead with a hand signal. There was otherwise no forewarning of what Osomatsu and Choromatsu were about to experience. At that moment, the pair of humans felt reality suddenly shift. A metaphysical force took over and brought everything around them to an immediate halt. Their atoms twisted and warped painlessly and, within a few mere seconds, were transported to an entirely different place. For a moment, everything vanished. Then, as soon as Osomatsu could get a sense of his footing once more, he stumbled and caught himself against a wall. "Whoa!" he uttered, nearly knocking Choromatsu to the ground in his attempt to regain his balance. "Careful!" Choromatsu managed to keep upright despite the dizzying alteration of reality. Leaning back against the wall, he brought a hand to his head and glanced around. Ha! Did we just teleport? Osomatsu looked around, perceiving their new environment. They appeared to be standing at a dead end in a long hallway where two paths branched out before them. There were no doors or windows, nor was there anything to make the area really stand out. It all seemed empty. I think we did, Osomatsu confirmed. Where is this? No clue, replied Choromatsu. I've never seen this place before. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, can you hear me okay? Oh? Osomatsu scanned the area around him as they heard Choromatsu's voice ring out from above. Choromatsu? Good, everything seems to be in order. Hey, where are we? Choromatsu called out. You two have been teleported to a specialized area meant to test your capacity for cooperation, along with analyzing your problem-solving skills, the disembodied voice explained. Your objective is to find a way out. Find a way out, huh? Osomatsu looked on ahead, eyeing the two directions they could turn down the hall. Yes. Good luck. Wait. The second oldest frowned as Choromatsu's voice disconnected, leaving the two humans alone. That's all you're giving us? Well. The red Matsu slipped his hands into the pockets of his dark sweatpants. That's fine, I guess. If this test is anything like the rest we've been through today, it shouldn't be too hard. I guess, Choromatsu shrugged. So we just want to escape. Easy enough. With one last hesitant glance Choromatsu's way, Osomatsu gave a little exhale and began strolling forward. He made it to the end of the walkway, stopping and looking both left, then right. Then, he called back to his partner. Both ways look the exact same, he commented. They're just more hallways. Choromatsu joined him at the end and peered around the corner himself. Just as described, they were empty and led down several more paths. One path was shorter, the other was longer. There was no indication of which way was correct. The man pursed his lips as he thought carefully. I wonder. Is this supposed to be some sort of maze? Ha, no way, Osomatsu groaned. If I ever felt more like a human lab rat to these aliens, it would be now. Choromatsu lowered his eyelids and glanced up at the ceiling, muttering, they're probably watching us. They're going to think we're pretty dumb as we walk around trying not to get lost, the other huffed. So, do we want to split up? Millimeter, no, I don't think that'd be a good idea, he replied. We don't know how complex this maze is. For all we know, we might not be able to find each other again. Then, should we just start walking? I guess so. The human specimens gave each other one final, uncertain glance. Then, without another word, they began their expedition. The two started with the path on their left. They wandered down the hall and stayed attentive, keeping an eye out for anything unique or telling. As expected, there were no visual signs of a right or a wrong direction. The path led to two more halls, which only led to more. If it hadn't already been apparent before, they were certain now that this was going to take a while. Ambling along aimlessly through the infinite halls, the duo soon made it to their first, then second dead end. Each time, they were forced to turn around and retrace their steps, careful not to make the wrong turn. It was easy at first, but as the minutes passed and their mental map broadened, their sense of direction became more muddled. 5 minutes turned to 10, and they were still just as lost as when they began. Without realizing it, they unintentionally made their way all the way back to the beginning. When they saw this, they let out an impatient sigh in unison. "Man, we're actually idiots, aren't we?" Osomatsu muttered. "There has to be something we're missing here," suggested Choromatsu as he scanned up and around their surroundings for the 100th time. "I dunno, did Choromatsu give us any hints?" Millimeter. He twisted his lips thoughtfully, thinking back. "He said this test was to observe our way of cooperation and problem-solving skills." "Well, that doesn't really help," the other huffed. "I mean, we have a problem, so we just have to work together to solve it." Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin. "How do you find your way out of a maze?" Osomatsu looked up at the ceiling and said, "My first thought would be to climb to the top of these walls and look overhead so we know where to go. But the walls and ceiling are connected, so that's a no-go." "Anything else?" He shut his eyes tight and folded his arms, thinking hard. "I think I heard somewhere of something else you can do. Apparently, if you walk through a maze trailing one hand along a wall the entire time, you'll eventually find your way out. The idea is that all the walls are connected one way or another, so by doing this, you'll eventually run into the exit." "That could take ages though," the second oldest frowned. "This maze seems decently sized. By the time we're even halfway there, the aliens are just going to give up on us." "Well then, maybe we could leave some sort of trail," Osomatsu proposed. "I just don't know what we'd use to make it." Choromatsu looked down at his body and patted his pockets, hoping for any ideas. He sighed. "We really don't have anything, do we?" With a disgruntled hum, Osomatsu teetered on his feet hopelessly. He shifted back and forth mindlessly a couple times, then let his back fall against the wall. With another sigh, he brought a hand up to scratch his head. Then, it hit him. Osomatsu blinked and looked up at the tufts of hair poking between his fingers. He grew a wide smile and, with no effort at all, plucked a single strand from his head. He held it out to Choromatsu excitedly. "I think we need to get a little creative," he declared. Choromatsu squinted at him. Was he really suggesting what he thought he was suggesting? "You want to use our own hair to make a trail?" he asked. "Yeah. Easy enough, right?" The second oldest folded his arms and replied, "We can't just pull out clumps of our own hair." "We don't need a lot," the man claimed as he reached up and plucked another. "Just one hair for every path. See, watch." Osomatsu walked to the starting intersection, kneeling and placing a single strand on the ground to the right. Then, he stood back up and pointed. "We just put this right here, and voila. Now we know we've already gone right." "Well..." Choromatsu made an uncertain expression at first. Then, he tried to give a cool smile. "It certainly works. Heh, I guess we aren't so dumb, after all. Right?" Osomatsu began walking, readying another strand of hair between his thumb and finger. "We're practically geniuses." The blue Matsu followed behind, hurrying to catch up as Osomatsu laid down another hair before a new path. With this system now in place, they restarted their escape from the maze and were quick to make progress. They wandered on through the identical hallways, now only varying by occasional strand of black hair. They traveled along for about 5 minutes before they finally made it to the finale. The very end of the maze contained one last puzzle for the duo to solve. The final door, it was right before them with a transportation platform on the other side. The door was transparent and, as they were quick to learn, only opened upon holding down a button that was further down the hall. On the other side of the door, there was another button. Of course, this button could be held down to open the door, as well. The task was simple and it was easy for the humans to figure they needed to take turns between holding down the button and going through, themselves. It was like a game that took no longer than 30 seconds to beat. With this, their task of escaping the maze had finally come to an end. They stood on the platform and waited a few moments before they were teleported back into the original room where all-day tests and observations had taken place. They were greeted and congratulated by Choromatsu, who was just about done wrapping things up. Notes were finished, documents were filed, and it was soon time to officially end the day's work. With their long day of testing finally complete, the two humans were led to the feeding room for one last meal before they could rest. Choromatsu and the neurologist walked them from the examination room through the facility, finally entering and getting them seated. The neurologist sat in the corner and worked on its computer as Choromatsu sat relatively close to the humans at the table. As their trays of food were brought in via the transportation bubbles, the alien pulled out a lunchbox for himself. He looked up with a shy smile. "Do you guys mind if I eat, too?" he asked. "With the length of today's trials, I haven't had the chance to take a break." "Go ahead," Osomatsu waved. "We don't care." "Thanks," Choromatsu sighed. "I appreciate it." With a comfortable atmosphere now established, the three began digging into their meals. Osomatsu and Choromatsu ate quietly at first, intrigued as they eyed the alien opening his lunchbox. They observed as he took out a bottled drink, a bag of nub-shaped crunches, and a tray with something peculiar on it. It was a white, goopy dish with something reminiscent to black seaweed spread on top. Choromatsu casually picked up his utensil and started eating. "You guys did really well today," he commented, repeating his earlier praises with sincerity. "You should be proud." "Yeah, it was a little exhausting, but I'm glad it's done with," said Osomatsu. "I'm about ready to go to sleep," Choromatsu added. "Don't worry, you'll be free to do so after this meal," the alien smiled. "Good." As each individual consumed his humble meal, the trio kept things somewhat lively and amicable with casual conversation. Choromatsu didn't hesitate to turn to Choromatsu with a curious glance, beginning a new topic to get things rolling. "So, I've been meaning to ask you more about your home planet," he told the behavioralist. "You know about us humans and our culture, yet Osomatsu and I know very little about your own." "Oh." Choromatsu beamed upon being questioned about this. "I'm eager to fill you in on any questions you might have. What would you like to know?" "Well, for starters, what's your planet's name?" the man asked. "How big is it? What's it like?" Choromatsu took a sip of his drink before setting it down and clasping his fingers together, leaning forward happily. "Ah," he began. "I didn't realize you two never knew." "Yeah, you always seem so focused on us," Choromatsu pointed out. "I thought it'd be nice to ask." With a grin, he said, My home planet is called Planet Atra, home to millions of life forms, including Horavagans, the name for my people. Planet AW true? Osomatsu cocked his head dumbly. Yep. Good ol' Atramundo, the alien laughed. A warm planet just teeming with organic life, much of which descend from one of 3 native ancestors. The planet is 74.5387 million miles from our Sun, sitting comfortably as one of 17 other planets in our solar system. We are from the Creatrix galaxy, and we have 3 moons that orbit us, Seeker, Procor, and Hio. Our level of gravitational force is approximately 9.8 meters per square second, and our planet's size is 5,927 miles in radius. The percentage of water on our planet is... Okay, Osomatsu interrupted. We don't need all the scientific details. 3 whole moons, huh? Choromatsu pondered, expressing a bit more intrigue than his human companion. That's a lot. You must have beautiful night skies. Yeah, Choromatsu sighed dreamily, looking up in wonder. Very beautiful. I remember falling asleep beneath it in some of my earliest memories. Falling asleep under the stars, when you were a child? Inquired the Blue Matsu. Becoming too enthralled in his own nostalgia, Choromatsu set down his utensil as he elaborated. We had a wonderful overhead view from inside our nursery. I only retain a few bits and pieces of memory, but the sentiment is still there. Wait, I'm confused, Osomatsu piped up. Was your nursery outside? No, not at all, he told him. I suppose nursery isn't quite the right term. Brooder, perhaps? I think brooders are for birds, noted Choromatsu. Incubator, then. Maybe. Choromatsu brought a thoughtful finger to his chin. I don't know if your language has an appropriate term for the type of specialized structure I'm referring to. Incubators are for eggs, Osomatsu told him. Were you an egg? With a chuckle, the alien replied, well, I was at one point. During this time, however, I had already outgrown the mucous birthal membrane that encapsulated me. Gross, the eldest grimaced, sticking a tongue out. Choromatsu frowned and sent an unamused look to the other. I mean, if you really want to compare, it's not as grotesque as the way you were birthed, he reminded. You humans, along with most mammals, were expelled from the birthing canal of a mother. You didn't even have a shell to protect you. I'm sure you came out pretty gross, yourself. Choromatsu gave Osomatsu a smirk and mumbled, he got us beat, there. Wait, aren't your people, like, asexual or something? Osomatsu asked. How did you end up inside an egg? What's your birthing process like? Not asexual, Choromatsu corrected. I don't fit into that category. I'm a product of kinematic self-replication. Right, that, the eldest mumbled. But, like, how? How does it start? Does your parent just sprinkle a little bit of DNA into a flask and go from there? Not quite, he answered. During the process of reproduction, no actual DNA is transferred from parent to offspring. The way we do it is kind of hard to explain. It's almost like magic, really. If no DNA is transferred, then what? You have to build the DNA from scratch. Kind of, Choromatsu hummed, folding his arms. You see, Our power of reproduction is similar to yours in that it's both voluntary and involuntary. I can choose to begin the process, but once it begins, my body just acts on its own. It knows what to do on an instinctual level and requires little effort beyond its start. Well, describe it for us, requested Osomatsu. I'm curious. The alien looked up and around in thought, considering the best way to illustrate the process. Then, he withdrew from his upper and mid-back for long, black arms. He brought all 6 of his hands together and cupped them as if he were concealing a little ball. It starts like this, he began, but quickly corrected himself. No, actually, it starts with water. Water? Repeated Osomatsu. Yeah, he nodded. To begin the process of reproduction, we first have to have a basic compound, and water is traditionally that compound. He lifted his hands as he continued. If I were to start, I would dip my hands in water first. Then, again, he clasped all 6 hands together. I would carefully create a pocket of space within the palms of my hands. Within that space is where the magic begins. The red Matsu chuckled dumbly. Just shooting babies out of your hands? No. Choromatsu allowed 4 of his arms to rest and kept 2 hands, both in their natural alien form, hugging each other by the palms. Do you remember that thing I told you about back on Earth? There isn't really a word for it in your language, but it involves bioluminescent seeping from the palms of our hands. As he explained this, a faint green glow suddenly emanated from between the 2 hands embracing each other. Oh, right, Choromatsu smiled. Your little hand trick. It's more than just a social quirk, you know, grinned the other. It's also the start of life. When utilized for the purpose of reproduction, the light waves emit energy that scrambles and reorganizes matter into DNA. Ooh. Osomatsu leaned forward. You mean, you turn on your hand lights and you can just turn water into DNA? How do you do that? Choromatsu asked. I really don't know, Choromatsu laughed sheepishly. This is sort of the part that's involuntary for us. Once you begin this process, your body just works on its own. It knows what to do. It knows how to change the atoms and proteins and whatever else you happen to scoop up from the water, and turn it into compounds that mimic its own DNA. It really is like magic. That's very interesting, the second oldest beamed, entirely immersed in the other's explanation. So then, what happens if you just stop halfway? Questioned Osomatsu. I mean, you have to actively be doing this for a while in order to build an entire person, right? That's another thing that's involuntary, he described. During the reproductive process, our own bodies fall into a state of meditative slumber. Well, not quite sleep, as the individual is still somewhat responsive to their surroundings, but almost like an intense episode of brain fog where one's only task is to build. So you couldn't stop even if you wanted to? Choromatsu asked. Not of my own free will, no, Choromatsu confirmed. As I said, you'd be able to interact with me, though my responses would probably be short and spirited. If someone is continuously distracted or exposed to any sort of stressors during this time period, even small ones, their bodies have a harder time building the DNA, and the quality of the final product, or potential offspring, will suffer. But, what if there were an emergency? He pressed further. What if you were in danger? Fight or flight still kicks in when there's danger, he said. But one would really just be running on instinct at that point. They wouldn't fully snap out of it, but would still be present enough to get away or defend themselves. I see. Choromatsu beamed. How long does this period last? Asked the eldest. Based on what I know of your own perception of the length of day-night cycles, I suppose I could say this period lasts approximately 8 to 10 Earth days, Choromatsu told them. That's 8 to 10 days spent in isolated hibernation, actively working to rebuild the matter into an egg. With a smile, he added, once this stage is complete, the egg will then have the tools necessary to begin building itself. It must be kept warm, wet, and safe as the fetus grows, eventually becoming large enough to break from its soft membranic barrier as a fully formed infant. This moment is considered its birth. All right, that makes sense, Choromatsu nodded in understanding. It's crazy, though, I never would have suspected that you hatched from an egg. Well, I'm certainly not a mammal, he remarked. So, even after your people hatch, they still have to be kept in an incubator or whatever? Osomatsu asked. Only during the infancy stage, said the alien. This second stage of growth is defined as the period after hatching but before the offspring has experienced its first molt. It's during this infancy stage that it learns how to walk and talk, among other things. It goes from crawling to running, babbling to counting, scribbling to writing, and so on. Its fine motor skills develop, it learns how to use a toilet, it comprehends the concept of time, and it even gains the capacity to hold a relatively meaningful conversation. So then, Osomatsu looked up in thought. It sounds like the infancy stage lasts from about age 1 to age 5. At least, for humans. That's probably close, he said. During this time, the offspring, along with hundreds of others its age, are properly educated and carefully taken care of within the nursery section of our planet. And the incubator? It's only used during sleep, he clarified. So I, having been in the infancy stage at the time, was taken every night from the day area to the crib. The third eldest took a sip of his water as he continued. Imagine a large, dome-shaped cell big enough to house hundreds of offspring. Its interior was a vertically narrow plane of soft, squishy flooring, designed immaculately with deep, elongated indents in this material just big enough to carry a sleeping infant in its circular embrace. These open, concave pods were organized tightly enough where other children would rest mere centimeters away, sometimes leaning into one another or clinging to others no different from a group of pups. Like a tightly packed womb, it was a cozy environment for a collection of newborns. Choromatsu hummed as he contemplated this sort of upbringing. He was reminded of his first meeting with Choromatsu, and the night Choromatsu and Osomatsu spent staying at his house. He supposed in hindsight, if this creature grew up in an environment where cuddling others was a given, it really wasn't so strange for him to have suggested sleeping with Osomatsu that night. It also gave light as to why this guy didn't see a problem with him and Osomatsu sharing a mattress in this facility. It would be easy to assume other animals slept embracing one another if that was what his own species did. Choromatsu continued his reminiscing without skipping a beat. Not only was this large-scale cell a safe, heated place for a collection of baby horavagans, but its curved ceiling was also transparent. It gave a perfect panoramic view of the night sky above. He set his head in his hand with a warm smile. Sleeping soundly, knowing you're just one of a whole hive of children being watched over as you rested. It was a safe place. Choromatsu gave the other a sad smile and noted, "It sounds like you miss it." "Who wouldn't miss it?" he replied. Life was so simple. There was no such thing as danger. Not from wild animals, not from other Horavagans, not from social pressure or the stresses of work. It was all peaceful. This type of setting was my home for a long time. I may not have been in the incubator past my infancy stage, but the controlled environment remained the same. At least, it did. Of course, things change when you're an adult. Your whole upbringing was peaceful. Osomatsu mumbled. I don't know. My teenage years kinda sucked. Didn't you ever stress out over school or the people there? Not at all, answered the other. Our schooling system is very systematic and very much calculated. Each individual's learning experience is entirely customized from the start. Everyone has their own pace, their own strengths and weaknesses, and their own unique perspectives, and all of these are taken into account. There's been extensive research into the psychology of our young, and we have created the perfect system to accommodate it. But, what about your classmates? Osomatsu continued to question. Weren't there any problem children? Do people bully others at all? Several factors work in filtering out problem children, Choromatsu explained. I'd have to guess your people don't have a very good schooling system in place, and therefore end up with a plethora of problem children. The reality is, not one type of teaching works for every individual. By calculating and then customizing one's educational experience based on both their psychology and their brain scans, it becomes easy to eliminate the triggers. A healthy and effective system fixes many. With a small pause to pick up his utensil and take a bite of his food, Choromatsu continued. Another factor is our DNA. Unlike sexual creatures where mutations and genetic variety are commonplace, there is very little variety among our own. This results in very few outcomes that are unpredictable or undesirable. Defects do still occasionally happen, but they aren't as common. They are also caught early on. In cases of individuals who are labeled to have a mental defect, they are either fixed or otherwise taken care of. With this, we are left with nothing but upstanding, obedient Horavagans who are productive within the society they were born into. So, you basically had a perfect childhood, Choromatsu stated. I wouldn't quite define it as perfect, the alien chuckled. I believe our system is perfect and my earliest years were certainly well organized, but everyone has hardships. I still don't believe you didn't act out in the slightest as a teenager, said the eldest. Everyone acts out at some point, don't they? Doesn't everyone have a rebellious phase? No. Rebellion of any kind is strictly prohibited, the other replied. Rules aren't to be broken, schedules aren't to be deviated from, and any unwanted behavior is promptly fixed. Millimeter. I have to ask, does it hurt to be fixed? Osomatsu asked with a slight grimace. I mean, you're still talking about brain defects, right? What do they do to fix it? Choromatsu hesitated. It's not really ideal, he finally answered, his expression blank. They use it as a threat, much. Well. The green Matsu pursed his lips. In a way, that's only standard, is it not? A system of both rewards and punishments work best to train one in behaving the correct way. So being fixed isn't just a solution, it's a punishment, concluded Osomatsu. Have you ever been fixed before? You're wrong, it's not a punishment, it's a solution, Choromatsu argued. And no, I've never displayed any defects needed of fixing. You ever know anybody who did? I suppose. Ichimatsu was pretty close at one point, he said, thinking back. Our caregivers became concerned with the type of personality he had developed in his adolescent years. Those of us close to him were encouraged to keep an eye on him and provide reports of his behavior without his knowledge. Thankfully, he was able to avoid being taken by giving off a sort of superficial front. I knew he was just pretending, but it made it easier to claim he wasn't problematic. Since graduation from our home planet, his seems to have relaxed a little. We're not being monitored as closely now that we're adults. Aside from him, I've known several who actually were taken back and fixed. Poor Ichimatsu, Choromatsu frowned. Having to change his personality just to fit in. I bet he wasn't the only one. Yet, Choromatsu still knew several who were fixed. Osomatsu wrinkled his brow as he questioned this. Describe it for us. It's not a pretty process, the other admitted. I mean, I know it's for the best and I know it's a good and just process, but oftentimes Horavagans who are fixed of defects come back different. Their personalities are altered and manipulated at a cellular level, and it can be kind of jarring. The man squinted and said, "Do you not hear how fucked up that sounds? It's like they're forcing lobotomies on anyone that breaks a rule." It's not fucked up at all, Choromatsu tried to claim. It's how our system works. It's standard. It's an efficient practice in constructing a productive and safe society, and just because it's not something you as a human are accustomed to, doesn't mean it's bad. Choromatsu. Osomatsu turned to his human companion seriously. Am I wrong? Does that system not sound hellish? It sounds pretty hellish, the man agreed. Choromatsu simply smiled apologetically and stated, I know it's hard for you to understand. But, it's the correct way to go about things. It's really, really not, the eldest asserted. People should be allowed to live their lives freely, without fear of having forced brain alterations if they make a mistake, Choromatsu added. I feel sorry for both you and Ichimatsu for being under that kind of pressure. The alien's smile vanished. There's no reason to feel sorry for us. He told him. I'd definitely go crazy in that kind of environment, Osomatsu said. You'd probably be classified as defective, Choromatsu chuckled, poking fun at the other. So would you, the Red Matsu claimed, poking fun right back. Yeah, probably, he laughed heartily. You and I would be on the same sinking ship. We'd be getting lobotomies 5 minutes out of the womb, the other joked. As the two humans laughed it off, Choromatsu lowered his eyelids. It's really not a matter to be joked about, he said in a stern voice. Anyway, I don't feel like either of you are agreeing with me, nor are you even willing to consider the logic behind this. With that, I recognize that I'm not going to be able to convince you of the efficiency or legitimacy of our system, so I request we drop the subject entirely. Osomatsu and Choromatsu blinked, looking up at the alien whilst quietly taken off guard by his almost defensive attitude. The former raised a concerned brow. I mean, you're not really willing to see it from our perspective either. It's not necessary, Choromatsu cut him off. I already know our way is good. I have no need, reason, or desire to question it. It's logical, it's science-based, and it's just, and we're done talking about it. The two specimens sent each other looks, silenced by the alien's words. They were thinking the same thing. This guy wasn't just in denial, he was actually starting to feel threatened. Why was he putting up such a fight, anyway? Was it really so hard for him to consider the cruel reality of his upbringing? Choromatsu held himself strong for a few moments before his front wavered slightly. He slid a hand up to his temple and rubbed in circles, letting his eyes fall shut in exhaustion as he opened his mouth to speak again. Anyway, yeah, let's change the subject. I'm a little tired, so I don't really want to go in depth about my people anymore. All right. Choromatsu bore an expression of soft concern as he stared at the alien, troubled by his attitude. He decided it was best to move on, however, and the subject was dropped. Following Choromatsu's request, most of the remainder of the meal went on in silence. It was overall uneventful moving forward. Everyone began eating again and, about 10 minutes later, they all finished. Once their meal was complete, Choromatsu led the two humans back into their room. With a few parting words, he left. Osomatsu and Choromatsu stayed up a little longer to chat, but eventually dimmed the lights and went to sleep. With that, the long day had finally concluded. Intermission. It was late the next morning when Osomatsu and Choromatsu awoke. They were pleased to wake up slowly and naturally, having ample time to laze in bed a few minutes longer before getting up for the day. They turned on the lights and each used the bathroom, engaging in idle morning chatter while getting out their stretches and yawns. Osomatsu spent his short free time loitering by the window, staring out into the galaxy and a nearby sun as Choromatsu dug through the toy chest for a book he hadn't already read. It was a relatively calm and quiet morning, giving the same gentle aura as one might experience on Earth, such as drinking coffee in a pair of pajamas, watching the sun rise off in the horizon. Their hearts still ached for the familiarity that was their home, but in that moment, things seemed kind of okay. It was about 45 minutes after they had turned on their light that their door opened, and they were, as usual, greeted by an alien mid-transformation. He shut the door behind him and gave the two humans a formal, angular smile. Although Osomatsu didn't seem to notice, Choromatsu immediately detected exhaustion in Choromatsu's appearance. He couldn't quite place his finger on it, but something seemed a bit off to him. He decided not to question it, however, and went along as the alien greeted them. Good morning, Choromatsu nodded. How did you two sleep? Morning, Osomatsu greeted, hunched over with his arms resting on the windowsill. Good morning, Choromatsu chimed in, looking at the other with a book in his lap. We slept fine, I think. That's great to hear, he responded politely, holding a tired look in his eyes. I'm here to take you two to the feeding room to get something to eat. Afterwards, we'll go ahead and begin today's examinations. Sounds like a plan, sighed the eldest, non-verbally expressing his disinterest in the potential activities the aliens had prepared for them. Even without knowing what they were, he knew they were going to be boring at best and excruciating at worst. What are today's examinations going to be? Will they be? Choromatsu grimaced as he imagined what was in store. He instinctively brought a hand to his stomach as his mind flashed back to the test he had endured a few days prior. Uncomfortable. They shouldn't be uncomfortable, no, Choromatsu answered. I'm in charge once again of most of today's tests, so they'll be mainly cognitive. I do believe Ichimatsu had something he had to get done with one of you today, though. Please let it be Osomatsu this time, the blue Matsu whined. I'll have to talk to him about it when he comes in, the alien said. Then, he let his eyes fall to the book Choromatsu was holding and added, I'm happy you've been enjoying those books, by the way. I hope they're not too hard to grasp without knowing our language. Yeah, he tried to smile. Some of them are a little confusing, but I can understand the general plot for most of them. That's good, I'm glad. This one I'm reading right now. Choromatsu tapped his finger on a holographic button, replaying the animation for the page he was on. This page, it featured a dynamic scene focused in on two actors. The animation was slow and graceful, the only movement being each individual reaching out towards one another in a failing embrace. Gravity was shifting, the sky was divided, colors blended from black to purple and blue to white, a beautiful scene encapsulating two beings falling sideways into the crisp atmosphere of a new planet. Its surface was an infinite ocean painted in dazzling colors and illuminated by the gorgeous rise of a sun millions of miles away. Overall, there was a soft, melancholic undertone to the scene, as if the individual closer to space were reaching out to save the other, knowing it was a futile attempt. This was their final goodbye. This was their final scene. Choromatsu allowed Choromatsu to see the short animation, pointing to it with a curious look. I'm a little confused by this ending, he described. I think what happened was, these two characters are partners and, while they were exploring the atmosphere of this ocean planet, one of them realized his space equipment was defective. Without his equipment working properly, he knew he was going to fall all the way to the planet's surface and presumably drown. They tried to call for help and make it back to the station in time, but the character's equipment failed and it was too late. So in the end, Choromatsu turned the page, looking over one final image. This image showed the falling characters finally grabbing each other's hand, their bioluminescence glowing between their palms. Did the character die? Did he survive? What was the moral? Choromatsu stared for a long time, eyeing the book carefully with a curious and slightly dazed expression on his face. It looked as if he were thinking very carefully about it. He looked on at the page unblinking, allowing a few seconds of silence to pass. 5 or 10 seconds went by, long enough to make the silence awkward. Choromatsu tilted his head and raised a brow. Choromatsu? He called out. The alien blinked, seemingly having been awoken from his sudden trance. Oh, sorry, he quickly apologized. That's okay. The man looked him up and down, being reminded of the fatigue he had detected earlier when the other first entered their room. Are you feeling unwell? Maybe a little, he tried to laugh. You'll have to excuse me, I've been a little out of it today. Don't worry about me though. Are you sure? Choromatsu leaned forward attentively. Maybe you should go rest. It's fine, assured Choromatsu. I'm fine. Anyway, about that story. The second oldest hummed in uncertainty before nodding and looking back down at the book. Yeah, so, the meaning of this story. Choromatsu began. Yes, you're very perceptive for being able to pick up on what you have, the green Matsu praised. However, I think you're missing some important context clues in order to fully understand the metaphor. Yes, the individual dies in the end, but it's not just the ending that's about death, it's the whole story. It is? He was genuinely surprised by this. Yep. Choromatsu lowered himself so he could crawl onto the mattress Choromatsu sat upon. He reached forward, flipping through previous pages to visually demonstrate as he began his explanation. See, if you looked earlier in the story, and if you were able to read the text, you could see that as a child, the character who dies later on is always thinking about the water planet. I noticed that. Choromatsu nodded. He drew pictures of it as a child. I got the impression that it was some sort of comfort for him. That planet represents death, he informed him. Throughout this character's life, you see that the equipment and suits he uses are always malfunctioning, putting him in sometimes more comedic instances of danger. If you didn't know any better, you might just think the character was terribly unlucky throughout his life. But the reality is, these malfunctions represent chronic illness. The story is told as if this character has a fascination with the beautiful water planet, but the actual metaphor is about him coming to terms with his terminal illness. Oh. The human wrinkled his brow as he watched the pages being flipped through. Why does that planet represent death? Choromatsu smiled and explained, well, it isn't this specific planet being portrayed in the story, but there's another planet out there called Planet Antimerides. Antimerides? He repeated dumbly, mimicking what Osomatsu often did when he heard a new alien word. Choromatsu smiled and nodded. This planet is a very special planet for my people, as it's used as a burial ground for the dead. The alien flipped to the final page before sitting back, allowing Choromatsu to look once more at falling characters holding hands one last time. When we were young, we were told death meant we ascended to Antimerides to become part of a beautiful underwater forest with our ancestors. This is partially true. Bodies are buried inside biodegradable capsules alongside a seed, which then feeds off nutrients before growing into a fantastical sort of tree. Oh wow. Choromatsu tried to smile. That's sad, but also sweet. It is, he agreed. The underwater forests are breathtaking. The trees absorb the power of bioluminescence, making them glow whatever color the deceased held. It's a very pretty place, and it sort of romanticizes the concept of dying so it's not as scary. The man eyed Choromatsu curiously, thinking before asking. Since your people are so scientifically advanced, have you guys, well, do you know what happens after we die? That. He gave the other a sad smile. Not fully, no. The ultimate truth continues to elude us. Space, dimensions, planes of existence, time and the absence thereof, energy, consciousness, these are all things we're hoping to one day solve once and for all. The more breakthroughs we make, the more of a complicated mess existence itself presents for us. The vast collection of theories and evidences to back them up are taught in our upbringing, but we are otherwise trained to be agnostic until further revelations are made known to us. I see. Choromatsu folded his arms thoughtfully. So, not even a guess? I suppose I'd have a more sufficient answer for you had I been trained as a theoretical physicist, or perhaps an anemologist, he told him. We have the general consensus that one's essence or energy does not appear out of nowhere, nor does it deteriorate after physical death. But consciousness within? It's hard to say. Do individuals remain individuals, or are pieces of them scattered? Is there an ultimate good? An ultimate bad? Is reincarnation an actual possibility? What of karma and destiny? At the end of the day, we continue to be unsuccessful in breaking this final barrier and finding the truth. So, as romanticized as that book is, Choromatsu, death is still very much a feared concept in our natural society. Ha! The man didn't know what else he could say. He supposed extraterrestrials having all the answers for him really would have been too good to be true. There was a sense of disappointment yet, oddly enough, relief in not knowing. He could live with death remaining the ultimate mystery. Osomatsu stared at the two conversationalists with an expression of pure disinterest. "You guys are so boring," he announced. "Why are we getting philosophical? I'd rather get tested on. Can we move on already?" Choromatsu shot the other an irritated look and muttered, "It would be really great for you to take some interest in concepts of more high-level thinking, you know." Osomatsu waved dismissively at the other and said, "I don't really care what happens after death. We won't know until we die, so why does it matter?" Then, with a cheeky smile and a finger rubbing his nose, he added, "What really matters is what you make of the now. If you only have one life, you shouldn't waste it thinking about pointless things. I feel like that's your problem, you know?" With his eyes still half-lidded, Choromatsu mumbled, "Well, maybe, but it doesn't hurt to take some time to reflect or consider these things." "I think a balance is probably good," Choromatsu remarked. Anyway. The alien turned back to Choromatsu. "Did you have any more questions?" "No, I think you answered them all," he replied. "Thanks." Choromatsu gave a happy smile, though the other could still see he seemed unusually fatigued. "In that case, we should probably get going," he said, scooting off the mattress and standing to his feet. When he stood, Choromatsu noticed him wobble slightly. "As I stated before, I'll be taking you two to the feeding room before we run some cognitive tests." Osomatsu stood up straight and stepped away from the window, stretching a little as he spoke. "What exactly are we going to be doing during these tests?" Choromatsu regained eye contact with Osomatsu, keeping his polite smile. "Well, the cognitive examinations I'm going to perform will consist of 3 basic stages," he began to explain. "The first is a memory test, in which your brain's function of storing data will be evaluated through our most efficient method of study." Stopping briefly to bring a hand to his face and rub his eye sleepily, he continued with, "Then, the second block of testing will include, well, I can't really remember right now. We'll get to it eventually though." Choromatsu furrowed his brow. That was weird. Was he just overthinking things? "You don't remember?" Osomatsu said in an almost teasing tone. "You really are tired, Choro-kun. Maybe you're the one who needs a memory test." No, I'm." Choromatsu tried to smile. To Osomatsu, it seemed okay, just a little weak. To Choromatsu, it seemed off. "I'm good." "Fine. Don't worry, all is well." Choromatsu frowned and said quietly, "Are you sure?" Anyway, the third block of testing. The alien ignored the blue Matsu's comment entirely and continued on. The third block is going to be that thing. That, what's the word?" Choromatsu formed a strange look as he realized he'd forgotten the word for linguistics. "Millimeter." He stared up at the ceiling as he tried hard to remember. It's the study of an animal's verbal language. That thing. You know. So, the third block of testing will have something to do with that, anyway. Okay, sure, Osomatsu said, swinging his arms back and forth to loosen them after his stretch. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are. We'll go get some food, get some of these lame tests done, and all will be well. With one final yawn, Osomatsu slipped his hands into his pockets. He waited a few moments for others to get up and go so he could follow. Then, he blinked, realizing no one was responding to his cue. He looked at Choromatsu first, seeing that the man's eyes were solely fixed on Choromatsu. Choromatsu, on the other hand, stood with his arms folded, staring down at the ground with a slightly dazed look about him. Something about him came off as spirited and perhaps a little confused. It almost seemed like neither had heard Osomatsu's words. Guys? Osomatsu said, raising a brow. Hello? Without sparing a glance at the eldest, Choromatsu pursed his lips and called out. Choromatsu? Choromatsu blinked and shook his head, suddenly being awoken once more from a sudden spell. Why yeah, I'm. He looked around the room slowly with a bizarre, unreadable expression. It was as if he were only now processing his surroundings for the first time. Here. I'm here. Choromatsu, feeling the apprehension build in his chest, took a deep inhale and stood to his feet, setting the book aside. Choromatsu, he repeated. You really don't seem like you're doing okay. At first, Choromatsu said nothing. He continued scanning the room, taking in the details slowly and carefully. His eyes finally reached Osomatsu to his left, where they moved up to his face. Upon looking Osomatsu in the eyes, he formed a deeply intrigued look. Choromatsu. For the third time, the second oldest called his name. Look at me for a second. You're really making me worry. Again, the alien didn't respond. He was now frozen, staring hard at the eldest, who looked back in confusion. Then, Choromatsu took a couple shaky steps forward, taking the man by the chin. He tilted the other's face up as he leaned in close, his brows furrowed in the most subtle of curiosities. As always, Osomatsu shivered at the unrequited touch from a cold-blooded alien. Now seeing Choromatsu's bizarre display of behavior a bit more clearly, he formed a concerned look of his own. Choromatsu? What is this? Choromatsu whispered out, wholly enticed by wonder. Osomatsu sent his human roommate a bewildered look before returning eye contact with the alien. Choromatsu leaned in even closer, their eyes no more than 15 centimeters apart. He studied the specimen's irises and pupils with an odd energy that Osomatsu had never detected from him before. It made him uneasy. Seriously, what are you doing? Osomatsu asked, attempting to lean back only to be pulled back forward for the alien to examine. Choromatsu pursed his lips as he continued to be enthralled by whatever he was looking at. Osomatsu gave a small grimace, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the heavy eye contact that was lasting much too long. Then, finally, the other mumbled something strange under his breath. When did your eyes begin to change color, Osomatsu? Huh? Osomatsu scrunched his nose in confusion before turning his gaze yet again over to his fellow human. Choromatsu briefly looked over Osomatsu's eyes from afar, seeing no notable difference from how they usually looked. His irises were a warm brown holding a black pupil in its embrace, the view only disrupted by a small reflection from the light fixture above. In no way did they appear odd at all, let alone an entirely different color. With this, Choromatsu returned an expression of equal confusion back to Osomatsu. Then, Osomatsu looked back at the alien. "Ah, seriously, what are you talking about?" Drip. Choromatsu blinked in surprise as a cold droplet fell over Osomatsu's shirt, melting into the fabric and staining it a dark black. Osomatsu jumped upon feeling the dampness and looked back at Choromatsu, eyes going wide. A familiar liquid the color of an endless void with the consistency of paint was dripping from Choromatsu's nose. At first, Choromatsu didn't take his eyes off the other. Then, as he felt a tickling sensation on his upper lip, he instinctively let go of Osomatsu's face and brought a hand to his own, smearing the odd substance across his skin without thinking. He lowered his hand and stared at the back of it, now tainted with his own alien blood. "What the?" he mumbled to himself, just as perplexed as the humans. Choromatsu, your nose, it's bleeding again," Osomatsu pointed out warily. "Why yeah." Choromatsu backed away stiffly, finding that his hand was a little shakier than usual as he stared. Choromatsu, growing more alert with every passing second, quickly glanced around the room in hopes of finding a tissue. Of course, their room had nothing but a bed and some toys, so he hurriedly stepped into the bathroom. He grabbed a wad of tissue paper and ran back out, approaching the alien with deep concern. "Here, use these," he urged. Choromatsu didn't immediately respond, instead staring down at his hand for another moment until something caught his eye over on the left. The alien's focus was suddenly pulled to the window of the bedroom, leading out to something within the stars he didn't expect to see. He did a double take, quickly marching forward as panic began to rise. No, he fumbled. "Don't tell me." His hasty walk turned into a short-lived bolt as he clasped the windowsill anxiously, staring out into the colorful galaxies to silently confirm his suspicions. He let out a shaky breath, his expression filling with horror as he stared outside. Whatever he was looking at, it was causing him to appear mortified. There was something out there he was seeing, and it was scaring the alien out of his wits. Choromatsu formed a serious look and jogged to Choromatsu's side. He looked out the window, expecting to see the worst. What he saw was nothing. Nothing unusual, anyway. Nothing out of the ordinary. Choromatsu scanned the skies and stars for any indication of danger or at least something different than usual, but he couldn't detect anything. He blinked before glancing at Choromatsu, who retained his anxious look. "This isn't good. This isn't good," the panicked alien repeated, backing away uneasily. He brought a hand to his head, visibly distressed. "Ichimatsu, help." Choromatsu took a few more unbalanced steps back before stumbling over to a wall. He wilted and, in that instant, Choromatsu's eyes went wide. The man lunged forward in attempt to catch Choromatsu, but it was too late. Right before their eyes, the alien suddenly shifted back into his natural, demon-like form as he collapsed onto the floor in an unconscious state. Both humans uttered words of shock as they watched it all happen. "Choromatsu. Hey!" Choromatsu quickly fell to his knees, reaching for his friend as his thoughts raced in a frenzy. Osomatsu stood by his side, looking down at the fainted entity with a bewildered expression. He just collapsed. He cried out. Hey, wake up! Choromatsu shook him as he called to him. Choromatsu. The man touched the alien's face with panicked hesitation, unsure of how the situation needed to be handled. Was this an emergency? Was Choromatsu's life in danger? He was unfamiliar with anything regarding these creatures' biology and had no idea how to help. Being at a slight loss, he clutched the bundle of tissues and pressed them against the other's bloody nose, using his free hand to hold the large alien's head up off the hard floor. Meanwhile, Osomatsu glanced around the room fervently, trying to decide the best course of action for himself. He looked at the window, then the bed, then the bathroom, and finally, the door. Right, the door. With a decisive nod, he raced to the door and threw a fist, banging against the metallic material with all his strength. Hey! He bellowed as loud as he could. Somebody open this damn door. As the eldest fought to get someone's attention, Choromatsu stayed by Choromatsu's inert body, occasionally rocking his limp head in attempt to shake some consciousness back into him. Nothing he did seemed to trigger a response, however, and it was making him worry further with every passing second. Osomatsu didn't stop pounding on the door as he yelled out again. "We need help!" He shouted, knowing well a passing alien wouldn't understand his words. "Your behavioralist just collapsed in here." "Hello." A minute felt like an eternity. No progress was made on either end, and Choromatsu remained unconscious on the floor. Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu, flustered. "No one's coming," he exclaimed in an outburst fueled by panic. "Just keep trying to get someone's attention," the other insisted. "They'll hear us eventually." As Osomatsu went back, Choromatsu moved the clump of tissues for a moment, checking to see if the bleeding had stopped. He didn't detect any more blood trickling from the alien's nose and carefully set the soiled material aside. Not knowing what else to do, he mindlessly brushed wisps of darkness from Choromatsu's face, then brought a hand down to the alien's chest. He felt it rise and set with every slow breath, but to his surprise, he didn't feel a typical heartbeat. Not one like he'd expected, like a rhythm of beats you'd feel in a human's chest. He figured it was more alien biology he didn't understand, and reassured himself that as long as Choromatsu was breathing, he'd be fine. Ages seemed to pass before, finally, the rambunctious noise managed to attract someone's attention. Outside, a passing alien worker stopped in its tracks and eyed the door that all the noise was coming from. It raised a brow and approached it curiously, tapping its exterior to pull up a menu of labels and specimen information. It quickly skimmed through a profile of what type of creature was on the other side before switching out of the menu and adjusting the door's settings. A couple other aliens within proximity of the chaos deviated from their paths to stand by the first, forming a humble crowd of onlookers that were intrigued by the scene. They all watched as the original activated a feature that opened their side of the door to a view of the room. Without breaking collision or allowing the specimens inside to see out, the aliens were now able to peek in at what was going on. They didn't need to look for more than a second to realize one of their own was in immediate danger. Osomatsu suddenly let out a yelp. He slapped a hand over the side of his neck as a sharp pain shot through his skin. "Ouch!" he cried out, stumbling back a step or two. "What the?" Immediately following Osomatsu's reaction, Choromatsu too gave a startled squeak as what felt like a needle was fired into his neck. He brought a hand up to touch the point of contact but was quickly reminded of the prisoner's band fit snugly around his neck. Whatever was just injected into his body came from the band. The second oldest looked up at his companion in innocent confusion. "Osomatsu?" he called out, hoping to get a quick answer. To his dismay, he saw exactly what he was afraid of. It had only taken a few seconds for the sedative to kick in. Without any say or control, Osomatsu felt his body suddenly begin to drown in a wave of unease. He trailed his hand from his neck to his hair, grabbing clumps as his sense of gravity twisted and distorted before his very eyes. His balance shifted and swayed with the unfurling of symptoms, and he struggled to stay standing for longer than a couple moments. As every muscle in his body grew heavier and weaker, he stumbled further back, his strength becoming frail. Finally, he tripped over his own feet and collapsed onto the mattress behind him. He barely stayed sitting up, splaying his hands across the wall behind him to keep himself from laying completely as the door across the room opened up. At this moment, Choromatsu too felt the tranquilizer hit him. He wilted and felt his body instantly overcome by a powerful sleepiness he just couldn't fight. His stomach curled painfully as the overwhelming weakness took over. After only a few moments, his hand slipped from beneath his alien friend's limp head and his body rolled back, collapsing to the hard floor. Only able to keep his eyes half open, Choromatsu looked up weakly at the door above. Several aliens looking no different from skyscrapers from this angle piled into the room hurriedly. He tried to send them a pleading look, but his muscles were having trouble obeying. The first alien knelt over him, reaching down with 6 monstrous arms and taking hold of his body. As the man's eyes rolled back and his eyelids fell shut, he could feel himself being dragged away from his unconscious friend. With a bump in elevation, his body was pulled from the hard floor up to the soft mattress. He was laid gently beside Osomatsu, whom he assumed by this time was probably already out cold. Then, he felt the blanket get tugged out from beneath them before being spread over their bodies. The last conscious thought Choromatsu had was how thoughtful it was that the alien bothered blanketing them at all. With both specimens incapacitated and out of the way, the aliens were quick to tend to their fallen partner. One checked his vitals, another started a virtual call to request help, and a third tried to help Choromatsu sit up. Within a couple moments, Choromatsu was finally half lucid. He let out a groggy noise as he tried to pull himself to a standing position, dizzy and disoriented. Before he had the chance to lose his balance and collapse, a couple others helped him and made sure he was okay. Soon, they had him standing, relying fully on their support. Without any words or glances sent Osomatsu or Choromatsu's way, the aliens walked Choromatsu out of the room and shut the door behind them. And just like that, the specimens were left to sleep. Intermission. End chapter 16. Chapter 17. Investigating a cause. It was a brief walk to the closest break room, now crowded with working individuals. As Choromatsu sat wearily on a sofa off to the side, each alien around him actively completed tasks to ensure the safe and immaculate processing of the incident. One was busily typing a report, another attentively spoke with a higher-up, a third was looking for medicine, a fourth was in a very important call. It was light chaos considering what had just happened. One alien in particular refused to leave Choromatsu's side. He knelt before him, cleaning the blood from the poor behavioralist's face while allowing a bit of silence for situational comprehension. This individual's demeanor was hesitant and awkward, too socially inept to efficiently communicate his sincere concern for the other's well-being. Despite this, he eventually spoke up in his low, apathetic voice. "Are you okay?" Ichimatsu inquired sheepishly. Choromatsu's gaze stayed lowered as he stared off at nothing. He gave no response at first, no indication that he had even heard his companion's words. Ichimatsu furrowed his brow and used one of his other hands to snap once, then twice in Choromatsu's face. "Hey, Choromatsu," he called. "Choromatsu, can you look at me?" Choromatsu's look suddenly changed as he glanced up at the other. His expression was distant, yet deeply confused. When he spoke, his words were unsure and shaky, slow and careful. "Yeah, I'm Choromatsu." Ichimatsu pursed his lips worriedly. "What's going on? Are you even all there right now?" This question only seemed to further confuse the other. "What do you mean?" Choromatsu questioned in a pace just a little too slow. I'm not there. I'm right here." Ichimatsu blinked and shook his head. No, that's not what I was asking." "Choromatsu, are you okay?" Choromatsu stared back deeply, almost as if he were trying to translate Ichimatsu's words from a completely foreign language. When he finally gave his reply, his intonations were off in a bizarre, robotic way. "I am okay," he stated simply. The fourth's concern only increased as he observed this unusual behavior, hearing very little Choromatsu left in his friend's voice. He swallowed dryly and continued his line of questioning. "What happened when you were visiting with those two humans?" He further pressed, hoping to get any sort of answer as to what was going on. The other's stare remained still and empty for a long moment before slowly, Choromatsu brought his gaze back down at nothing. It wasn't just that he wasn't competent enough, but instead that he lacked the desire to respond entirely. There was no drive to answer the question being raised, no motive. Something was truly wrong. Once Ichimatsu realized he wasn't getting a reply, he decided to take a different approach in finding the problem. "Can you point to where you're hurt?" he suggested hopefully. For a minute, there was silence. Choromatsu's social reflexes seemed lethargic and arduous, causing him to take his time before responding. "There was something there, Ichimatsu." Ichimatsu cocked his head, raising one eyebrow. "What was there?" he asked. "A message," Choromatsu answered. "The light is coming." An expression of even deeper concern overtook Ichimatsu's face. "The light is coming," he repeated skeptically. "What does that mean?" "Aha. Aha ha ha." The afflicted looked up at the other with an increasingly manic grin colored with panic. Despite the growing energy, he still seemed unrealistically sleepy. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't see it," he told him, his voice wobbling in the slightest of psychotic laughter. "Why are you asking about that? I think you need to take some time and rest." Choromatsu. Ichimatsu gently pulled the wipes away from his friend's face, just having finished cleaning the remainder of the blood. He analyzed Choromatsu's bizarre expression with sincere worry. This guy, he was in some strange state of mind right now. Something was seriously off. Choromatsu blinked and snapped his attention to his right, looking off at nothing with an anxious frown. Did you hear that? He whimpered in a shaky voice. Ichimatsu only spared a brief glance where Choromatsu's attention had been drawn to, not caring to waste his energy. Clearly Choromatsu was hallucinating, too. The easiest explanation for the way this guy was suddenly behaving was those two humans. Something must have happened, he thought. Finally, Ichimatsu gave a deep sigh. Just try to relax. Choromatsu's anxiety suddenly seemed soothed by his words as he responded in a spirited tone. Relax, the ill repeated to himself. Relax. As the words were chanted in a peculiar, breathy whisper, Ichimatsu reached a gentle hand forward. He set his palm over Choromatsu's eyes to block out any light, applying pressure against his friend. Choromatsu was easy to physically handle, his actions submissive and effortlessly coerced. Softly, Ichimatsu led him down to a laying position over the sofa, rubbing his thumb against the side of the alien's temple deeply. Take it easy, he assuaged. A gentle light began to emanate, trickling energy from Ichimatsu's palm. He continued to caress the other as the indigo glow shone dimly over Choromatsu's eyes now closed restfully. His bioluminescence radiated over the lost alien, an alien who was the only other individual to ever see Ichimatsu's light. It wasn't something he shared often, and it wasn't something he shared with someone he didn't trust, of which there was only one. In this culturally appropriate ritual, it was not abnormal to utilize one's bioluminescence in order to soothe a close friend and effectively pacify their distress. It was a technique that, when done in a safe environment by someone of close regard, was used to naturally slow one's life clock to a resting level. Just as intended, with Choromatsu already trapped in an altered state of mind and a broken state of awareness, the behavioral specialist succumbed. Choromatsu's body calmly melted under his touch and complied without question, laying himself down on his side comfortably. Once he was down, Ichimatsu allowed his hand to linger for a moment longer before letting go. By this time, Choromatsu was already in the process of dozing off. Ichimatsu gave a small sigh, looking once more over his sleeping friend. He had never seen Choromatsu behave this way before. Hell, he'd never seen anyone behave this way before. It was all completely new to him, and he was determined to get to the bottom of the ailment. Standing to his feet and disposing appropriately of the wipes he had used to clean Choromatsu's nose, he sent one of his higher-ups one last remark before he went on his way. He had a new task, one assigned to him from higher authority. He was to work towards a conclusion as the people doctor looked over Choromatsu. It was time he talked to the two suspects responsible for this unordinary predicament. Intermission. Marching along down the maze of routes organized meticulously for ease of access, the purple-hearted alien remained silent in a state of ponder. One foot before the other with 6 hands clasping each other behind his back, he actively ignored co-workers who passed by, but not with malintent. He was simply too lost in his own thoughts of worry and confusion that were making quite the ruckus in his head. There was bustling chatter with no answers, long unmissed feelings with no outlet, and blame being thrown actively at the one idea he thought even remotely appropriate, the humans. Everything had started with the first abduction of the humans. It wasn't unnatural for Ichimatsu to have his doubts regarding the oddly enticing nature that was human. If there was one thing he could willingly admit, it was that these creatures certainly had a certain charm to them. They were impressively smooth in articulating their thoughts, their concerns, their desires and needs, and had a way of creating an environment of heart-to-heart discussion and understanding. It wasn't something Ichimatsu was used to, but that didn't mean he thought anything of it. Sure, these animals were deep, but at the end of the day, that's all that they were, animals. As a doctor who often got on Specimen's bad side for performing unwanted checkups or procedures, he knew how dramatic lower-level organisms could be. These humans were no different, aside from their capacity to communicate it. Despite how hard Choromatsu had been trying to convince him, he still held a very different opinion towards the humans. He supposed they were kind of fun to play with and were pretty engaging at times, but he knew his close coworker was more than just enthralled by their existence. It was as if he almost saw them as equals. As people. Ichimatsu couldn't wrap his head around it. It was like saying an insect had the same worth as a horovigan, which certainly wasn't the case. An insect could be studied and killed for science. An animal could be studied and killed for science. A horovigan could not. This was because a horovigan's life was superior to any other organism. They were gods among men. All other lives simply did not matter. It was the way things worked. Albeit Ichimatsu disagreed pretty outright with Choromatsu's claims, he recognized that the regard the guy had for these humans was sincere. He really seemed to care about their well-being, even beyond this ridiculous promise he kept talking about. It was clear he took the mental well-being of Osomatsu and Choromatsu very seriously and was willing to go far lengths in order to accommodate them. With all that being said, it was still a shock to everyone around. After all, Choromatsu was never like this. He had never before shown any genuine empathy for the specimens he worked with, let alone dare to compare them to actual people. It was strange. Quite abnormal. Overall, a dangerous territory to dabble in. Ichimatsu wondered what Choromatsu would have said if he saw himself this way several months ago, back before either of them knew anything about the humans. He thought back to the last time he felt the behavioralist was acting normal. It was so bizarre thinking about it now. Thinking about when Choromatsu was very first assigned this case. The way he spoke, the way he behaved, the way his morals were presented so clearly through his actions, it felt like a much different time. It felt like a time he was actually thinking clearly, long before he wound up wrapped around the little finger of their first specimen, Osomatsu. Long before he was caught in the emotional manipulation these creatures were capable of serving. It was a Choromatsu he felt he no longer knew. Thinking back. Are you ready for this, Ichimatsu? Ichimatsu blinked, having been suddenly awoken from his train of thought by the sound of his best friend's eager voice. He turned to the other to observe him, perceiving the energy of an alien just absolutely thrilled for his next assignment. The two companions, Ichimatsu and Choromatsu, stood as two of almost a dozen scientists, all of which were standing before a long viewing window inside a waiting chamber. On the other side of the glass, they watched patiently as galaxies and cosmos passed by in their small ship's transfer from the next facility over. It was a marvel they were long used to witnessing, being societal members who traveled frequently for work. This time was just as any other, though Ichimatsu wasn't used to having his friend accompany him for assignments like this. As the workers awaited their assigned arrival, they each engaged in casual conversation with one another. Ichimatsu hesitated, thinking Choromatsu's question over before giving his answer. I guess I'm ready, the quiet doctor replied, a little less enthused than his companion. You don't seem that excited, Choromatsu noted, eyeing the doctor with an expression that could easily be translated into his usual angular smile. Well, this isn't really that big of a deal for me, Ichimatsu replied. I get new patients all the time. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true, conceded the other. You probably go to these things every other week. Millimeter, he gave an affirmative hum before returning the alien's glance. You haven't done this before, right? No, I haven't, Choromatsu admitted. As a behavioral specialist, you have to have worked with a couple starter clients first before you're allowed to run an initial processing examination on your own. These things can be dangerous, after all. How did that work, anyway? Those starter clients? Inquired Ichimatsu curiously. Do they just give you specimens that are already processed? Pretty much, he nodded. Already processed and deemed basic level by superiors. I had an overseer for the duration of my first case and, although I got to mostly be on my own for the second, this third case will be the first time I'm taking on a specimen completely on my own from start to finish. I see, Ichimatsu said, turning to look back out the window. I guess that's pretty exciting, then. Choromatsu gave his friend a look of subtle worry and asked, do these things go poorly quite often by any chance? What, the initial processing examination? The purple Matsu blew a puff of air apathetically. Sometimes. These are wild animals we're dealing with, after all. How bad do they get? It depends. Every animal we pick up is different. The variables range from gender to personality, age, and even the type of species, leaving its response to abduction widely unpredictable. These creatures are terrified, so they often rely on either aggression, submission, or panicked flailing. Its behavior is rarely pretty at the start. How often do the animals need to be sedated? Choromatsu questioned. I've only seen it happen a couple times, Ichimatsu answered. Usually the animal calms down after the behavioral specialist gets to work. Okay. Ichimatsu looked back over at his friend with a raised brow. You're not worried, are you? He asked. Well, I certainly want things to go smoothly for my first time, Choromatsu told him. Do I doubt my ability to pacify and then examine the animal? Not really, but it wouldn't be ideal if I messed up and failed to impress our superiors. You'll do fine, the younger encouraged in his flat tone. And anyway, it won't fall on you if the animal chooses to respond poorly. It just happens sometimes. I guess you're right, the green Matsu sighed. I just don't like going into things blind. I find it relatively entertaining, Ichimatsu huffed with the smallest of grins. That's because you're not the one out there performing the examination, Choromatsu pouted. You just get to sit back and watch like you're at the circus. Pretty much, he chuckled darkly, his expression twisted with sadistic energy. Even though the whole situation is controlled, it's still mildly amusing when the behavioralist is visibly shitting himself in front of the animal. God, I hope that's not me, the older one cringed. Please let this be just a nice, fluffy leporody of some kind. I don't know, some of the creatures we find out here are pretty revolting, Ichimatsu pointed out. I've seen all sorts of specimens, from vicious carnivora making puddles of their ever-seeping drool to ectognathous spectacles squirting juices from their mandibles. You never know what you're going to end up with. Gross, Choromatsu grimaced, sticking out a tongue. If this is going to be a long-term case, I really hope I get an organism that I can tolerate working with. And one that's somewhat decent to look at, he added. I mean, I know appearance isn't everything, but I'd prefer something at least relatively cute, remarked the behavioralist. And I don't want to work with an animal way bigger than me, that just sounds like a pain in the ass. Are you thinking furry, or hairless? Scaly, or feathery? Gelatinous, or wisp-skinned like ourselves? I don't know, he hummed thoughtfully. I guess I don't really have a preference. Any of those sound fine, really, except maybe gelatinous. Just, not something immediately repulsive. All animals are kind of repulsive, really, Ichimatsu stated. I mean, they are at least cleaned before any of us interact with them, Choromatsu argued lightly. I guess, the other shrugged. So anyway, they really gave you no intel on what this animal is? None at all, he sighed. All I know is that it's from a newly investigated terrestrial planet not far from the cosmic pole. Anything beyond that, and your guess is as good as mine. I didn't realize the behavioralists went in blind, the younger claimed. Well, since we're the ones performing the initial processing examinations, there's never really anything to report on, Choromatsu reasoned. I'm going to be the first Horovigan to go anywhere near it. I guess that makes sense, replied Ichimatsu. I just really hope this goes the way it's supposed to, he told him with a serious look. Like I said, I'm sure you'll do fine, he reassured. Just don't overthink it. Like it's that simple. You know how I am, Ichimatsu, the alien complained. Heh. Yeah. It's a bit of a pain, the doctor remarked with a teasing undertone. Whatever. Choromatsu did a deep and slow inhale, then exhale. Everything is fine. I can do this. This will be a piece of cake, I'm sure. I believe in you, the purple Matsu told him, his sincerity disguised by the monotonous tone in which his words were delivered. With one more final exhale, Choromatsu nodded to himself. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Ichimatsu. With their conversation wrapped up, all that was left was to wait for their ship to arrive. Over the next 20 minutes or so, their vessel soon reached the vicinity of their target destination. It rode in smoothly, entering the loading docks where the scientists assigned to attend the processing were ordered to exit. From there, the group promptly made their way through the facility halls and towards the temporary holding area for this new creature they were about to behold. The closer the collective got to their reserved location, the more anxious Choromatsu grew. For him, this was it. This was the moment that was going to determine the course of his work for who knows how long. He was potentially going to be stuck with this animal for the entirety of its natural life, familiarizing himself with it and studying carefully its every quirk and detail. Because they didn't know yet the lifespan estimated or even its age, it was even possible that Choromatsu would be spending the rest of his own career caring for this creature. Everything rode on this very moment. Everything Choromatsu had been training for his entire life had prepared him for this very examination, and it was just a little stress-inducing. Was his client going to be a giant, repulsive beast squirming and molting while coated in heavy beads of unknown fluid seeping from its open pores? Was it going to be a hungry predator he was going to have to spend every moment at work making sure didn't attempt to consume him or others? Was it going to be hideously foreign, eyes bulging in the most nightmarish of forms that would continuously haunt him every time he laid eyes on it. He didn't know. Everything was designed by fate, and anything could go wrong. It was finally time to become a real behavioral specialist. Ichimatsu kept an eye on his friend as they walked, showing little to no emotion in doing so. At least, that was how he presented himself. Deep down though, he knew the poor behavioralist was probably skimming through all the hellish possibilities in his head, driving himself mad over what his pick of the lotto was going to be. Ichimatsu hoped for the best, for Choromatsu's sake. No matter what happened, however, he was sure the alien was going to do just fine. Finally, the group of scientists found themselves standing before two superiors at the end of a hallway, greeting them formally and giving a quick briefing on their individual tasks. Once the scientists had been briefed, they were divided into two groups and led through one of two doors, one on the right, and one on the left. They filed inside one at a time, walking into identical rooms, narrow but long. Running down these rooms were 4 chairs each. Of course, these were the viewing rooms. These were the rooms they were going to observe the newly obtained specimen from. Once all 8 seats were filled, the doors behind them shut. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu had sat next to each other at the very end of their row, sitting before an empty wall. They knew that the room housing the specimen was on the other side of this wall, and of course, the rest of their colleagues sat in a similar room just beyond that. Very soon, the 2 walls being sat before were going to become transparent, and all 8 individuals were going to be able to lay eyes on this mysterious creature for the very first time. Overhead, a voice rang out. This voice belonged to one of the 2 superiors who had greeted them before they were seated. These 2 had entered a special viewing area out of sight and were to guide them on each of their assignments. As they went over the formalities, Ichimatsu sent Choromatsu a glance. He could see that the guy was trembling, sitting in a position that was stiff and nervous as he awaited what was about to be a very big moment for him. With a silent sigh, the doctor sneakily reached over and grabbed his friend's hand, squeezing it reassuringly. Choromatsu blinked and looked up at him, wearing a timid expression. Ichimatsu looked back, responding with a determined nod. No matter the sort of disgusting monster that could possibly be resting on the other side of this wall, Choromatsu was going to do just fine. With a few final words, the superior overhead finished its spiel and announced the unveiling. It was time. This is it, Choromatsu whispered to both himself and his friend. God, please give me a decent animal to work with. Yeah, Ichimatsu whispered back, hoping for the best for his friend. 3, 2, 1. With that, the veil was lifted. The walls became transparent, but only on the alien's side. Almost in unison, all 8 scientists let out a gentle noise of awe at the creature they perceived. There, curled up in a small and helpless slumber in the center of the temporary holding area, lied their latest and most intelligent specimen, Osomatsu. His eyes were closed and his breath was even, creating the false illusion of a willing participant peaceful in his state of rest. Choromatsu's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape as he took in the view of this strange animal. Without taking his eyes off Osomatsu, he breathed, "It's just a little mammal." Then, with a slow-forming smile, he repeated just a little louder, "It's just a little mammal." Ichimatsu let out a sigh, deeply relieved by the outer appearance of this foreign creature. It wasn't disgusting, it wasn't nightmarish or unsettling, it didn't immediately appear carnivorous, nor was it some giant acid-squirting insect. No, this organism was just a tiny little monkey. That was it. A little monkey, probably only half their size. As it slept, it even appeared quite harmless. This item was going to be Choromatsu's client, and Ichimatsu couldn't have felt more peace for his friend in looking at it. Thank God, Ichimatsu muttered with the slightest of smiles. Then, he tapped a button on the armrest of his chair and spoke into a little microphone, broadcasting his voice into the rooms of the other observers. To his team, he said, right off the bat, this newly obtained organism appears to share some physical attributes that we've observed in other recent specimens. It might be premature, but I think it's safe to categorize this creature under the same order in which we have already categorized its relatives, the order we've only recently discovered and named primates. Of course, the behavioralist will have to confirm this upon closer examination. One of the superiors hiding away in the secret room spoke out next, activating its microphone and informing the rest. We have labeled this creature as a Homo sapien, it told them. That is its official name. Another scientist tapped the button on the side of its chair and joined the conversation, adding to Ichimatsu's initial statement with, it appears to house 4 main segments of primary color along its physical body. I see a section of black on its head, peach over its face and hands, red around its torso, and blue along its legs. A fourth individual chimed in and said, none of the other primates we've collected share this unique color palette, nor are their colors nearly as vibrant. Perhaps some of these segments are merely artificial coverings. A fifth suggested. Whatever they are, they will be inspected more closely when the animal is approached, Choromatsu announced, his voice formal and clear. Of course. If they are artificial coverings, they will need to be promptly removed. We need the specimen in its most natural form. Indeed. As the scientists discussed the specimen further amongst themselves, Choromatsu felt a slight nudge. He glanced at Ichimatsu curiously, who returned his gaze with an apathetic stare. So, you relieved? He asked quietly, taking care not to broadcast his voice to the others. Choromatsu gave a small smile and nodded. Immensely so, he replied in the same manner, his voice hushed. I was really worried there for a bit. I mean, I could be with this creature for the rest of my life, you know? Looking at it, I think I can handle it. Yeah. It's even kind of cute, the behavioralist gushed, eyeing the sleeping human's face. You think it'll be talkative? Ichimatsu wondered aloud. Not sure, the other said. From my experience thus far along with what I've been told, verbal communication with the specimens is largely underwhelming. Typically, an organism's language consists of very few words and really only encompasses expressions related to their primal needs and desires. It would still be an upgrade from my previous clients, but me attempting any sort of deeper-level discussion with the item would ultimately prove utterly useless. Of course, the purple Matsu agreed. These things are just drooling animals, after all. You can't hold a conversation with them any deeper than me want eat food. Exactly. So communicating with it vocally regarding anything beyond its wants and needs has no real point, Choromatsu asserted. Well, there is the benefit of being able to give verbal commands, noted Ichimatsu. I suppose, but that's assuming the creature's language is complicated enough to have the right words, the older said. Then, he asked, those other animals you mentioned, the relatives, how complex are their languages? It's different for each one, the younger answered. but some of them are relatively advanced. Obviously there are no particles or conjugations, that would be more like our own language than an animal's, but they can grasp simple sentence structures and whatnot. So then, this specimen has the potential to be quite talkative, Choromatsu stated. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind as I decide on a psychological method to approach it with. Choromatsu turned his attention away from Ichimatsu and back to the gentle creature lying still in the holding area. He leaned in, graciously taking in every detail of its appearance. He noted its hair, its eyes, its little button nose and its small, linear mouth. He noticed the way its fingers curled in its resting state and how it seemed to bury its face closer towards the floor below, snuggling up warmly. He was infatuated by the odd animal's sleeping mannerisms and immediately wanted to know more about this organism. He wanted to know everything. And, in doing so, he was going to be the best behavioral specialist his higher-ups had ever seen. At that moment, Choromatsu perked up. Oh! He activated his microphone once more and spoke out, careful not to directly interrupt any of his co-workers. It appears the specimen is waking up. With a synced collection of ohs and oohs, every scientist quieted down to observe as the animal before them made the smallest of movements, indicating its waking state. NNG. The man's eyelids fluttered slightly as he took in a deep breath, shaking his head groggily as he transitioned back into the conscious world. He scrunched his brow and slowly opened his eyes, taking the area around him in only briefly before pushing himself up. The aliens, still invisible to the human, watched as he sat up and let out a yawn, simultaneously scratching the side of his neck. Each alien scientist was deeply enthralled by the new organism, watching his curiosity blossom as he contemplated what could have possibly happened. Choromatsu especially kept a careful eye on him, mentally noting every movement and quirk to try and get a read on the animal. So far, the creature only appeared confused. The specimen looked around himself for a few long moments before placing his palms against the floor, doing something the aliens wouldn't have suspected. Whoa. Ichimatsu cocked his head and squinted, staring hard as Osomatsu stood all the way up and took a step. It's bipedal. It walks on two legs. Choromatsu was amazed by this observation. Do any of its relatives walk on two legs? They're capable, but they don't do it regularly, he replied. Not like us. Not like this. Osomatsu frowned, glancing around once more with a timid expression as he walked towards the closed door in front of him. The aliens observed his behavior as he placed a hand on its exterior, attempting to push or pull or slide it any way he could. But alas, he was trapped. Overhead, one of the two alien superiors spoke out to their team formally. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looked up and listened. Prepare for visualization. The specimen is about to see you all from behind the window. Observe. And just like that, their incognito settings were deactivated. Choromatsu was the first alien Osomatsu made eye contact with. In the man's eyes, there was immediate panic. Choromatsu watched with intrigue as the creature let out a small, surprised squeak and scrambled back, startled by their appearance. The human then turned and saw that the wall across from them too had changed, triggering further fear. He fell on his bottom and frantically scooted away from both walls, his breathing growing rapid. Then, he opened his mouth. When the aliens heard Osomatsu's peculiar, foreign speech, they could only recognize it as oddly rhythmic chattering. It sounded rather high-pitched for an animal, and the pauses between gibberish almost seemed deliberate. It was as if this creature were really trying to engage in communication. It was trying really hard, almost demanding from them a response. With this, Ichimatsu turned to his colleague and spoke. "There you have it," he told him. "This one's a talker." "Fascinating," Choromatsu whispered, bringing a thoughtful finger around his chin. "I'll have to adjust my method of approach accordingly, then." "What do you have in mind?" "I'd like to explain to it that we mean no harm and simply intend to study it, therefore pacifying its fight or flight." "That's an awful lot of words to try and communicate to an animal," Ichimatsu huffed. "I have to start with something," Choromatsu argued, folding his arms. "I can still have a basic introduction whilst being prepared to dumb it down significantly. Very significantly. Once I've assured the creature that it's in a safe place by allowing it to chatter and ask meaningless questions, I'll see how far I can get in determining its basic physique through verbal communication alone. Doing so should also aid in establishing its general level of intelligence. If the animal is still in a state of anxiety, how are you going to get it to answer questions?" inquired the younger. "Don't worry," Choromatsu cooed. "A simple reward system is all you need in controlling an animal's behavior. Savory food can entice even the most stubborn of creatures." "I see." With his demeanor determined and confident, the Green Matsu continued with, "As I begin my work with this new creature, the most important factor in developing an appropriate relationship will be the way I present myself." "How do you mean?" the other questioned. "I'll explain." The alien turned to look Ichimatsu in the eyes as he spoke with clarity, his morals strong and clear. "Whether it be by direct or indirect means, my job as a behavioral specialist is not only to study an organism's instinctual behavior, but to also enforce specialized methods of conditioning in which I teach the animal its place within the walls of this facility. Sure, ogling over an animal's cuteness factor and scratching it behind the ear can be amusing, but my job isn't to initiate play. At the end of the day, all that matters are the notes I organize as I observe the animal, and whether or not the animal is catering to our every whim. Every animal that enters one of our research facilities should come to an intimate understanding of our supreme rule over their meaningless lives. They exist purely for our benefit, nothing more. We are the alphas, we are the leaders, we are the gods, and I must present myself as such. Otherwise, they won't learn." Deeply engaged in the other's words, Ichimatsu nodded and said, "Of course. And you know, it's not just about our safety, either," the alien further divulged. "The morals behind it are just. Our knowledge rises above the significance of any creature's existence. Submission and obedience is the only option. Their bodies are for our use, and their worthless desires are just an illusionary construct built from the thin fibers of their DNA. Although some animals may resist at first, we know what's best. Every behavioralist is to make sure their assigned specimen sees this philosophy as the unshakable truth. And I have every intention of completing this task." The fourth oldest grinned, a dark undertone tainting the expression. "Spoken like a true professional," he said. Choromatsu's serious expression softened. "You really think so?" he asked a bit more sheepishly. "Yeah, you'll do fine," Ichimatsu told him. "Anyway, I think they're about to open the doors. You ready? The behavioralist took a moment to give a deep inhale, then exhale. Yeah, he finally replied. I'm ready. Good luck. It was only so recently that Choromatsu had changed. Ichimatsu let out a sigh as he remembered his final thoughts right before the initial processing examination. He thought so highly of Choromatsu's passion and was certain nothing would get in the way of him becoming the most well-respected behavioral specialist there was. Everything was so normal, and everything was okay. Then, those damn humans showed up. Although it did still make him worry, Ichimatsu could tolerate Choromatsu's compassion for Osomatsu and Choromatsu. He was iffy about it, but he didn't look down on the guy or anything. To him, it was just a little weird. This new ailment, however. Ichimatsu knew something was seriously wrong. He had never seen Choromatsu behave in such an erratic way before. He was far from himself at the moment and was clearly very ill. Ichimatsu knew of the frequent nosebleeds his friend had been experiencing, and he even knew Choromatsu had been feeling more fatigued than usual. But he didn't think anything of it. He had gotten a nosebleed himself just the other day, and nearly all of his co-workers were exhausted. Not to mention, Choromatsu was absolutely overworking himself for the sake of these humans. It was only natural he was a little tired. Only now though was it apparent he was suffering from something more than just a little exhaustion. Unfortunately, no one had any idea what was causing it. All any of them could do was investigate. And Ichimatsu was keen on doing so. Intermission. Osomatsu let out a couple coughs, his nostrils and lungs suddenly becoming invaded by an unfamiliar and oddly potent scent. It was foreign and overbearing, though not particularly bad. Something about its essence brought the man's consciousness immediately to what? With another more forced huff, his eyelids fluttered lethargically. In his view, he caught a large, alien hand moving away from his face, fingers wrapped around a vial. It hovered to his left, waving past his roommate's nose only briefly before he too started coughing. With both humans unexpectedly being awoken by this chemical, they slowly sat up, each giving their own sleepy groan. What the? Choromatsu asked groggily, rubbing his eyes. Osomatsu looked up at their visitor, watching it stand up straight and pop a lid back onto the vial. It then engaged in a short transformation, shifting from alien to human as it pocketed the item. Ichimatsu? The eldest blinked a few times, still struggling to transition from the sudden and forced awakening. Ichimatsu towered over the specimens, staring down at them like they were no different from dirty animals in captivity. With the slightest of nods, he triggered the activation of Osomatsu and Choromatsu's wristbands and muzzles, binding them in an instant. The humans frowned, paying his suspicious demeanor no mind, and were quick to begin their questioning. What happened? Inquired the blue Matsu. Ichimatsu, why are you here? Where's Choromatsu? Is he okay? The red chimed in, giving his eye one more sleepy rub. He collapsed, didn't he? Where is he? Was he sent home? Staring down in askance at the two primal beings, Ichimatsu gave an indeterminate hum. He hesitated, thinking his question over before deciding to go about this directly. You two. He began in his deep, monotonous voice. Did you do something to Choromatsu? Osomatsu and Choromatsu each shared a small A and glanced at each other in innocent confusion. Then, both wearing a perplexed frown, they turned back to the doctor standing over them. No, we didn't do anything, Osomatsu claimed first, his eyes big and childlike. Ichimatsu looked the eldest up and down skeptically, pausing before speaking. Neither of you hurt him in any way? Bit him? Stung him? Even touched him? He pressed. Choromatsu furrowed his brows in growing uncertainty. Of course not, he assured. It all happened suddenly, completely out of the blue. Millimeter. Not buying their claims just yet, the doctor squinted at the two. Then, can you walk me through what happened before he collapsed? Well. Osomatsu brought a finger to his chin, looking up as he thought back. Let's see. He came in, said we were going to the feeding room, kind of went over the plans for the day, talked to Choromatsu about a book, then he just got a nosebleed and collapsed. Ichimatsu peered at the red Matsu suspiciously. You weren't the cause of his nosebleed? Choromatsu pursed his lips, growing apprehensive at the accusations Ichimatsu was clearly alluding to. Ichimatsu, do you think we're responsible for this? He asked seriously. Well. The alien took a brief moment to organize his thoughts, thinking over his words carefully before continuing. Our team is currently trying to narrow down the possible cause of Choromatsu's sudden illness. Considering he spends the majority of his time working one-on-one with you, it's only natural we investigate you before anything else. Osomatsu sent the other a disappointed look. That's messed up, we wouldn't hurt Choromatsu. Ichimatsu raised an unamused brow. Well, you definitely have before, he reminded. Choromatsu shot Osomatsu a look of disbelief. Osomatsu formed a guilty expression. Well, I wouldn't hurt him now, the dumb man clarified. Sure, I punched him that one time and took him hostage another, but we have a mutual understanding of each other. Look, it's just protocol, the fourth oldest huffed. My assignment right now is to further investigate the likes of you so we can either confirm or eliminate the most likely trigger for his illness. The trigger being, us. Choromatsu questioned. The trigger originating from you, to be more precise, Ichimatsu stated. Like a type of toxin, for instance. The way he's behaving could easily be linked to some form of neurotoxin being emitted by a nearby animal, i.e. you. The blue Matsu frowned and said, I've never heard of humans being poisonous before. Even if no direct production is being practiced, it does happen occasionally where an animal's biology conflicts with our own, the alien explained. It could be linked to anything from the specimen's diet to its scent. Of course, there's always the possibility it's secreting these toxins knowingly. Choromatsu looked down at his muzzle and pulled at the wrists still bound behind his back. But, because you don't know for sure. Ichimatsu nodded and confirmed, it's recommended we keep you bound and under careful control just in case. Just until further testing is done to confirm or disprove our suspicions. Can't Choromatsu vouch for us? Osomatsu argued. He should know better than anyone that we're innocent. The alien averted his gaze. Not in a proper state of mind at the moment. He's proven incapable of communicating the problem. I see. Choromatsu pursed his lips with a soft look of concern. I'm worried about him. We're allowing him to rest in another room as the situation is investigated, Ichimatsu told them. The nurse on shift examining him says his illness doesn't seem to be causing immediate danger. He's almost completely normal outside his mental state. Hell, for all I know the guy could just be overworking himself. Not too uncommon. Ichimatsu looked up to face both Osomatsu and Choromatsu as he continued. We have to get you two fed before we proceed with any tests. I'll take you to the feeding room. So, does this mean we're not doing the cognitive stuff Choromatsu mentioned? Osomatsu asked. The purple Matsu shook his head and said, finding the origin of Choromatsu's sudden onset of symptoms takes a little higher priority. We'll run a few examinations, ones you probably won't find comfortable, and take it from there. So, slipping his hands behind his back formally, Ichimatsu gave his simple command. If you would, please stand and follow me. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sent each other looks of unease, hesitating before they complied. They stood to their feet and stepped off the mattress, following the doctor out of the bedroom. From there, they went on their way to the feeding room. The trio spared few words before entering the familiar area, strolling inside where they were greeted by a couple other aliens. Deviating from the norm, these aliens appeared to already have had their trays set up at the table. Obediently, Osomatsu and Choromatsu approached the table and took their usual seats. At this time, their muzzles deactivated, their ankle bands snapped to the legs of the chairs, and their wristbands deactivated momentarily, activating once more to keep their wrists together in front instead of behind. With that, they were ready to eat. Choromatsu reluctantly took his cup of water-like substance and began to take sips while Osomatsu picked up one of the food items and began to eat. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu sat across the room from them and opened up Choromatsu's notepad, reading over the behavioralist's last few note entries once more. As the two humans dined on their humble meal, Choromatsu spoke up. Is it common for animals you abduct to end up poisonous one way or another? He inquired. Without looking up, Ichimatsu replied, You don't even know the half of it. Aside from natural biological conflicts, an organism can secrete all kinds of dangerous chemicals. Neurotoxins, radiation poisons, pulmonary toxins, muscular toxins, or zaps as we like to call them, the list goes on. It can be dangerous working with foreign animals incompatible with your own planet's biology. You never know what their mere presence may trigger. I guess it makes sense, though it didn't cross my mind that it would be such a common issue, the man remarked. Many animals display aggression upon first being abducted, as well. Zoocytes, Florioporillas, caniswallows. Ichimatsu glared up at the eldest. Him. Osomatsu frowned with a, hey. But even when Osomatsu was acting out, Choromatsu never got sick like this, the doctor notes. Of course, the effects of an incompatible biological component can be gradual or have a delayed activation time, so we really don't know. How are you so sure he isn't just sick? Osomatsu suggested, taking a bite of his food and chewing as he went on. Like, what if he caught a disease? Unlikely, stated Ichimatsu. You don't have any sicknesses with these kinds of symptoms. Not at all, the other said. What about when he was on Earth? Choromatsu indicated. Maybe he caught something there? After all, I'm sure traveling to other planets can be dangerous. I don't think so, he answered, shaking his head. Everyone who went through that wormhole followed strict protocol upon being rescued. We were isolated, cleaned, and carefully inspected for any potential diseases. Any foreign microorganisms on our persons were promptly removed. As far as contact with you two goes, contracting anything from you after abduction should also be an impossibility, unless there was a mistake in your initial processing and transfer. You were both treated and cleaned upon abduction from your planet. Choromatsu cocked his head. Wait, when did you clean us? He asked. I don't remember being cleaned after waking up on this ship. You were sedated during the process, the fourth eldest replied. It's a 4-step, standard procedure for every specimen we collect. It involves a sterile wash of the body, a rinse using a specialized sanitizer, drying, and finally, a spray in the mouth. A spray in the mouth, huh? Osomatsu thought back, trying to recall his first abduction. Now that Ichimatsu mentioned it, that process did sound familiar. It's for cleanliness purposes, but that's not really important, Ichimatsu told them. All that matters is that you two were properly handled every time you entered this facility. Therefore, the migration of any disease from your species to our own should be impossible. So, if it's not a disease from your own planet and it's not a disease from ours, then... Choromatsu frowned, looking down at his food with a discouraged look in his eyes. Just, how likely do you think it is that something in our biology is toxic to him? Ichimatsu pressed the dull end of his pen to his lips thoughtfully. Millimeter. He pulled back his mouth, making an unsure expression. Well, given what we know, which isn't a lot, I'd think it's pretty likely. A new specimen of study shows up and its caretaker grows ill within just a week. It seems abundantly clear if not just coincidence. He brought the pen back down to the notepad and added a quick note to Choromatsu's collection as he continued. Right now, we have the doctor looking him over and testing for foreign infection. We also sent a signal back to our superiors to test our ship's energy processors and regulators and whatnot. Sounds like you guys know what you're doing, Osomatsu said with another bite of his food. Yeah. Our top priority is making sure everyone is safe, so... Choromatsu tried to send Ichimatsu a smile and told him, well, if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know. As always, all you two have to do is display submissive behavior and follow my orders as we run our tests, he said. Just, don't protest. It'll make it easier on us. Will do, Choromatsu willfully nodded. Anything to help find the cause for Choromatsu's illness? Well... maybe not anything. Osomatsu mumbled under his breath. After all, you said the tests are going to be painful. No, not quite, Ichimatsu claimed. I've seen how you two act though, and I don't think you're going to like them. What kind of tests are we looking at here? There are 4 areas we examine, and it's a fairly simple process, the doctor explained. I won't fill you in on the details though, because I know you'll just get antsy. Osomatsu lowered his eyelids into a glare and pouted. Choromatsu would have filled us in. And every time he did, you became uncooperative. I don't know about Choromatsu, but if it's going to be painful, I think I'd like to know what it is ahead of time, the eldest stated. You can't just tell me that it'll be uncomfortable then leave me hanging. My mistake, then, said Ichimatsu. Next time I just won't say anything. Osomatsu gave an irritated growl and chewed a bite of his food. Choromatsu gave a little sigh and took a bite as well, initiating a silence that lasted for a few minutes. The two human specimens finished their humble meal fairly quickly as Ichimatsu continued to study Choromatsu's notes on them, looking for anything that might be helpful. As the end of their feeding time drew closer, the humans were ready to accept yet another uneventful meal and move on to testing. That acceptance, however, was largely premature. It came suddenly, without any forewarning or indication. Ichimatsu blinked. He wriggled his nose as he felt a tickle on his upper lip. Without thinking, he brought 2 fingers to his face to touch something wet on his skin. Something wet and cold. He furrowed his eyebrows and stared down at his fingertips, now painted in a strange, inky substance. At this time, Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced up, noticing what was happening. They immediately grew alarmed as they watched blood drip down Ichimatsu's face, from his nose to his chin and finally to the floor. "Ah! Ichimatsu, your nose!" Osomatsu called. For a moment, Ichimatsu simply processed what he was seeing. His nose, it was bleeding, seemingly out of nowhere. He hesitated. Then, his eyes grew wide as he jumped to his feet in alarm. His skin and appearance fluttered as he didn't waste any time shifting back into his natural alien form. The 2 humans watched as he approached his co-workers hastily. 2 of them ran off as another quickly retrieved a white cloth, pressing it to the other's nose to ease the bleeding. Osomatsu sent a glance Choromatsu's way. "Another nosebleed," he whispered warily. "Yeah, just like Choromatsu." The other frowned. "You don't think?" Osomatsu began, not finishing his sentence as it was clear what he was alluding to. "I don't know," Choromatsu replied uneasily. "Could it just be a coincidence?" Millimeter. They quietly watched the scene play out, witnessing as the alien that was Ichimatsu was led out of the room. They were left alone with one other alien, sitting before empty trays while still bound by their wrists and ankles. A silence ensued as they waited impatiently for Ichimatsu's return. It would be about 3 or 4 minutes before he finally did. Ichimatsu entered the room alongside the alien he had left with, shifting back into his human form with hands formally behind his back. He was all cleaned up and his nose was no longer bleeding. He looked down at the 2 humans and spoke. "All right, it's time for us to go." Osomatsu sent him an apprehensive look and exclaimed, "Wait, hold on." Aramatsu jumped in immediately after, adding, "You just got a nosebleed, right? Just like Choromatsu?" "Nosebleeds can be common, sometimes," he mumbled. "Especially when the facility is ever moving. When the ship nears galaxies and planets with high gravitational pulls, it can throw off the blood flow and cause these sorts of things. It's kind of like constantly alternating between different altitudes. It's nothing to worry about." "Are you sure?" Choromatsu pressed. "That's kind of worrisome that Choromatsu was having nosebleeds too, don't you think?" The alien squinted at Choromatsu and muttered, "There's also the fact that I've taken his place in caring for you too." He sent a nod, triggering their muzzles to reappear, their wristbands to readjust and bind them from behind, and the bands around their ankles to deactivate. "Stand." Osomatsu and Choromatsu sent each other brief, skeptical glances. They wondered if it would be productive to argue further, but ultimately decided to just comply. They knew it would be best to just obey in hopes of finding the problem sooner than later. They stood to their feet and began to follow Ichimatsu and the two other aliens out of the feeding room. It was time to head to the testing room. It only took a few minutes for the group to make their way to the familiar location they had been to so many times. Osomatsu and Choromatsu entered before Ichimatsu, glancing around with slightly timid expressions. "Right, so, remind me, how uncomfortable are we talking?" he asked, fiddling with his fingers. Ichimatsu walked past them and gave a small hum as he began working with a computer. "Go sit," he ordered curtly. The specimens turned their attention uneasily to the center of the room. There sat two testing tables parallel from each one for each human. They each approached their respective tables and hopped up, sitting with legs dangling off the side. "What happens to us if you find out we're actually poisonous to your species?" Osomatsu asked. "Then, it will be take care of it," Ichimatsu replied simply. "That sounds ominous," the eldest frowned. "Depending on how deep-rooted the toxin is in your biology, it may require some adjusting to your bodies." The humans each shared a grimace as four aliens gathered around their testing tables, two for each human, ready to begin their examination. Choromatsu gulped nervously as his hands were suddenly freed from their bound state and his muzzle vanished. As he pulled his arms out in front to stretch, his wrists were taken and gently positioned while his torso was pushed back so as to lie him down. The workers did the same to Osomatsu. They both submissively allowed themselves to be handled, showing subtle signs of their discomfort. "As long as you two stay still and allow us to work, I won't have you two restrained," Ichimatsu told them. "The moment either of you show any hesitation to obey, however, I won't hesitate to act." "Roger that," Osomatsu mumbled, now lying on his back and staring up at the ceiling, mirroring his fellow human. With that, their physical examination began. The first thing to occur was what the two could only surmise was some sort of scan. They blinked in surprise as the entire surface of their bodies changed from its usual appearance to that of a solid blue graph, blinking before sending a scan line down their bodies. Once the scan was complete, their skin and clothes went back to normal. From there, Choromatsu watched submissively as one alien took him by the hand, carefully analyzing his fingertips and nails. With one of the creature's many hands, it withdrew and opened up an odd, squishy box about 3 centimeters in length. The box opened up and was shut over the man's index finger for a few moments. When it was removed, his fingertip was coated in a glowing white gel. Its illumination faltered slightly for a moment before changing its color from white to orange. Then, it was wiped off. During this time, another alien took Choromatsu by the chin and tilted his head, looking at it from all angles. Choromatsu watched the alien from below curiously. No matter how many times he did this, it was still unsettling for him to be helplessly lying on a table while one of these demonic-looking entities examined him. The alien hesitated for a few long moments, then turned to Ichimatsu and spoke. "This one won't bite?" it inquired of its co-worker. Choromatsu's notes say Specimen B is more docile, and from what I've observed, that still reigns true, Ichimatsu replied. "So, no, it shouldn't." One of the aliens working on Osomatsu glanced up and spoke in a tone that could only be translated as amused. Yeah, the biting one is this one over here, it sneered. Even with Choromatsu gone, neither of them should bite, the purple Matsu claimed. The guy took them off level for aggression for a reason. Choromatsu glanced up at the aliens talking, intrigued by their language. He knew they were talking about him and Osomatsu, but of course, had no idea what they could be saying. The alien tending to Choromatsu continued its work by gently prying his mouth open. It withdrew a new device and presented it to him. This device almost resembled a popsicle stick, only a bit more advanced. The alien stuck it inside, then brought Choromatsu's mouth to a close over it. It allowed the device to sit in his mouth for a few moments before slipping it out. Of course, this process and the previous were repeated by the aliens working on Osomatsu, as well. The examination proceeded with the first alien at each table taking out a small container housing a strange, sapphire blue substance. The lid was removed and 3 fingers were stuck inside to grab a small handful of the glittery powder. Then, without warning, the puff of powder was flicked at Osomatsu and Choromatsu's faces. They both gasped in surprise and immediately began coughing as they inadvertently inhaled the blue powder. What the H cough L. Osomatsu gagged. What is thy cough is? His companion added. Choromatsu continued coughing for a moment, spitting blue from his lungs. As he caught his breath, he realized that the blue wasn't going away. Panting for air, he blinked in surprise as he watched his own breath manifest just like it would on a chilly day in autumn. Every time he exhaled, whether it be from his nose or mouth, a dark blue wisp of air swirled out and dissipated into the atmosphere. The blue was significantly darker than the hue that had been thrown at them. Whoa! He uttered with wide, curious eyes. Osomatsu smacked his lips a couple times, tasting the chalky substance before he too realized he could now see his breath. He sat up on the testing table and glanced at Ichimatsu curiously. As he spoke, whirls of blue mist gently colored his words. What is this? He asked, pointing at his visible breath. Some kind of poison detector. Without looking up from his notes, Ichimatsu replied, yeah, actually. It changes color depending on the molecules present in each exhale. Though. The alien added one more note before glancing at the humans, eyeing the color present. The results aren't very alarming. That's good. Ichimatsu set his notes aside and approached the tables, exchanging a couple words with his coworkers before turning to the humans with a sense of authority. Alright, the first area of examination is complete. Let's move on. Who wants to go first? He asked them. Choromatsu, who was now sitting up, glanced at Osomatsu. He mirrored the other's blank stare. They stayed silent for a moment before looking back at Ichimatsu. I guess I can go first, Choromatsu offered, hoping he wouldn't regret it. Whatever this is, it might be better going in blind. Ichimatsu nodded. Come. Osomatsu watched curiously as Choromatsu hopped from the testing table and joined Ichimatsu at his side. Ichimatsu signaled his coworkers before walking with one other alien to the other side of the room. There, a small chamber was set up, much similar to the one used during the spectrology report, though a bit smaller. It was the same chamber that Osomatsu had been in during Choromatsu's emotional response experiment. Ichimatsu opened the door leading in from the side and allowed Choromatsu to enter before him. Choromatsu was hesitant but complied and walked through the doorway into the small room, followed by Ichimatsu and one more alien. Once inside, Choromatsu looked around like a lost child. The room was mostly empty, save an odd object at the other end. The alien entered from behind Choromatsu and stayed closer to the back wall, seemingly keeping out of the way. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu entered and shut the door behind, ensuring the three were secured inside the chamber. Choromatsu sent glances each way before fixating his gaze back upon the weird object only a couple meters before him. Cocking his head, he analyzed it from a distance and carefully looked over its color, shape, and texture. It was a large cylindrical object sitting upright, about the size of a punching bag, just a tad bit taller than Choromatsu himself. Its coloring was interesting, a black, murky, translucent gel that almost appeared to have bits of glitter scattered about within. It looked smooth, yet squishy. At first glance, it didn't appear to be a biodevice of any sort, but the thought did cross Choromatsu's mind. As the other aliens stood back respectively, Ichimatsu approached Choromatsu and stood by his side. "What is that thing?" he questioned sheepishly. "What's going to happen?" "I thought you said you were happy going into this blind?" Ichimatsu asked, raising a brow. "Well..." Choromatsu bit his lip, beginning to sweat nervously. "Yes and no. Just some reassurance would be nice. It doesn't hurt, if that's what you're asking." Ichimatsu opened his coat and reached into the inner pocket, pulling out a familiar flashlight-shaped device, one that Osomatsu, still watching from the other side of the chamber wall, immediately recognized. "Oh, it's that thing again," he mumbled to himself. Choromatsu recognized the device too, recalling it having been used on him just the other day. It was an advanced piece of technology that seemed to have the capacity of mind control, at least, to an extent. It was something that could not only command bodily movement, but also trigger a state of unconsciousness at a moment's notice. The two humans wondered how exactly it was going to be utilized this time around. Ichimatsu adjusted the controls of the device briefly before pressing the screen at the end of the barrel against the side of Choromatsu's head firmly. Adjusting the angle slightly and pushing it deeper against Choromatsu's temple, Ichimatsu gave his coworker a glance and a nod. Then, he spoke in a tone that was assertive and commanding, like he were telling a dog to do a trick. "Choromatsu," he began, loud and clear. "Stimulate your fight or flight. Simulate aggression. Attack the object." With that, there was a click. Choromatsu's breath hitched as his pupils suddenly shrank in obedience to the bizarre, non-tangible pressure being beamed into his brain. In an instant, he lost control of everything. He was no longer in charge of his body. Not a single thought could be had before he leapt into action without a lick of consent. His eyebrows furrowed darkly and his upper lip raised into a ferocious snarl as he lunged forward like a rabid wolf out for blood. He couldn't stop himself. There were no thoughts preceding the actions, he couldn't even foresee what he himself was about to do. It was reminiscent of watching a film play out as an audience member, trapped in a state of dormant observation without the power to intervene. In a matter of seconds, onlookers witnessed as Choromatsu savagely tackled the object, throwing himself against it with all his power and brutally clamping sharp teeth down into its soft, yet unbreaking exterior. At the same time, he dug his nails deeply into the device like a tiger clawing its adversary. It was such a significant change. Not moments ago, he'd looked so timid and well-behaved. Now, his eyes were filled with fury and his canines were locked into the squishy object's body. He looked wild, almost insane. There was no time for Choromatsu to do any more damage. Without allowing so much as a second for the man to deviate from his attacking position, the cylindrical device was triggered. Like a flexible glob of goo, it broke from its rigid state and blossomed out from each area it was receiving stimulation. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as it flourished over his mouth and jaw, wrapping all the way around his head and locking him in place entirely, forced to continue biting down. His hands were also enveloped in the strange matter, and the force these appendages exerted were enough to cause Choromatsu to stumble back onto the ground. He collapsed as the biodevice took dominance, its body leering over him while he was pinned securely by both his hands and his face. At this point, Choromatsu was feeling panicked. He couldn't wrap his head around how his body acted on its own accord and viciously attacked this object. He also wasn't expected to so quickly be taken down and pinned by said object. The whole ordeal had an uncomfortable, foreign feeling to it that he didn't like. He was ready to take a step back and catch his breath, but the aliens had other plans. Ichimatsu knelt by Choromatsu's side and pressed the screen of the device against the side of his head once more. He commanded, without the other's consent. Demonstrate aggression. Fight your way out. Then, there was another click. Choromatsu's vision blurred at how quickly his pupils contracted in subservience, and he didn't have the chance to argue before he once again became a monster. He could barely give his frightened huff before agitated growls rumbled from his throat. It was a strange feeling. Although he felt alienated from the control over his body, he still felt what his body felt. And at that moment, his body was filled with inexplicable rage. He could feel the hormonal shift from his previously calm state as his veins were pumped full of adrenaline. His heart beat faster, and with every breath came an involuntary roar muffled under the forced bite enveloped in the squishy matter. His arms quivered and twitched restlessly, unable to break free from their hold. Aside from kicking his legs and scraping his shoes along the floor, there was very little he could do. All he could do to alleviate the distress was bite down harder and claw the device deeper, ferociously attacking it. Finally, after a good minute of struggling and endless fighting, the device was pressed to his head for the last time. Rest. Comply. Display submission and return to a docile state. As soon as he heard the click, Choromatsu's entire body collapsed. His eyelids fell halfway in exhaustion as his pupils dilated to an unrealistic level. His muscles still buzzed and burned in excitement, but they were easily persuaded to relax. The only movement the man gave was from his heaving chest, rapidly breathing over the panic of losing complete control of his body. He wondered if it was finally over. Choromatsu was quick to realize that the biodevice hadn't made any more movements. Its faceless body remained suspended above as it strongly pinned him to the ground, still keeping his jaw locked into the bite. Then, Choromatsu glanced up as he noticed the second alien approaching them. The alien stopped before the towering body and withdrew something new. It was a cylindrical mechanism with a thick needle protruding several inches out from the bottom. Without hesitation, the alien popped the heavy needle all the way inside the body of the squishy organism, which triggered a reading of the biodevice. It scanned momentarily before producing a holographic screen for the alien to look over. Ichimatsu stood from Choromatsu's side and joined his co-worker as they studied the results of the experiment. A minute or so passed before finally, they removed the cylindrical device and the organism let go. Choromatsu watched as its appendages squirmed back and merged with the body, reverting it back to its former punching bag-like shape. Once it was standing dormant once more, Choromatsu timidly sat up. He kept a hand clasped over his chest as he panted heavily in relief. By now, the blue breath that was so vivid prior had begun to fade. "They're all done." Choromatsu looked up to see Ichimatsu holding out a helping hand. He hesitated before reaching for it and was helped up to his feet. With that, Choromatsu was led out of the chamber. Choromatsu kept a tense demeanor as he submissively sat back on his respective testing table, still trying to calm his body from the intense array of emotions it had just experienced. Osomatsu watched with a hint of worry before turning his attention to Ichimatsu. "Your turn, Osomatsu," the doctor announced. Well, okay." The man stuttered nervously. He slid from the table and followed Ichimatsu inside the chamber, where the other alien was already waiting. The door was shut and Osomatsu stood before the large, cylindrical biodevice in uncertainty, fiddling with his fingers. Ichimatsu approached with the gun-shaped device, standing by the man's side. Osomatsu eyed the device and frowned. "You don't have to use that thing on me. I think I got the picture of what I'm supposed to do." He tried to laugh, visibly nervous. Ichimatsu shook his head and said, "No, we still need to do this." "But why?" The other whined. "We have to trigger a genuine fear response in the specimen in order to extract any possible venom," he explained. "So, this is necessary." Osomatsu hummed nervously, shifting in place before giving an accepting huff. "Oh, okay, fine." With the man's verbal consent given, Ichimatsu then proceeded to press the screen of the device against Osomatsu's head. With a click following his words, he spoke. "Simulate aggression. Attack the object." The moment Osomatsu heard the noise, he lost control of his body. Just like Choromatsu, he turned feral and hauled himself forward to attack with no mercy. He bit down and clawed, only to be quickly stopped and locked into place by the biodevice. Then, he was pinned to the ground. The process was the exact same. He only had a few moments to catch his breath before Ichimatsu knelt and repeated the command, squeezing out the last bit of hostility before finally allowing him to rest. Once Osomatsu's display was complete, Ichimatsu stood and joined his coworker. They inserted their scanning device into the blob and looked over the results. After they did so, the process was finally complete. As the biodevice reconstructed itself back into its dormant form, Osomatsu sat up with an irritated expression. He wiped any lingering spit from his chin, not having been able to control himself and keep clean. He then stood to his feet quickly, not allowing Ichimatsu the chance to help him up. He turned to Ichimatsu in harmless irk and reached out, taking the flashlight-shaped device right out of the alien's hands. "What's with you guys and this stupid device, anyway?" he asked, examining it from all angles. "You know it isn't fun being controlled like a robot, right?" Ichimatsu growled with a subtle expression of anxiety as he withdrew his 4 extra arms to efficiently snatch the device back. "This isn't a toy, Osomatsu," he scolded. "Don't just take things from my hands." Osomatsu gave a huff as the 3 occupants left the chamber and Osomatsu returned to his testing table. "So, what's next?" he asked, plopping down on the metallic table and allowing his legs to swing off the side. "Well, Ichimatsu opened his notepad and jotted down a few notes, allowing a silence to sink in before putting it down and glancing back up at the two. He looked at Choromatsu, then at Osomatsu. Finally, he nodded to himself. Yeah, we should restrain you two for this next part. What? Osomatsu exclaimed. With that, Ichimatsu signaled his partners, who nodded in response. Then, to Osomatsu and Choromatsu's surprise, their neck bands activated. They were brought down against the testing table as it magnetically connected, but they weren't on their backs this time. Instead, they were on their knees with their upper halves forcefully pulled down toward the table surface. At this time, their muzzles also activated once more along with their wristbands and they were bound from behind. Really? Osomatsu huffed with a little pout. I like Choromatsu a lot better. He doesn't restrain us for everything like you do. Ichimatsu eyed the man and said, I think he'd probably restrain you for this part, too. What are you guys going to be doing now? Choromatsu asked. This is the third phase of our testing in search of toxin secretion, informed the alien. It shouldn't hurt. But, you're not going to like it. The two humans gave each other uneasy looks as the bands around their ankles activated, pinning their feet down and forcing their behinds to stick up in the air. Choromatsu formed a panicked look. Wait, don't tell me. You're not about to stick something up our asses, are you? Osomatsu questioned, also growing panicked. No, they wouldn't. Choromatsu, in his frightened state, tried desperately to chuckle. They wouldn't anally probe us. That's way too on the nose, isn't it? No, they definitely would. The other whined. Ichimatsu looked the two over, unamused. So noisy. He complained. You humans are so quick to stir up panic. Well, of course we're going to panic. Osomatsu yelled back. What's this position you have us in, anyway? What are we, dogs? It won't be so bad. Now. Ichimatsu strolled over to Osomatsu, placing a palm over the man's eyes in attempt to assuage. Just try to relax, it'll make this process a whole lot easier. Osomatsu growled and jerked his head away from Ichimatsu's touch. At this time, one of his alien companions approached and took his pants by the hem. He could feel its cold fingers slip beneath the fabric against his skin, sending a chill up his spine. Wait, I don't consent to this. He cried out. Why would you do this? This isn't some sort of alien abduction movie. Calm yourself already, the alien hushed. Osomatsu grimaced uncomfortably as his pants were pulled down, exposing his cheeks in the demeaning position he was in. It felt cold and vulnerable, and he didn't like it. Could we just skip this test and move on to something else? He begged. Osomatsu. Ichimatsu sent the other a dark expression. It's going to hurt if you don't relax. It's a fast process, so we'll just go ahead and get it over with quickly. Choromatsu gave a shiver himself as his pants were too pulled from his waist down to his knees. This was all happening so suddenly. He was actually about to be probed by aliens. God, this was embarrassing. Despite his protests, he tried to remain a little less vocal than his cellmate. He wanted to be as complacent as possible. Not only was this for Choromatsu's sake, But he didn't really see these creatures as the enemy the same way Osomatsu did. This process was just science, after all. At this point, an alien approached Osomatsu with a gadget in hand. It had a wavy sort of shape, with the center pinched inward and the outer ends thicker like a butt plug. The largest circumference of the device was only a couple centimeters, but it was still a lot to take at once. The man watched nervously as the alien began coating its exterior in some gel, perhaps a lubricant. Then, it took each of Osomatsu's cheeks and spread them to make room. He blushed deeply and shook his head furiously. "No way. Don't you dare. Get that away." The alien didn't respond to his cries in any way and neared the device closer to his hole. In moments, the icy, lubricated edge made contact with the outer rim. Osomatsu shuddered. That's cold," he whimpered, clenching his teeth. Osomatsu gave an uncomfortable whine as pressure was applied, his blush only glowing further. The alien moved tediously slow, seemingly knowing the sensitivity and tightness of the area and not wanting to hurt him. It was a little nice to know they weren't going to just ram it in, but the whole process was still torturous. "Seriously, I don't like this," Osomatsu moaned. "I mean..." Ichimatsu averted his gaze. "I'm sure it's uncomfortable, but I think you're being a little dramatic." Osomatsu snapped his attention to the alien with an angry, flustered face. "This is humiliating," he hissed. Ichimatsu raised a questioning brow and repeated, "Humiliating." Before Osomatsu could explain, he let out a small groan. The physical sensations were vivid in his mind. He could feel every inch of the gadget as it slowly entered through his tight muscles. Thankfully, the tip started as small as a finger, but it was much too quick to grow despite the alien's gentle pace. His breath now becoming labored, Osomatsu turned back to Ichimatsu with an irritated glare. "Yes, it's humiliating," he growled. "You have me pinned down with my ass up while you stick something inside. How am I not supposed to feel shame?" Ichimatsu hummed curiously and cocked his head before pulling out his notes and scanning through them carefully. "Wait, hold on," he mumbled. "Is this expression of shame tied to what Choromatsu mentioned? Your species' sexual inhibitions? Does this process arouse you?" Osomatsu shut his eyes tight and cried, "God, don't even say that." Looking up in wonder, Ichimatsu continued, "I suppose, the animal sexologist did go over this, didn't he? He mentioned this being an erogenous zone for your species. If you're finding shame and discomfort in the anal probing process, then we must certainly be triggering a sexual response in doing this." "Interesting." Osomatsu gave a defeated sigh and rolled his head to glance at Choromatsu. "These guys just don't get it," he huffed, exasperated. Choromatsu gave a timid nod in agreement. Suddenly he let out a gasp as he felt two cold alien hands grab him by the hips. Meanwhile, Osomatsu couldn't hold back another small moan as the device continued slowly pressing inside of him, stretching him wider than he'd ever, as a virgin, been stretched before. Although the device couldn't have been longer than 6 inch, including the center pinch and the handle, it felt like it was going much deeper than that. The alien continued to move slowly, almost painfully. It was an absolutely bizarre sensation. HNN. Choromatsu gave a small whine as the hem of his pants were grasped and pulled down to his knees, exposing his bare ass into the open air. He felt as the alien pried open his cheeks and, just like it had been done to Osomatsu, began pressing the tip of a second lubricated device against his hole. A strong shiver was shot up his spine as his most private area was suddenly invaded by the foreign object. Slowly, pressure was applied and he began to open. "What the hell?" he uttered in a breathy whisper. It was wet and invasive, and in a way, demeaning. He couldn't help but tighten in embarrassment, making it harder for the device to be inserted. The alien went slow and steady, careful not to hurt the specimen as he struggled slightly. He didn't like this. By this point in time, Osomatsu gave a shaky sigh as the device was finally settled inside of him. His hole shrank over the pinch in the rod, locking the probe in place with the handle sticking out. The alien let go of his hips and left everything in place before turning and exchanging a few foreign words with others. Osomatsu pursed his lips and squirmed slightly, tightening himself and loosening once more as he comprehended his predicament. "This sucks," he mumbled under his breath. Tell me about it." Choromatsu whimpered as the device was pushed further inside of him, continuously filling him up. Within a minute, the device settled inside just like with Osomatsu, and Choromatsu was left to hold it in place. At this time, Ichimatsu turned to them and spoke. "As my colleagues watch over you two, I'm going to go check up on Choromatsu," he told them. "The probes need to stay inserted for a minute or two, so just relax." "Sure, relax, okay," Osomatsu replied sarcastically. "This is a perfectly relaxing setting, should be easy enough." Ichimatsu nodded to his partners and transformed back into his alien form before walking out of the room, leaving Osomatsu and Choromatsu in their torturous positions. Osomatsu gave a huff and slumped further onto the testing table, defeated. Nothing like being experimented by aliens in a spaceship, right? He asked his companion, not making eye contact while stuck in this position. "Yeah. This is the life," Choromatsu groaned. "Jesus, how humiliating." "Well, at least it can't get much worse than this," the other said, offering his words as a half-assed attempt to comfort. The two humans talked for several long, painful minutes. With the devices sticking out of their asses, it felt like an eternity of waiting for the process to be over. They refused to look at each other, feeling overwhelmingly awkward as time passed. Soon, Ichimatsu returned. He approached the two hesitantly in his alien form before shifting back into a human. When Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced up, they quickly noticed a look tainted in subtle concern. "Finally, you're back," the eldest sighed. "Can you get these things out of us already?" Ichimatsu hummed in uncertainty, eyeing the two carefully. He had a worrisome expression and appeared tense. "You two," he began. "You haven't seen Choromatsu, have you?" Osomatsu and Choromatsu blinked and glanced at each other, making eye contact for the first time since the probing had started. Then, they turned their attention back to the alien, confused. "No, we haven't," Choromatsu claimed. "You can't find him?" Ichimatsu frowned and turned to his companions, exchanging some words before responding to Choromatsu. "He was resting in the break room," the alien told them. "But when I went to check on him, he was gone." "I thought he wasn't feeling well," Osomatsu stated. "Where would he have wandered off to?" Ichimatsu shook his head and said, "No idea. I'm a little worried though. It's not like him to just disappear." Ichimatsu strolled behind Osomatsu and glanced at the device inside of him, giving a remark to another alien. His companion alien nodded and began toying with the device, wringing a whine from Osomatsu. At the same time, another alien began removing Choromatsu's device, as well. "We're finished here, as our fourth test requires a bit of preparation," he announced. "We'll get you ready to go and I'll walk you two back to your room for the time being." Osomatsu gave a breathy moan as he felt the device slowly slide out from his behind. He stretched wide and painfully before he could start to relax under the narrowing tip. Finally, he was freed from the probe. Choromatsu was freed as well, giving a sigh of relief as their pants were pulled up. "Thank God," Osomatsu said, relieved. Their neckbands and ankle bands deactivated, leaving only their wristbands and muzzles active. They both sat up and stretched their necks to work out any kinks from the uncomfortable position. Ichimatsu signaled them to follow, leaving a few last words with his coworkers. In their native tongue, one spoke up in questioning. "Are you fine taking them both back by yourself?" it asked. Yeah, it'll be fine," Ichimatsu replied. "I'll be back in a minute, so just update me then. Try calling him while I'm gone." "Got it." Osomatsu and Choromatsu hopped from their testing tables and joined Ichimatsu at his side, where he gestured them forward towards the door. They complied and walked ahead, surveyed by the alien. The three walked down the hallways of the enormous spaceship, following a familiar path that both had taken plenty of times during their stay. As they walked, they conversed worriedly. Choromatsu began. "So, Choromatsu," he started, eyeing Ichimatsu. "I've never seen him act like this before." The alien replied quietly, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Yeah, something's not right with the guy," Osomatsu added. "He's acting pretty weird." He was acting more than just weird. Ichimatsu paused, then looked away from the specimens dismissively. "But, you two really shouldn't concern yourselves over that." Choromatsu raised a brow and glanced back. "I mean, of course we're going to be concerned." With an uncertain hum, the doctor replied, "But, it's really not your place to be, you know." "What do you mean?" Choromatsu questioned. Ichimatsu rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, "I mean, you're just the animals he studies. It's not like you're his friend or anything." Choromatsu's expression became discouraged as he turned to look at Ichimatsu, stopping right in his tracks. Osomatsu mirrored his friend's movements with a similar attitude. "That's not fair to say," Choromatsu asserted sternly. "I agree," Osomatsu said. "I mean, I might not like the guy, but yeah, sure, I guess he's my friend." Ichimatsu looked the two specimens in the eyes and pursed his lips. "I'm just saying. You should leave the worrying to us," he told them. "You're not here to stress over the well-being of the specialists. You're just here to be studied. It's none of your concern, really. We care about Choromatsu, and we want to make sure he's okay," the blue Matsu stated with a serious look. "Please, Ichimatsu, keep us updated on his condition, okay?" Ichimatsu gave a little hum and eyed Choromatsu for a moment before sighing. "Yeah, I'll keep you updated," he conceded. "Anyway, just keep walking." "Thanks." The two humans turned and began walking down the hallway once more. For most of the trip, it stayed quiet. It wasn't until they got closer to the bedroom when something strange happened. It had been a couple minutes since anyone had said anything. As they walked, Choromatsu blinked. He perked up and looked on ahead down the hall, listening carefully. He thought he could hear something. It sounded like static. No, that wasn't right, it was speech. It was the sound of an alien engaged in conversation. As the three got closer to the talking, Osomatsu noticed it, too. Ichimatsu raised a curious brow as it got a little louder, listening to the one-sided conversation that was taking place. Huh? He mumbled, seemingly confused by the words only he could understand. They quickly came upon the open door in which the speech was emanating from, Ichimatsu stopping in his tracks and peeking inside. Osomatsu and Choromatsu too stopped and watched curiously, where they perceived a lone alien staring tensely at a wall. There was no one else in the room, and the alien was motionless. It stared for a moment, pausing between words it uttered to no one. Ichimatsu hesitated, then spoke up in their native tongue. The lone alien perked up, appearing startled by Ichimatsu's sudden presence. It responded back, and the two exchanged a few words the humans couldn't understand. Then, Ichimatsu uneasily turned and patted the two humans, signaling them to keep walking. They gave each other a curious glance before complying. Once they made it further down the hall and out of earshot, Ichimatsu mumbled aloud to himself. "That was weird," he said. "What?" Osomatsu eyed Ichimatsu, intrigued. "What did he say?" "Well, Ichimatsu wrinkled his nose, confused. He was just talking to himself. Out loud. But I mean, I don't judge, so. Is that normal? You know, for your people? Choromatsu asked. Not particularly. Though, I guess to each their own, or something, the alien shrugged. I suppose I'd be lying if I said I've never talked to myself before. Anyway. Shrugging off the strange encounter, they soon made it to the room. Ichimatsu opened the door for Osomatsu and Choromatsu, allowing them to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, their wristbands deactivated and their muzzles came off. Osomatsu stretched his arms in relief. "Ah, finally," he sighed, relishing in the freedom. "Yeah, just relax for a bit," Ichimatsu told them. "We'll retrieve you two again in due time." Yeah, whatever," Osomatsu waved. With one last nod, Ichimatsu shifted back into his alien form and shut the door, leaving Osomatsu and Choromatsu alone in their room. Choromatsu flopped onto the bed and stared up at the ceiling, already mentally exhausted from the tests they had performed. "Well, that was an ordeal," he stated. "For sure," Osomatsu agreed. Then, he turned to the other and said, "I don't know about you, but..." Osomatsu approached the bathroom with the odd translucent wall and slipped halfway inside, sticking his head out to talk to Choromatsu. "I'll be about 5 minutes, so, don't bother me." Choromatsu sat up with a bewildered look. 5 minutes? Wait, are you? He gave his cellmate a judgmental squint. "Are you going to jack off?" Osomatsu's tone quickly changed to defensive as he said, "Look, I just had a really bizarre alien device shoved up my ass, and I was feeling weird things, okay? Just let me get off super quick and we don't have to talk about it again." Choromatsu stared for a long time, seeing as he was being completely serious. Finally, he sighed and plopped back down on the bed. "Let me go next," he said. "Will do." Intermission. End chapter 17. Chapter 18. Increasing Insanity. About 15 minutes went by as the two human captives idled in their room restlessly. They grew quite bored in the downtime and struggled to keep their minds occupied, especially after the events of that day. Nothing seemed to keep their interest, though they had no choice but to be patient. Osomatsu tried to stay busy with the building blocks from the toy chest while Choromatsu paced around aimlessly, occasionally glancing at the window into the stars and galaxies outside. As beautiful and ever-changing the universe was outside the facility, it was also quiet and gave little stimulation outside the visual aspect. At least, it wasn't as entertaining as a television. This lingering time period was lived with the occasional thought of Choromatsu crossing their minds. It was still largely unclear what was wrong with him, and they worried about their friend's well-being. Unfortunately, they were completely powerless in helping in any way. Not only was Choromatsu a completely different species from them, but his people also saw humans as animals and kept pretty strict control over their actions and whereabouts. There was no way they could aid in finding the root of the behavioralist's illness, and the best they could do was try not to worry as they waited for Ichimatsu to return. 15 minutes turned to 20 as the cellmates loitered about. By this time, they had both migrated to the circular mattress across the room from the door, lying on their backs and staring up at the ceiling. Osomatsu bounced his leg boredly as they lied in silence, awaiting the next bit of excitement to eventually flourish. Luckily, they didn't have to wait much longer. It happened out of the blue. The sound of a door opening caught Osomatsu and Choromatsu's attention. They figured that must be Ichimatsu, there to pick them up for the next block of testing. The humans pushed themselves to a sitting position, looking out and perceiving, as expected, an alien standing tall in the doorway. "Ah, Ichimatsu," Osomatsu called out in a sarcastic tone, eyes half-lidded. "Here to stick more alien gizmos up our asses?" Unlike how moments like these usually played out, Osomatsu and Choromatsu didn't get to see the alien entity immediately shapeshift upon entering. In fact, the alien didn't seem responsive at all, not even to Osomatsu's snarky remark. It stood stiff and still, simply staring without words creepily at the specimens across from it. It was as if it had no intentions beyond opening their bedroom door. Its mind was empty, its body language was hollow and meaningless, and its voice was completely absent. Osomatsu blinked and cocked his head, squinting at the thing curiously. Hello?" he called out. There was no response. An alien had entered their room, yet did nothing but stare. The eldest raised a brow as he stared back, looking the entity up and down. How unusual, he thought. With every passing second, the unease looming within increased further so. It simply was not doing anything, and it only confused the human specimens. The alien stood like a statue for a few more moments, allowing the uncomfortable atmosphere to linger and settle. It engaged in eye contact with the humans for much too long. Then, it finally stepped forward, its pace unbalanced and wobbly. Overall, its body posture appeared off somehow. It stumbled as it walked, throwing out a hand to catch itself against the wall to stay standing. Although the creature lacked any sort of facial expressions, it seemed like it was lost in a daze. Osomatsu leaned forward with a look of deep intrigue, thinking hard as he analyzed the entity's stance and face carefully. Was it possible that this individual was? He pursed his lips seriously, hesitating with a hint of recognition in the other. Something subtle caught his attention, something that revealed to him a truth he wasn't yet confident in. He held himself back for a little longer, considering his thoughts before finally opening his mouth to call out. This time when he spoke, his voice bore a concerned undertone. Choromatsu? Wait, that's... Choromatsu looked between the two in surprise, taken off guard by this revelation. He then hastily jumped to his feet, racing forward towards their ill friend. Osomatsu was quick to follow, joining Choromatsu's side and crowding around the lost alien. Hey, Choromatsu, that's you, right? Osomatsu questioned, becoming slightly alarmed. What are you doing here? Can you say something? The second oldest added. I don't know if you should be walking around. Why aren't you resting in the break room? The alien, with eyes half-lidded in a sleepy manner, slowly brought its gaze down to the floor. Then, it looked back up, locking eyes with Choromatsu. With movements lethargic, it lifted two of its secondary hands, reaching out and clutching Choromatsu by his upper arms. Choromatsu's shoulders tensed as he was squeezed tightly, the hands cold to the touch. Next, with the alien's two primary hands, it tilted forward and cupped the man's cheeks dominantly, forcing him to face it directly. Then, with one last hand, it slipped its fingers through Choromatsu's hair and clasped a fistful of it, holding on firmly yet gently. Choromatsu, grimacing from the icy, unrequited touches, held an increasingly bewildered look as he was handled so freely. He didn't like being touched so much without permission and almost felt defensive, uncertain as to what the alien's intentions were. Only seconds later did the entity reveal them to him. MMPH. Leaning forward swiftly, the alien pressed its lips against the human's without consent, fully engaging in locking lips. Choromatsu's eyes fluttered wide as he stiffened, stuck in the alien's grasp as it stole away a kiss. He tried to cry out something along the lines of "what the hell?" but it came out muffled and barely audible. He tried to step back, but the creature before him was much stronger than he was. He was pinned, unable to move away as Osomatsu looked on with an apprehensive stare. Unlike the eldest, Choromatsu hadn't quite realized that this was the method in which a Horovigan collected DNA to shapeshift. Finally, the alien began to transform. Before Choromatsu's very eyes, it shifted into the face they were all expecting, Choromatsu. Although Choromatsu's four secondary arms had vanished, he kept his primary hands holding Choromatsu by the face. Slowly, he parted lips with the other, looking at the puzzled man with a spirited look. Softly, he spoke to him. I almost forgot how to look like a human, he whispered, almost as confused as Choromatsu. Maintaining his flustered expression, Choromatsu reached up and gently grabbed the alien's wrists. Choromatsu, he began, deeply concerned. What the hell has gotten into you? Choromatsu continued to stare into the other's eyes, looking quite lost. A soft hum reverberated from his throat as he examined the human, putting far too much effort into the very act of thinking. This expression. The alien rubbed Choromatsu's cheek gently with his thumb. It's fear, right? Choromatsu sent a brief glance Osomatsu's way as Choromatsu shook his head, his motions rather lethargic. That's no good, Choromatsu. He tutted thoughtlessly. Why do you look so afraid? After all. He didn't break eye contact as he delivered his next line. I should be the one who's afraid. Choromatsu gave a disgruntled hum as he analyzed the other's body language and demeanor. Without knowing what exactly was wrong with him, it was difficult to know how to proceed. Finally, he decided it might be best to listen and humor him in hopes of learning more. Why should you be afraid, Choromatsu? He asked seriously. Choromatsu stared for a long time, thinking carefully. It was almost as if he didn't understand the man's words. Choromatsu spared one more uncertain glance Osomatsu's way before continuing his line of questioning. Choromatsu, what are you scared of? Hesitation. Choromatsu could feel the most subtle of changes in the way his face was being held, as if Choromatsu's fingers tensed up just a little. He waited patiently for an answer as Choromatsu collected his thoughts. Finally, he responded. I am unafraid to die, Choromatsu. Choromatsu and Osomatsu both shared a surprised blink. That scares me, Choromatsu expressed emotionlessly. Choromatsu's bewildered look turned graver as he furrowed his brows. Do you think you're going to die soon? He questioned. Choromatsu, with his endlessly sleepy expression, nodded his head sluggishly. When he spoke, his voice was no more than a breathy whisper. Yes, he said. Choromatsu pursed his lips, pausing before asking his next question, one he was, frankly, almost afraid to ask. Choromatsu, how do you think you're going to die? Upon asking this question, Choromatsu's expression suddenly shifted and, for half a moment, Choromatsu could have sworn he saw fear. Before he could process the change he was witnessing, Choromatsu suddenly let go of Choromatsu's face and buried his head into his hands with a pained groan. Choromatsu? Osomatsu stepped closer and uttered, Oi. The behavioralist's head, it was pounding. Surging. Pulsating. It was like a strange electric buzz, a zap of energy vibrating audibly in his skull like static. His stance faltered and he began to lose his balance as he whined at the worsening pain. Choromatsu looked at him, concerned but also feeling powerless. What's wrong, is it your head? He asked him. Get him to the bed so he doesn't collapse again, ordered the eldest. Choromatsu complied and gently took the alien by the wrists, leading him carefully towards the circular mattress on the floor. Follow me, come on, he beckoned as they went. Be careful. You need to sit down. Take it easy, Osomatsu added. The man helped Choromatsu sit on the bed, pulling him further on to make sure he didn't fall off. He sat with him, still holding him by the hand as means of support. There we go, he tried to comfort. Just take a second to relax. Choromatsu kept his head buried in his other hand, feeling every pounding ache. Meanwhile, Osomatsu turned around and marched across the room to the door. He took a step outside the open doorway, peeking out and around for any nearby aliens. Hello? He called out. Hey, is anyone around? The Red Matsu's voice echoed through the empty hallways, taunting him with desolation. He gave a decisive humph and looked back to his friends. Choromatsu, I think I should go out and look for Ichimatsu, he declared. Or at least, somebody. Choromatsu, still holding one of Choromatsu's hands while keeping a supportive hand on his back, nodded in agreement. I'll stay here with Choromatsu, he replied. I'll be back. Osomatsu gave one final nod with these words before racing out of the bedroom. Now, he was all alone. His feet thundered tirelessly upon the ground as he ran down through one of the hallways, looking to and fro for anyone in sight. He realized quickly enough that he didn't really know the layout of the spaceship, though he was at least familiar with the path from his room to the testing room. Nothing could deter him from his mission to find help. One corner, then two. He quickly maneuvered his way along the regular path without hesitation, determined to find someone. It wasn't long before he ran past a room he had almost completely forgotten about, the office-like room where that alien had been talking to himself. He slowed his pace to catch a glimpse, noticing the door was still ajar. When he stopped before the doorway, however, a look of shock overtook him. There, lying collapsed in the center of the room, was an alien. He could only infer it was the same alien as before. Osomatsu quickly glanced around before running in and kneeling by the inert creature's side. He slowly shook the creature in attempt to wake it. Hello. Hello? He frowned and tried to turn the alien on its back, realizing just how heavy these creatures were. It made sense considering their comparably massive size. Once the alien was on its back, he examined its face. Its eyes were closed sleepily, and there was no indication of it waking up anytime soon. Osomatsu looked around helplessly, unsure of what to do. Then, he slowly stood up. He backed away and entered the hallway once more. It looked like more than just Choromatsu needed help. He turned and continued running down the hall, knowing he needed backup for now two fallen aliens. It wasn't long before Osomatsu made it to the testing room. He threw his hands forward and tried to pry it open. Of course, it was locked. He blew hair out of his face with a frustrated attitude before raising his fist and banging on the door loudly. "Hey!" he yelled. "Someone open this door." He continued pounding on the door for a good minute, calling out in hopes someone would hear. "Hello, hello, hello. Anyone?" Still, nothing. He stopped hitting the door for a moment and pressed his ear against it, listening carefully for any voices. After a moment, he determined there were none. "What the hell?" he muttered to himself. "Where is everybody?" He gave a huff before turning and glancing around the hallway. He really didn't know his way around the facility and didn't know where he was supposed to go next. Finally, he continued on through a new hallway, one he had never been down before. He turned left, then right, then left, and left again before soon stopping before another door. This time, he listened first, patiently awaiting voices or any noise indicative of occupants. There. A chorus of staticky hums, just beyond the door. There were people on the other side. Finally, Osomatsu raised his fist once more and began pounding on the door. "Hey! We found Choromatsu. Open up!" Upon bashing against the door's exterior, the noises on the other side changed. He could hear movement and alarm from the likely confused inhabitants, and quickly enough the noises grew close. Within moments, the door flew open and Osomatsu found himself standing small before towering silhouettes like demons. Beyond the crowd at the entrance, many others appeared to be taking care of two Horavagans seated in the center. The two afflicted appeared to have bloody noses, just like Choromatsu, and just like Ichimatsu. The room itself appeared to be some sort of admin center, definitely a room Osomatsu wouldn't be permitted inside any other time. The alien who had opened the door delivered nothing more than a simple glance to bind Osomatsu. His wristbands were activated behind his back and a muzzle formed over his mouth. It quickly withdrew a small device from its pocket and began to march forward with dominant energy. For a moment, Osomatsu felt afraid, intimidated. He didn't like being so ominously approached by lanky mass twice his size. He took a timid step back and briefly considered making a run for it in an attempt to lead them, but thankfully, he didn't have to. A second alien stepped forward, stopping the first in its tracks by placing a firm hand over its chest. The first paused before backing down, allowing the second to approach Osomatsu. As it stepped closer, it began to shapeshift into a familiar, monotonous face. Ichimatsu. Osomatsu said this with a relieved sigh, content knowing he wasn't about to be drugged up again. Ichimatsu looked Osomatsu up and down with an expression more bewildered than anything. He didn't appear angry, just confused. Osomatsu, how the hell did you get out of your room? He questioned. Osomatsu couldn't help but to glance back at the several pairs of eyes staring blinklessly at him. Then, he regained eye contact with Ichimatsu and spoke assertively. I think there's something seriously wrong with Choromatsu. Choromatsu. The first alien turned to its companion and spoke in their native tongue. What's going on? What's it saying? It asked. Ichimatsu responded in the same manner. Choromatsu, he let the human out, he inferred. I think. Specimen A came here to ask for help. Really? The others seemed surprised. With the way it was howling and beating the door, I would have thought it was here to maul us. Leave the others to tend to the injured, you and I can take the human back to its cell and check on Choromatsu. Ichimatsu turned back to Osomatsu with a serious glare. Where is Choromatsu right now? He asked him. Is he still in your room? Yeah, Choromatsu is with him, the man said. Ichimatsu pursed his lips, slightly intrigued. Oh. One of you stayed back, and the other came for help. Resourceful humans. Also, Osomatsu added. I saw another alien collapsed on my way over. He was by himself and he wouldn't wake up. Huh? Who could that have? Ichimatsu paused and squinted at the other. Millimeter. I suppose you probably don't have the capacity to identify who it was. I think it was the same guy who was talking to himself earlier, answered the red Matsu. The one alone in that office. Ah. Ichimatsu turned back to the crowd of aliens, each still working efficiently under the chaos. I need 2 more to come with me, he announced. The neurologist is collapsed in Sector BC3. As 2 aliens nodded and joined them at the doorway, Ichimatsu undid Osomatsu's muzzle and deactivated his wristbands before taking him by the wrist. He began walking Osomatsu down the hall, with 3 more following behind. As they exited the room and started on their way to Osomatsu and Choromatsu's cell, Osomatsu turned to Ichimatsu with a concerned look. Ichimatsu. He began. 2 more of your co-workers were bleeding from the nose. Ichimatsu gave a long and slow exhale as he walked, staring forward with a determined look. Like I said. It's just the gravitational pull from nearby masses, he mumbled quietly. It's not uncommon. Then, why isn't my nose bleeding? The man pointed out. Ichimatsu paused before glancing back at Osomatsu. What? If the nosebleeds are caused by gravity, then why isn't my own nose bleeding, too? Reiterated the specimen. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, should it be? Well, you'd think so. I mean, us humans are pretty fragile. Ichimatsu stared at him for a long time before turning as they continued down the hall. He didn't give a response. Eventually, the group of 5 stopped before the room with the collapsed alien. Ichimatsu gave commands to the others in their native language, signaling 2 of them to stay and help the neurologist. The 2 nodded and ran forward, tending to the fallen brethren as Ichimatsu pulled Osomatsu along, followed by the last alien in their group. Soon, they made it to Osomatsu and Choromatsu's bedroom. As they entered the room, Choromatsu looked up with a worried look. He was sitting cross-legged beside the sleepy Choromatsu on the circular bed. Finally, the second oldest huffed out. What took you so long? Ichimatsu let go of Osomatsu's wrist and hurried forward, crawling a foot or 2 onto the bed and trying to look his friend in the eyes. Choromatsu, he called. Oi, Choromatsu. It's no good, Choromatsu frowned. He stopped responding to me a couple minutes ago. Ichimatsu snapped his fingers twice in Choromatsu's face, but Choromatsu made no movement. He furrowed his brows and pursed his lips as Choromatsu spoke again in a soft, concerned tone. Ichimatsu, I'm really concerned about him, he emphasized seriously. Something is really wrong. Yeah, I know, was all the alien could respond with. He was saying some really strange things, Choromatsu revealed. Talking about fear and death. Ichimatsu blinked in surprise. Death? While he was still, lucid, he told me that he was going to die, he told him. That everyone on this ship was going to die. It really freaked me out. Ichimatsu gave a disgruntled hum and directed his focus back on Choromatsu. Choromatsu stared off into space with a sleepy, spirited look, unresponsive to any of their words. He thought for a long, quiet minute before finally speaking once more. Choromatsu. If you can hear me, I want you to shift out of this form, he ordered. You're going to exhaust yourself. Choromatsu made no movement, no indication that he heard Ichimatsu's words. Ichimatsu waited patiently for him to act before calling his friend's name one more time. Choromatsu. Finally, Choromatsu made movement. He slowly complied, closing his eyes and transforming back into a tall, shadowy alien. Once he was in his natural form, Osomatsu and Choromatsu could see his eyes were still half-lidded and his body was slumped. At this time, 2, then 4 more aliens entered the bedroom. They all approached Choromatsu quickly, tending to him and doing miscellaneous tasks. One pulled out a notepad and began rapidly jotting down reports, as 2 others gently took Choromatsu's hands and tried to look him in the eyes. As the room grew louder and more chaotic with more aliens present and a few appearing frantic, Osomatsu turned to Ichimatsu with a worried look. Ichimatsu, what the hell is wrong with him? He asked. Ichimatsu gave a thoughtful hum, hesitating before responding. I don't know, but the higher-ups aren't looking too fondly at either of you, he told them. Millimeter? Choromatsu frowned apprehensively at this. What do you mean? Osomatsu pressed. Well. The doctor looked at both humans and began to explain. Based on Choromatsu's notes over the course of your time spent on this ship, they've deemed you highly aggressive, manipulative, and unpredictable. They are convinced you two are to blame for Choromatsu's sudden illness. What? Osomatsu expressed his distaste loudly. They're convinced. You already ran tests on us, and it all came back normal. Well, wait a second, hold on. The other man interjected. This is all Osomatsu. Osomatsu formed a shocked expression of betrayal as he looked over at his partner. Excuse me. Without sparing a glance Osomatsu's way, Choromatsu continued. I've been nothing but an angel since we got here. He argued. At least, I like to think I've been fairly complacent. I haven't hurt any of you or tried any sort of escape, and I've followed all your orders. I haven't hurt any of you or tried any sort of escape, and I've followed all your orders. Right, but we have Choromatsu growing sick the moment you show up. The other huffed. It's kind of an odd coincidence. The higher-ups are suspicious. You. Choromatsu's expression softened. You don't think we Re 5 responsible too, do you? Ichimatsu turned away from them with a thoughtful, apathetic look. He hummed as he contemplated the situation a bit further, not ready to give off an accusatory demeanor just yet. Millimeter, well. It's difficult for me to have an opinion, I suppose. He mumbled. I guess, after observing you two over this past while, it is a little hard to imagine you'd be doing this on purpose. Or, I'm just easier to manipulate than I thought. So if everyone thinks we're responsible then, what does that mean for us? Osomatsu asked. Well, it just means further testing, I guess. On us? Osomatsu folded his arms defensively and blurted, but that's not fair. We haven't even done anything. We still haven't examined you for orotoxins yet. Before Osomatsu could ask, Ichimatsu suddenly perked up. Without warning, he quickly shifted back into his alien form. He touched a spot next to his right eye with his index and middle finger, opening up a holographic screen that appeared before him. On that screen was another alien, indicating to the humans that Ichimatsu was in a call with someone. Meanwhile, the turmoil in the bedroom continued as aliens ran about frantically, all seemingly talking at once while they did their tasks. Amid the chaos, Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked at each other in uncertainty. Geez, why do I feel like a kid getting in trouble right now? The former complained with a grimace. Yeah. The air's a little awkward for us, isn't it? Choromatsu tried to chuckle. Osomatsu leaned back with a pouty look and said, I mean, what the heck? We've done nothing wrong. I don't know, Osomatsu, I mean. The man fiddled with his fingers a little, looking down with a discouraged look. They almost have me convinced we're to blame here. How would we be the ones making him sick? The elder asked skeptically. Well, you know, he began. Maybe it's like Ichimatsu said. Maybe something in our biology is just toxic to them. I doubt that's the case, Osomatsu hummed. Why not? Because it's too sudden, he explained. It doesn't make any sense. Why would it have taken this long for him to get sick? Maybe it's slow acting. Choromatsu suggested. I just don't buy it, he told him. The timeline is too weird. Besides, what about when he was on Earth with us, hanging out in public with dozens of other humans? He didn't get sick then. I guess that's true, he reasoned. Also, I don't think Choromatsu's the only one who's sick. Choromatsu looked up from his thumbs and eyed Osomatsu, surprised. There are others? He questioned. Yeah, these guys are dropping like flies, the man embellished. While I was out just now, I saw one alien collapsed in a room and 2 more with nosebleeds. Whatever's happening, it seems to be affecting everyone, not just the aliens interacting with us. Then, it has to be a disease, right? Choromatsu asked. Choromatsu got it from Earth, and now he's spreading it to everyone else. Osomatsu pursed his lips thoughtfully. That's assuming Choromatsu was the first one to get sick, he said. We don't necessarily know whether he's patient 0 or not. Hell, there might not even be a patient 0. Choromatsu is showing the most symptoms, but maybe that's because he's just sensitive to it. They're kind of all getting sick at the same time. Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu and continued. I mean, think about it. Has there really been enough time for a disease to spread from person to person? I mean, maybe there has, Choromatsu shrugged. It's hard to measure that kind of thing. I'm just not really convinced, he told him. If more people are collapsing, then they need to do something about it, the Blue Matsu stated. Evacuate the ship, maybe. There has to be a protocol for this kind of thing. Yeah, they need to hurry up and find out what the hell is going on, the other agreed. At this time, Ichimatsu wrapped up his call with the superior and shut off the hologram. He then shifted back into his human form and glanced at Osomatsu and Choromatsu. With this single glance, their wristbands suddenly activated behind their backs and their muzzles reappeared over their mouths. Then, Ichimatsu took out a small device no larger than lipstick. It was one Osomatsu recognized, but Choromatsu was yet to see, as it had never been used on him. Ichimatsu leaned forward and tapped the end of the device to both humans' neckbands, creating an invisible bond that acted like a leash. He then stood straight and towered over them. In a commanding tone, he spoke. Specimens A and B. Come. Out of this room. Whoa. The 2 were forced to their feet as their neckbands shifted through the air, following the device with a force that couldn't be slowed. Ichimatsu signaled to one of his companions, and the 2 began leading the humans out of the room, leaving the herd of aliens to tend to Choromatsu. One alien in the back, Ichimatsu in the front, and the humans in the center. The 2 struggled to keep up with the motion of their neckbands, being careful not to choke themselves. As before, the movement was smooth and without friction, and there was no resisting its pull. The aliens hurriedly kept a fast pace, speed walking down the hall with Osomatsu and Choromatsu forced to try and keep up. Osomatsu looked up with a worried look. We're going a little fast, aren't we? He called warily to Ichimatsu. Just keep walking, the other ordered curtly. What's happening now? Choromatsu asked. Where are we going? In the meantime, we can run our last test and hopefully pinpoint what exactly is going on here. Ichimatsu led the two down a hallway that they had never been through before. It led to a brand new area, reminding the humans of just how little they had seen of the vessel they were currently on. They soon made it to a new door and followed Ichimatsu inside. The room they entered upon was relatively small and compact, taken up largely by an elevated platform about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Surrounding the platform were computers and technology the humans didn't recognize. As everyone entered and the door was shut behind, Ichimatsu gestured to them. "Step up onto the platform, please." Osomatsu and Choromatsu exchanged uneasy glances but complied. They stepped up the small set of stairs leading to the circular space. It was shiny, pristine, and white in color, and they could just about make out their reflections in it. Upon stepping on its surface, their wristbands deactivated and the muzzles disappeared from over their faces, finally freeing them of any demeaning wear. At this time, Ichimatsu began adjusting the settings to the chamber via a holographic screen as his coworker sat at a computer on the other end of the room. "Activate barrier." Upon giving this command, Ichimatsu watched as a transparent wall zapped into existence, imprisoning the two eldest within. Osomatsu looked up and around as Choromatsu walked forward curiously, placing a hand on the newly formed wall. Although it had been done before, it didn't feel good being isolated in a chamber like true specimens. Activate Volan gas and gravitational reduction adjustments. With another command given, the chamber floor began to emit a wispy, cloudy mist. Osomatsu and Choromatsu marveled as the fog circled around them, filling the area and making it seem like they were lost in a cloud. Then, their bodies suddenly felt light. They let out small utterances of surprise, finding the gravity around them to be non-existent as they lifted gently into the air. "Whoa!" Osomatsu ogled as his feet left the floor. Now levitating in the center of their chamber, Ichimatsu finished toying with the settings and sat in a chair. He opened his notepad and brought a holographic view of its notes out into existence. And now, the alien extended his 2 extra arms from his back and began working hands-on with the notes. "We work." Following these words, there was a silence. Osomatsu watched him as he and Choromatsu floated in the clouds of mist like it was a dream. To them, it was a bit of a surprise that further testing didn't involve anything more than just floating in a chamber. It felt pretty cool too, like they were lighter than a feather. Osomatsu reached out and touched the chamber wall, only to push off and gently float to the other end like a bored child. Once he made it, he bounced off again using his legs. Choromatsu glanced his way and watched him fly around for a moment. Then, he turned to Ichimatsu. "So, you're testing us for oral toxins, you said?" he asked him. "That's orotoxins," he corrected him without glancing up from his interface. "What's an orotoxin?" "Geese." Ichimatsu brought one of his alien hands to his head, running his fingers through his hair in annoyance. "You guys are distracting, aren't you? No wonder Choromatsu waits for you to be asleep before getting any work done. Your chittering is incessant." "I'm sorry if you're busy," Choromatsu apologized. "I was just curious." "Millimeter, it's fine," he hummed quietly. "I'll answer your question. An orotoxin is a type of neurotoxin that's emitted as an essence or radiance from a creature's physical body. It's kind of like a poisonous energy. Similar to radiation in a way, though it typically only affects a certain species or group and is often emitted at will. "Whoa, really?" Osomatsu stopped from his bouncing around to look up at Ichimatsu. He floated nearly upside down, hands slipped in his pockets as he tilted his head all the way back to see him. I've never heard of a toxin like that before. There are many creatures out there that harbor this type of predatory or defensive mechanism, he explained. For example, there's... Mid-sentence, Ichimatsu stopped speaking. It was as if a silent yet powerful force had gripped him in place, keeping his voice suddenly at bay. His words had been cut off abruptly, and he stayed quiet. He blinked a few times and shook his head before turning back to the holographic screen. Osomatsu twisted in the air, flipping from his upside-down position and looking down curiously at the alien. There's what? He pressed, intrigued. Ichimatsu shivered uncomfortably. He brought a hand to his face and suddenly began counting his fingers under his breath, engaging in an almost ritualistic compulsion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He whispered under his breath. Safe and free we thrive. The alien clasped his fingers together tightly and took a deep breath. Then, he huffed and got back to work. Nothing, he said a little louder. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced at each other, both sharing the same confusion. What was that? Osomatsu asked. Wait, what were you talking about? Ichimatsu squirmed in his seat to get comfortable. I just almost started talking about something bad, is all. I got too caught up in the sciences of it for a moment. Well, do share with the class, the other persuaded. We're listening. No. Ichimatsu did another huff as he worked. That's not something I'm allowed to talk about. The annoying human leaned in, now even further intrigued. Why aren't you allowed to talk about it? I'm just not, he muttered. Drop it. Well hey, come on now, Osomatsu cooed like a bothersome child. We're just animals, so it's fine to talk about it with us, yeah. I said it back then and I'll say it again, that topic is not important, and it's irrelevant information for you to have. Choromatsu blinked. Was that something Ichimatsu had said about something before? But I want to know now, the eldest whined. You can't hint at something and then not tell us about it. Osomatsu. Ichimatsu scooted from his chair and turned to look Osomatsu directly in the eyes. His expression was exasperated. Just as I can train a carnus not to bark, I am authorized to train a human not to talk. Is that something I need to do? Osomatsu's eyelids lowered at this remark. Excuse me? He asked, his energetic and annoying persona quickly replaced by one of defiance. Ichimatsu leaned in closer. Your speech, he said slowly. Should I take it away? A furious glare formed on the man's face, not hesitating to take on a more serious expression upon being so blatantly threatened. Ichimatsu cared little to play his game of glares and simply turned back to his notes. I don't care if you talk amongst yourselves, but I won't have your ceaseless persistence interfering with my work, he said coldly. I'm not Choromatsu. I don't really care about your questions, and I don't really care if you like me. I'm just here to do a job. Osomatsu pouted a little and grumbled, well, we like Choromatsu better anyway. I'm sure you do. With that, Ichimatsu got back to his work on the computer interface. Osomatsu glared at him for a few moments longer before giving a big, stubborn breath, and giving in. He leaned back in the low-gravity environment and stared up at the chamber's ceiling. Choromatsu gave a small sigh and rested his head on his hand. He had kind of been hoping Osomatsu's persistence would pay off, but that didn't seem to be the case this time around. He did have to wonder, though, what about that topic was so taboo? It seemed less like Ichimatsu didn't care to tell them, and more like he couldn't. It was like a secret he was hiding, causing him to shut down the conversation almost immediately. He wondered what it could be. I want to go home, Osomatsu complained, speaking out to no one in particular. This sucks. Yeah, me too, Choromatsu sighed. I never thought I'd end up in an alien testing facility being experimented on, he told him. I thought my life would be normal. I thought I could get away with being a NEET for just a little longer. But now here we are, floating in an anti-gravity testing chamber like lab rats. How did we end up like this? Choromatsu pursed his lips as he stared on ahead, listening to Osomatsu's rant. I have a whole life I need to get back to, he continued on. I have my friends, and my family, and my magazines, and my horse races. I have too much to lose. Osomatsu, The second eldest looked down at the ground with a discouraged look. He hesitated, a hint of anxiety sinking in his chest. I wonder. You wonder what? Osomatsu glanced at the other, all ears. Choromatsu paused again, afraid to move ahead with his comment. Then, he said, I wonder if we'll ever go back home again. Osomatsu gave an irritable frown and glared out at nothing. I mean, we'd better, he scoffed. That's what we'd hope, the other conceded. But, in reality. Millimeter. The man hummed in uncertainty, shutting his eyes and folding his arms in thought. Well, it's not really something I like to think about. Choromatsu looked Osomatsu in the eyes with soft concern. I can't never go back. I can't be stuck here forever. Yeah, you're not the only one, the other remarked. I'm so worried. Osomatsu tried to smile at the other and told him, hey, even if they don't set us free, we'll just break out. Right? I mean. The second oldest let out a heavy sigh. Maybe. We'll find a way out, I'm sure, he encouraged, keeping up his sad smile. Choromatsu looked back down at his lap with a guilty expression. I mostly worry about my dad. He admitted, his tone deeply troubled. I can't begin to imagine how much he's hurting not knowing where I am. Yeah, he's probably pretty worried, Osomatsu shrugged. It can't be good for his health, you know. The red Matsu looked at his companion and asked, and, what about your mom? Choromatsu didn't immediately respond to this. Instead, he kept his gaze low and allowed a brief silence. Osomatsu picked up on his hesitation and added to his question. Is it okay if I ask about her? The man closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath before responding. Yeah, it's fine, he finally said. She passed away when I was about 5. I don't like talking about what happened, but my dad has been really protective of me ever since. I see, Osomatsu mumbled, finding himself at a loss for anything helpful to say. Choromatsu continued on. Family has always been the most important thing to him, he elaborated. Having to lose someone you care about so much really makes you feel powerless. He never wanted anything to happen to me, so I grew up kind of sheltered. Homeschooled? Inquired the other. Only up until high school, he replied. I attended a private school for my last few years, but he still kept a close eye on me. With a heavy sigh, Choromatsu regained eye contact. I think he's always been scared of something happening to me. I'm his pride and joy, and he'd be all alone otherwise. Doesn't he have any relatives? Only my grandpa, but they have an estranged relationship, he told him. So, I'm kind of his only family left. I don't want him to worry. He's already lost so much. Osomatsu frowned, looking to the other with a sympathetic expression. When he spoke in a gentle, yet dumb voice. Is that why he joined the mafia? He asked. Without batting an eye, Choromatsu formed an exasperated look and said, I will punch you. Eh? It was a serious question. Osomatsu folded his arms in a pout. I was just asking. I've told you 1,000 times that we're not a mafia organization, the second eldest huffed. I'll admit, some of the practices we have are a bit unethical, but at the end of the day, my family runs a business. All right, I got it, sheesh, he grumbled. Anyway, that's all my dad's stuff, Choromatsu emphasized. I was never a part of it. I wasn't until recently. Osomatsu crossed his legs and said, you were just sort of roped into it, eh? Ever since I became an adult, he's been pushing these expectations on me. The only problem is, I don't really know much about the world. The man grinned and brought a finger and a thumb to his chin, striking a cool pose. Heh. I can fake it quite well, though it still lies true I'm a bit too innocent for this line of work. Well, if he sheltered you your whole life, then it's his own fault, isn't it? Osomatsu figured. Maybe, he chuckled. And anyway, I'm not sure running his business is something I'd want to do. What would you do instead? HMPH. Choromatsu formed a big, confident grin. I'd want to do something that changes lives. Something that inspires others and brings world peace. Osomatsu lowered his eyelids in a half-assed smile. That's some dream, he sneered. Perhaps one day I could become a musician, he suggested. Fans would listen to my gorgeous voice on repeat for hours on end. I could even become famous. Choromatsu hesitated, then reluctantly added, that is, assuming we eventually make it back home. Right. The other gave a small sigh. God, things were so normal before all this. For sure. The man let out a discouraged hum. Before I met you, I was supposed to be taking charge of things back home. Handling business transactions, interviewing persons of interest, making important calls, everything my dad usually takes care of. He put his trust in me before leaving for a business trip. And now? I'm sure he's panicked trying to find me. It doesn't help that we sort of disappeared without a trace, Osomatsu remarked. I mean, I don't think these guys left any witnesses or evidence of what might have happened to us. Choromatsu glanced up at the other curiously. What about you? He asked. What were you doing before you first got abducted? How did it happen? Before this whole shit show began. The eldest looked up as he reminisced, thinking back to his former circumstances. It was just like any other day. Envisioning the memories from that day like they were still fresh, Osomatsu saw in his mind his own self. In this intangible vision, he saw his groggy, messy-haired reflection roll out of a futon in his comfortable home, lazily getting up for the day without a care in the world. I slept in late as usual, he narrated with a dreamy smile. Didn't wake up until maybe noon. My parents chewed me out before I could leave the house, though. The memory sequence trailed along to that point in time, where Matsuyo and Matsuzu entered the room to scold him. They got on me about being a 20-something-year-old virgin without a job, he explained. Just the usual stuff. So, I left the house to go see if any place was hiring. Walked around the city for a bit, talked to some old friends, went fishing, played a bit of pachinko. Choromatsu lowered his eyelids and mumbled, "I thought you were looking for a job." Anyway, the day was completely normal up until that night, he continued, the montage of memories continuing. When the sun set, I went to an Odin stand run by my friend, Chibata. Ah, he cooks the best food. Chibata? The other perked up upon hearing this familiar name. You mean, that shrimpy guy who makes Odin over in Akatsuka City? Oh, you know him. Choromatsu's face brightened. Yes, of course I do. He beamed. Wow, I didn't realize you came from Akatsuka City. We don't actually live that far from each other. So you've been to his place? Osomatsu asked, smiling fondly at their shared knowledge. My dad's taken me there with a few of his clients, replied Choromatsu. Chibata seems pretty nice. Though, he was a bit of a nervous wreck serving us. As the man chuckled at the memory, Osomatsu gave an exasperated glare. He probably recognized your mafia dad and thought you guys were there to cop him, he thought silently to himself. But yes, I know him, the blue Matsu grinned. His place has great food and great drinks. Yeah, I go there pretty often, Osomatsu said aloud. When I went that night, I might have had a little too much to drink. We were having a casual conversation and just hanging out for the most part. Upon finishing his sentence, the eldest squinted and looked up, thinking hard. Well, actually, hold on, he mumbled. Now that I think about it, I feel like there was something important we were talking about. Oh? Choromatsu leaned in, all ears. What was it? He cocked his head back and forth as he juggled between ideas, trying his best to retrieve the memory. Then, like a light bulb popping over his head, he got it. Ah, right. It was about Totoko-chan. Totoko-chan? The other hummed curiously. Yeah, Osomatsu nodded. She's a super cute friend of mine. I've known her since we were little. Choromatsu smiled as he recalled some recent events, thinking back to the memories he had seen Osomatsu relive during the spectrology report. Ah, that must be that girl, he exclaimed cheerfully. The one we saw in your memories, right? Come on now, the other muttered under his breath with a soft glare. I don't even like Choromatsu peeking at my memories. Not like I had a choice, he chuckled. Anyway, that's her, isn't it? Yeah, that's Totoko, confirmed the eldest. After being yelled at that morning, I told Chibata I was finally going to do it. You were finally going to? Choromatsu eyed the other, curious but suspecting as to what Osomatsu was alluding to. Osomatsu gave a determined nod. I decided that I was finally going to ask her out on a date. Eh? The younger formed a bewildered look tainted in disbelief. You actually wanted to ask out a girl? Hey, don't look so shocked, pouted Osomatsu. Well, it's just. Choromatsu twisted his lips, trying to decide if he needed to even try sugarcoating what he was about to say. I mean, are you sure someone like you has even the slightest chance? I'd be surprised if you scored a girl by the time you were 50. Shut up, he huffed. I already got a mouthful from Chibata. But I'm being serious this time. I want to go on a date with her. That's very brave of you, laughed Choromatsu. I had decided that when I woke up the next morning, I was going to do it, Osomatsu declared. That night was going to be my last night being a single loser. I was going to ask Totoko-chan out, and everything was going to go just fine. The blue Matsu hummed, sad to know where the story was headed. But that's not how it went down, huh? Nope, he sighed. That was my last interaction with anyone before I was abducted. So, how did it happen? It was after I left Chibata's and went on my way, the man began to narrate once more. I took a shortcut through a wooded park and headed home. It was dark out and there wasn't anyone around, so I didn't expect it to be any kind of eventful. Famous last words. Basically, said Osomatsu with a half-hearted chuckle. Late at night, drunk and alone. Didn't think anything could go wrong. It was just a normal night, after all. Did you approach the aliens, or did the aliens approach you? Choromatsu asked. Well, I guess technically, I approached them, he answered, thinking back. See, while I was walking, I saw a bright flash in the distance. I didn't know what it was, but I was curious. I stepped off the path and went looking to see what caused it. As I got closer, I heard the sound of these alien creeps talking. I didn't know it was speech though, I thought it was maybe a broken radio. I kept walking until finally, I was forced to stop. There was something in front of me, something like an invisible wall or force field. I couldn't pass through it. So instead, I tried to see what was beyond it. And, you saw the aliens? Yeah, he replied. I saw a few of those gigantic creeps standing around what I think was a spaceship, only, it was like a floating ball. I think I was scared, but maybe more willing at the time because of the alcohol. I tried to get a better look, but then they spotted me. I would have been terrified, Choromatsu admitted. I mean, once they saw me I was, yeah, Osomatsu told him. One of them held up a little gadget and pointed it at me. Then, the device shot out this beam that, I think, scanned me. It only took a couple seconds and I was kind of in shock, so I hadn't started running yet. Once the scan was done, a light on the gizmo turned green and they started to act. I think, maybe this was their way of checking to see if I was a viable specimen. Or maybe it told them they hadn't captured a human yet, and so I became their next target. Either way, I started to run, but they shot me with this bullet that spawned these stupid wristbands. Then they drugged me up, and I was caught. Everything after that is a blur. The next thing I knew, I was in this damn facility being greeted by Choromatsu. I see. Choromatsu thought over Osomatsu's story, mentally comparing it with his own abduction. It had gone down quite differently. You probably caught them off guard. I caught them off guard. They caught me off guard, he exclaimed. Imagine walking in on an alien meeting, where the aliens don't even look like aliens and instead they're 9-foot demons with gaping holes for eyes. Yeah, I'm sure that was scary, too, conceded the other. Everything was so normal up until that point, Osomatsu huffed. I spent the day relaxing and thought I was going to end it on a good note. I even planned on asking Totoko out the next day. But then all this shit had to happen, and now here I am, stuck here in an alien anti-gravity chamber like a kid in the principal's office. I still can't believe we're being suspected of making Choromatsu and everyone sick. Like we have anything to do with it. We're in an interesting predicament, for sure, he agreed. Honestly, I don't care what's going on, I just want Choromatsu to be okay. If he doesn't get better, then... Osomatsu frowned, his energy becoming low. Who's going to help get us out of here? Ichimatsu, maybe. Choromatsu suggested hopefully. I don't think so, the other shook his head. I'm pretty sure Ichimatsu just sees us as test subjects. I'd be surprised if he were to help us get home at all. Well, you never know. The younger said hesitantly. Maybe he'll come around. Doubt it. As the topic of their conversation came to a natural close, Osomatsu and Choromatsu exchanged idle talk for the next 5 or so minutes. They weren't sure how long they were going to be stuck floating in the mist for scanning, but at least it wasn't too terribly uncomfortable. If anything, it was a nice change of environment. They discussed pointless subjects as time passed by, allowing the aliens outside of the chamber to work. Nothing of importance came up in conversation, but eventually, things went silent. It had only been about 15 minutes since the humans were placed in isolation. Ting-ing. Ting-ing. Ichimatsu, still sitting before his computer, perked up as a familiar, internal sound played inside his head. He was long accustomed to this little zap, as it signified an oncoming transmission from a higher-up or superior. As his status sat below these individuals, he, along with anyone of his level, were always required to answer, the priority overtaking any current task. It wasn't just part of his job, it was part of his culture, and abstaining from answering these calls resulted in forced correction. Not like he was considering ignoring the call in the first place. Without hesitation, Ichimatsu dropped what he was doing and shifted back into his natural form. He reached up with one of his many hands and tapped a spot next to his right eye, pulling up a holographic screen. Before him on this screen sat another, seemingly indistinguishable in appearance. Ichimatsu recognized the individual and quickly felt a pang of anxiety shoot through his chest. It wasn't just a base level higher up, this was the head director of the fleet of ships that their facility was part of. In other words, this was someone of very high importance. The doctor swallowed his nerves and greeted the other compliantly. "This is Ichimatsu," he said. "Doctor, what is the status of your captain?" Ichimatsu blinked, immediately taken off guard by this question. "The captain?" he repeated. Well, I'm not sure. I'm in the isolation unit with the biologist. We're further examining the human specimens for toxins, as ordered." "Why, is he not picking up?" "No, he's not," the higher-up stated. "Neither is the second in command, nor the head of the control division. In fact, we're struggling to contact anyone useful at this time." Ichimatsu furrowed his brow. That's not good, he mumbled. We have been made aware of the situation regarding the behavioralist, Choromatsu, along with a few others on board, and we're growing concerned by the rate in which crew members are growing ill. We're also concerned by the lack of diagnosis on the matter, as well, it told him. We've scanned your ship and all of the reports are coming back normal, including radiation level, the status of your energy processors, the toxin regulators, the spectral force index, and gravitational balance control. The data we are receiving from the human specimens also indicate no emission of orotoxins. The doctor gave a discouraged huff and asked, "So then, what is this? Is this an endemic? Some sort of new disease?" "We have a few more tests to run, but we suspect something of greater alarm," it replied. "And that would be Dr. Ichimatsu." The alien looked him directly in the eyes, its voice direct and commanding. "As the possibility of this cause is investigated, you are to initiate Protocol 557. "You mean," Ichimatsu tightened his lips, trying his best to bring to memory the recitation for that specific protocol. "Stop all manual processes across the facility, secure every specimen in its room for holding, evacuate all personnel to designated safe rooms, and relinquish complete control of the ship's steering and driving to be manipulated remotely by emergency retrieval teams." "That is correct," it said. "We've just sent out a facility-wide alert, informing everyone to get to the nearest safe room. Everyone should already be informed and on their way, making your job a lot easier." "Wait, but," he thought carefully for a moment, daring to question the other's orders. "If this really is a disease, wouldn't it be best to isolate those who are ill instead of grouping everyone together?" With waning confidence, Ichimatsu said a little quieter, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if everyone goes to the safe rooms, won't more people be exposed to the infection?" "Doctor." "Yes. I gave you a command, did I not?" Ichimatsu swallowed, trying his best to maintain his formal outward appearance. "Yes, you did. Initiate Protocol 557, it ordered again. Make sure everyone goes to a designated safe room. Currently your ship is way off course, so we're going to need remote access to your ship's control and steering system, as well." "I haven't heard anything about a change in course," he replied, still feeling rather small before the authority figure. "We will be sending a retrieval team your way, though it'll take significantly longer if we are not granted control," the higher-up continued. "So get that done. Currently it is unsafe for anyone to attempt individual evacuation from the facility, so you will have to wait until the team arrives. Follow protocol, and do so efficiently." "Understood." "Understood," Ichimatsu nodded. Then, he meekly added, "And, my question. What do you suspect is going on?" "You are not permitted to ask," the higher-up interrupted curtly. "You are only permitted to do. As this is a high-level situation, you will be reprimanded for any non-compliance at this time. Do not disobey." "Oh, of course," he stuttered. Protocol 557. Go. And just like that, the transmission was cut. Ichimatsu stared for a moment before giving himself a determined nod and standing to his feet. At the same time, his ally across the room perked up upon receiving a notification, the very alert message the higher-up had mentioned. As soon as it saw this, it glanced to Ichimatsu in confusion. Ichimatsu looked back and called out. "Go activate the alarms," he commanded. "We're on lockdown, Protocol 557. Get everyone evacuated to the safe rooms. I'll get the humans back to their cell." "Got it." The biologist closed its work and hastily stood, hurrying to the door. Before it could exit, Ichimatsu called out one last time. "Also, keep an eye out for the captain. He might have collapsed somewhere." The alien nodded and left in a rush. Ichimatsu shifted back into his human form and turned to face Osomatsu and Choromatsu in their chamber. He began to manipulate its settings as he spoke. "I'm taking you two back to your room," he announced. "So do exactly as I say and follow me." "Why, what's going on?" Osomatsu asked. "We're on lockdown," Ichimatsu told him. Osomatsu and Choromatsu shared confused glances between each other before gravity suddenly shifted. Slowly, they lowered back onto the ground as the mist around them dissipated. Once they were back on their feet and the mist was gone, the translucent wall was deactivated. "Step down and follow me," ordered the doctor. "Don't waste any time." The humans nodded obediently and exited the chamber, their wristbands and muzzles activating over their bodies. Now bound once more with their hands in front, they began following Ichimatsu as he led them outside the room. Now in the hallways of the massive ship, Ichimatsu walked hastily alongside the two with an anxious expression on his face. Choromatsu looked at him with a raised brow. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "Not really, no," Ichimatsu answered. "I don't really know what's going on, but the higher-ups want us to organize ourselves in the safe rooms located around the facility. That means you two, along with all the other specimens, are to be stored away until further notice." "How do you still not know what's going on?" Osomatsu questioned. "Hasn't something like this ever happened before?" He averted his gaze away from the humans sheepishly. "It's not important for me to know. All that matters is that I follow orders." But it is kind of important, isn't it?" the eldest further pressed. "All of you aliens are suddenly getting sick. You should definitely find out what's causing it so you can stop it." "The higher-ups know what they're doing," he declared. "They think they know what the problem is and have ordered me to act accordingly." Osomatsu scrunched his brow in confusion. "They told you what you need to do, but said you aren't allowed to know why." "That's alarming," he said. "Why aren't they telling you what the situation is?" Choromatsu asked. "It's not my place to know," Ichimatsu insisted. "And it's not my place to question. I'll be informed eventually, I'm sure, but right now I just need to do what I'm told." Osomatsu sent Choromatsu a concerned glance before turning back to the alien. "Whatever you say," he mumbled hesitantly. "For now, I need to carry out some protocols and get everyone to the safe room," Ichimatsu continued. "It seems that you two are correct in assuming that more and more of us are falling ill." "Yeah, I've been trying to point that out for a while," Osomatsu frowned. "Finally, you're listening." I know, he scowled. "For now, I need to carry out some protocols and get everyone to the safe room." Choromatsu blinked. Did Ichimatsu just repeat himself? That was kind of weird. they called for a protocol 5. 5 to 5. Ichimatsu scrunched his brow. Sorry, they called for a protocol 557. So, specimens in their holding cells, workers in the safe rooms, and I have to get to the flight deck to get control of the ship transferred over. Well, sounds like you've got it all figured out, Osomatsu said. How long are Choromatsu and I going to be in the bedroom? You too? Ichimatsu pursed his lips thoughtfully. Millimeter. Maybe, it could be about. It's not really important. I don't know. Just keep walking. The trio hurried through the hallways of the facility, wasting no time to reach their destination. As a silence ensued, they made their way closer and closer to the bedroom. It wasn't long until they were only a few short stops away. Osomatsu and Choromatsu continued to walk behind Ichimatsu submissively, their wrists stuck behind their backs and muzzles still caging away their nose and mouth. As the three turned another corner, their group pace began to subtly deteriorate. It wasn't as noticeable at first, but within some moments the two humans realized that Ichimatsu was slowing. They, of course, adjusted their own paces accordingly, but found that the alien was starting to walk slower and slower. The significance only increased as they made their way further down the hall, their bedroom door now in sight. More and more tame did Ichimatsu's pace become. Osomatsu and Choromatsu definitely noticed his gradual slowing by now and were a bit confused. Was it just because they were almost at the door? The doctor soon went from walking to dragging his feet, leading the humans in a more lethargic manner. Finally, to Osomatsu and Choromatsu's concern, the doctor suddenly stopped altogether. The two men stopped abruptly behind him, sending each other weirded-out glances before looking directly to their right. Their bedroom door was right there. Ikimakun. Osomatsu called lightly. I think we're here. Ichimatsu made no notable movements, instead staring down at the floor with a jaded expression. He said nothing. Hello? Choromatsu called as well. You there? Again, there was nothing. Ichimatsu stayed standing still for another moment before suddenly shifting his balance, stumbling to his left and catching himself against the wall sluggishly. Choromatsu grew an alarmed expression and stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to help, his wrists still bound together. Hey, Ichimatsu! He cried. Say something, are you feeling okay? God, it was only a matter of time, huh? Osomatsu grimaced. He's sick, just like everyone else. Ichimatsu still lacked any response to the human's chatter. He continued holding himself up for another few seconds before drowsily looking up to his right, seeing the bedroom door. Staring, no response. He had no will to look at or speak to either human. Choromatsu stared hard, examining his body language carefully. I think you're right, Choromatsu frowned. Whatever is happening, I think it's starting to affect Ichimatsu, too. Not good, the other mumbled. Ichimatsu continued to stare thoughtlessly at the door for just a little while longer. Then, he turned and started walking once more. His pace uneven and balance wavering, he sleepily progressed down the hall at a crawl, moving away from the humans behind. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sent each other another alarmed glance before following him quickly, bewildered. "You're seriously freaking me out," the eldest told the mind-broken alien. "You're sick, aren't you?" "I think we've completely lost him," said the younger, distress in his voice. "Snap out of it already," he begged. As Ichimatsu stumbled forward lethargically, he struggled just a bit to maintain balanced footing. He walked with a hand on the wall for support and a hand on his head, still not sparing a glance the human's way. Then, without any warning, he began to shift. His demeanor remained faint as his disguised appearance fluttered into dark petals, transforming his skin from that of a human to a ghostly entity. The humans shared the same alarmed hum. With that, the alien turned the corner. Osomatsu and Choromatsu each formed a panicked look before rushing ahead, turning the corner to follow him. Upon turning, they watched as Ichimatsu entered a holographic chamber about the size of an elevator. He weakly leaned back against the wall within the chamber as it was activated. Before Osomatsu and Choromatsu's very eyes, his entire being glitched and zapped out of existence. The chamber was clearly some sort of teleportation device, and Ichimatsu was now gone. Osomatsu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "WH what?" "Whoa." Choromatsu added, joining in on the other's bewilderment. Some sort of teleporter." They approached the chamber themselves, entering and glancing around inside. "We have to follow him," Osomatsu told Choromatsu. "How did he activate this thing?" Choromatsu looked around the inner lining of the platformed area, searching for any sort of button or sensor. "I don't know," he replied warily. "It looked automatic." Osomatsu grunted anxiously and helped Choromatsu look around. There really was nothing, no indicator or any sort of tangible controls. He glanced about fervently, then waved his arms dramatically in hopes of triggering something. Still, nothing happened. "What the hell?" he huffed. "So, he just left us here. He's off by himself somewhere, and we're just left to fend for ourselves." "More like he's left to fend for himself," Choromatsu corrected, leaning back against the wall in defeat. "He could collapse somewhere and no one would even be able to help him." "Fuck." Osomatsu marched off the teleportation platform and looked around. "Okay. We need to go find someone or something, now. It's not like we can get into our room now," the other frowned. "We can't open any of these doors by ourselves." "Then, let's try the testing room," he suggested. "I know the way there. Maybe we can find help." "Okay, lead the way." Osomatsu motioned for the other to follow before marching on through the empty hallway. The duo sped through the facility, passing their bedroom door and making their way to the testing room. As they went on, the facility seemed unusually desolate, that is, until they turned the first corner. Whoa dash! Osomatsu tripped over his own feet in attempt to avoid an immediate obstacle upon entering the new hallway. He bounced and juggled with his balance until finally catching himself, thankfully avoiding the large item in question. Choromatsu skid to a stop right behind, looking down in shock. "Seriously?" he cried out. There, sprawled out in the middle of the floor, lied an unconscious Horovigan, one that narrowly avoided being stepped on by Osomatsu. Choromatsu quickly knelt and shook it gently, calling out in hopes of arousing a wakeful state. It was no good. Everyone really is sick, Osomatsu mumbled, looking on down the hallway. And look, there's more. Choromatsu's eyes trailed up to the view, perceiving not just one, but two more sleeping entities collapsed on the ground in varying positions, one having left a door open behind it. There was no help in sight, and not one was responsive. This is worse than we thought, the blue Matsu frowned. Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, all the ones you saw fall ill yourself, it won't be long before everyone is like this. Osomatsu grumbled and took a step forward, glancing between the aliens indecisively. Then, he started marching on ahead. Come on, he beckoned. There's nothing we can do here. We have to find someone who can help. Are you sure? Choromatsu questioned. Maybe I should stay here with them, just to make sure they are okay. Osomatsu eyed his fellow human and told him, it doesn't matter, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of them. Choromatsu returned his gaze with an increasingly worried look. Then, he nodded and stood, hurrying to catch up as the two continued their search. Walking fast and determined, they passed a couple more unconscious individuals before soon making it to the testing room. Upon arriving, they found that the door was of course closed. Osomatsu pressed his ear against it and listened, hoping to hear sounds of occupants. I don't hear anything, he huffed. No one is in there. What the hell are we supposed to do? Choromatsu asked anxiously. Keep looking, I guess, Osomatsu told him. We can't just sit and do nothing. Osomatsu backed away from the door and looked around. The next location they could try was the control room. After all, that's where he found help the second time Choromatsu had collapsed in their room. He nodded to himself before he started walking. Okay, this way, he ordered. Choromatsu easily complied and the two hurried on to their next destination. A few minutes passed as they hastily marched on through the facility, two lone specimens without a captain eye. They checked doors as they passed, hoping to eventually find one unlocked or maybe hear the sound of alien whispers on the other side. All attempts up to this point were futile, however, and the two remained alone and independent in their travels. With growing alarm in the absence of any aliens, Osomatsu and Choromatsu quickened their pace further. They turned corners and were soon within the vicinity of the control room. Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way and spoke. I think it's just around this corner, he announced. Hopefully there will be someone who can. Mid-sentence, the two humans stopped in their path. At the very end of the hall, they finally saw one, a long, lanky entity dragging its feet as it walked along like a zombie. Osomatsu and Choromatsu gave each other knowing looks before racing forward. Oi! Hey, wait! The duo hurried to the alien side, keeping up with its lethargic pace quite easily. They tried to look the thing in the eyes, but it seemed completely unresponsive to their words or actions. Hey, Mr. Alien Creep, Osomatsu called, hurrying along by its side and looking up at the towering thing like a child. We're locked out of our room and Ichimatsu disappeared somewhere. Also, there are a bunch of collapsed aliens in these halls that need help. Hello? Choromatsu tried to wave his hand in front of the alien, but it did nothing. It seemed completely preoccupied with its current task of walking, even to the point where it didn't seem to notice either human's presence. Osomatsu and Choromatsu came to a slow stop and watched as the alien continued on ahead, trudging through the hall mindlessly. "It's no good," the second stated warily. "It's sick. They're all sick. Are there even any healthy aliens left on the ship?" "No idea," half the other, hesitating before walking forward again. Choromatsu followed, both humans strolling behind the sleepy creature. "Let's just see where it goes." They followed the creature closely behind through another hall, passing more collapsed individuals. Choromatsu grimaced, seeing as the conscious alien was far too gone to even notice its fallen brethren. It turned another corner and, upon following it, the humans found themselves before two more aliens, standing and awake. "Oh!" Osomatsu raced forward without hesitation, looking up at the large entities with big eyes and a hopeful tone. "Are you guys sick, too? Or can you help us?" Osomatsu's question was almost immediately answered by the aliens' lack of response. They sluggishly looked down, staring at Osomatsu with no expression whatsoever. Their eyes were half-lidded and they were clearly in a daze, simply walking mindlessly about. "I think they are no-go," Choromatsu frowned. The first alien continued its trudging along past the two new aliens, walking down the hall to reach its seemingly absent destination. The aliens only spared Osomatsu a couple more seconds of attention before turned and following the first alien through the facility. They were now walking as a group, seemingly one-minded. Osomatsu gave a slight grumble before following behind alongside Choromatsu. As they wandered along, one more mind-broken alien joined their group. All aliens seemed to be going to the same place, albeit there was some distance between some of the aliens walking. Not one cared that there were two test specimens following behind, clearly not supposed to be out and about. As two or three more joined the herd, it soon became clear that the sole destination of every conscious alien was a new door that had just come into view. The aliens stumbled and tripped and wandered along down the hall towards the single door at the end of it. The first and original alien reached it first, stumbling but catching itself against the exterior and pausing. It stood empty-headed for a few moments, then, it opened the door. When the door opened, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's jaws dropped at the sight. The room, it wasn't just big, it was almost like a whole new flat. Just looking in from outside, it seemed enormous. It was an area completely furnished in bizarre, alienistic fittings and fixtures to create a more homely area. There were couches, chairs, tables, shelves, a sink area, everything that almost made it seem like an apartment, only it was large enough to house perhaps 100 aliens. There were windows decorated along the walls that exhibited outer space in all its beauty, just beyond the ship's walls. The area was well lit and housed gentle colors that were pleasing to the eye. It seemed not just incredibly spacious, but also quite comfortable. Cozy, yet somehow huge. Of course, the design wasn't what surprised the humans upon first glance. It was the amount of inhabitants sulking around inside that caused them astonishment. It was a never-ending field of dark, wispy skin fluttering in a lively manner that conflicted with the overall feel of the environment. The aliens had very clearly gathered in this area, and none seemed to be holding up very well. Many were sluggish, most were lethargic and still. There were even several scattered like corpses upon the floor, presumably having collapsed with no one sober enough to help. It looked like a herd of slowly dying animals that were incapable of stopping whatever was happening to them. It was almost unsettling, like watching a sun shrivel and shrink, the last of its light glimmering powerlessly in its last attempt to survive. Needless to say, the atmosphere was very twisted. "Jesus, they are all in here," Osomatsu blurted. "No wonder the ship is so quiet." The alien who had opened the door stumbled inside, tripping over its feet and having to again catch itself against a sturdier structure. No individual paid it any mind as it slumped and slid to the ground, holding its head dizzily. Osomatsu and Choromatsu hesitated before stepping inside, taking in the depressing view of slowly wilting entities. As they entered, the other followers slowly poured in from behind. "Do you think this is one of the safe rooms Ichimatsu was talking about?" Choromatsu inquired. "Maybe," his companion replied. "That would make the most sense." The two humans stood before the crowd, very much standing out as foreigners in alien dwellings. As more entities lurked inside, one inhabitant in particular seemed to grow alarmed upon seeing the two humans. This alien jumped to its feet in surprise as it eyed the perceived wild animals casually following the crowd. Seemingly a bit saner than its counterparts, the alien marched towards the humans, eyeing them in what the humans could only vaguely translate as bewilderment. As the 9-foot creature towered over the little humans, they each took an uneasy step back. Hi. Choromatsu tried to greet nervously. The entity looked out beyond the doorway, then looked around the room before crouching slightly to examine the humans, specimens that were somehow freed and would never be permitted to wander around by themselves. It started to reach out with one of its many hands, but hesitated as if it suspected the humans to potentially react aggressively. Then, it fervently glanced about once more, unsure what to do. After seemingly taking a few moments to decide, it once again tried to reach out. This time, it grabbed at Choromatsu gently, attempting to persuade him to walk forward. Choromatsu easily complied as the creature walked along carefully, leading the animal to an open space over on the side. With one of its free hands, it also reached out and softly took hold of Osomatsu as well, lightly encouraging them to follow its lead. The two were walked near some windows, where the alien placed a hand on each of their heads and pressed down, having them sit. Still bound and muzzled, the humans complied and slid down the wall. Once they were seated and comfortable, the alien backed away and lowered its hands palms out to communicate its desire for them to stay put. Once it was sure the humans weren't going to get up and go anywhere, it left to go shut the safe room door before returning to its previous business. Now sitting among the crowd inside the safe room, the two humans quietly watched the aliens around them. Upon closer inspection, they could see that more than half of the occupants were bleeding from the nose. Even more concerning still, a few made it very clear they weren't all there. One alien stared at a wall in a one-sided conversation, another swatted at the air like a dying old man, some made noises the humans had never heard before, perhaps some form of alien laughter, and a couple stared up at the ceiling at nothing, blinkless. It seemed as though these individuals were experiencing delusions or hallucinations of sorts, meaning, the majority of the aliens in this area were not functioning. Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu with a deeply concerned expression. "Osomatsu," he called. "Should we be doing something right now?" "I have no fucking clue," Osomatsu huffed. "We don't even know what's going on, let alone how to fix it. I know that alien wants us to stay put here, but sitting and watching things go down doesn't feel right," he told him. "There has to be some way we can help. I mean..." The elder scrunched his nose and thought aloud. "Ichimatsu said his higher-ups know what's going on, didn't they? So, help should arrive soon." It's taking a long time, Choromatsu argued. We can't just do nothing. Well, when you think of something, let me know then. Choromatsu let out a frustrated breath, though it wasn't particularly directed towards Osomatsu. His glare dropped to the floor where, for a minute, he stared at nothing. This whole situation, it was bad. They were now in a room full of sick Horavagans, many of which were already collapsed and unconscious. Their presence in this restricted area was of such little importance compared to the events currently taking place. At this point, there seemed to be very few healthy individuals left. How did all this happen so suddenly? Was Choromatsu really patient zero for a brand new disease, or was something much scarier going on? Choromatsu just couldn't put the pieces together in his head. He felt as though he were missing something important. If he and Osomatsu only knew what this illness was, perhaps they could help instead of being the helpless test specimens bound and muzzled in the corner. He was sure there had to be something they could do. There had to be something. And for Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's sake. They needed to figure it out fast. He didn't want anyone to end up actually dying. At that moment, all he could do was think. Intermission. End chapter 18. Chapter 19. The specimens take charge. Choromatsu. Oi, Choromatsu. Choromatsu wasn't aware of how long he'd been glaring at the floor. 10 minutes? 20? He blinked as his attention was called forth and he was brought suddenly from his thoughts to the present moment. He looked about in a perky manner, immediately noticing that Osomatsu was no longer sitting next to him. Over here. Choromatsu brought his gaze over to his left, where he perceived Osomatsu standing up with a blank, childlike expression. He still wore the muzzle covering his face and his wrists were connected in front by means of the glowing wristbands. He stared at Choromatsu innocently for a moment. Watch this, he said. Osomatsu turned to face an alien before him. This alien was sitting in a chair against the wall only a couple meters from Choromatsu. It seemed only half lucid and completely mind-broken, though that didn't stop Osomatsu from interacting with it. Hey! Osomatsu stepped closer, holding out his bound wrists. Hey! I don't like these. Turn them off, please. Choromatsu eyed him curiously as the alien sleepily looked up at Osomatsu. It exchanged eye contact with him, not immediately responding to his request. Osomatsu snapped his fingers and spoke again. These, he repeated, raising his wrists even higher before it. Deactivate them. The alien stared without any thoughts, its eye contact lingering for just a moment longer before it slowly sank to the man's wrists. Like a brainless vessel it stared at them quietly. Then, it reached up with one of its hands and, like a mindless baby, started touching the wristbands. It brought a second hand up and examined them, noticing how they were stuck together and binding the man. It analyzed a little too carefully for a few moments before, finally, it sent a nod. This nod instantly deactivated the restraints, including the muzzle, setting Osomatsu completely free. As Choromatsu observed, his eyes went wide. Ha, idiot! Osomatsu pulled his hands back and relished in the freedom, stretching and rolling his wrists with a successful smile. Thank God! Choromatsu leaned forward subtly, staring in awe before suddenly jumping to his feet. He hurried over to the alien, holding out his bound wrists with a hopeful look. "Me too," he exclaimed. "Undo mine, too." The alien, its movements as lethargic as ever, looked over at Choromatsu's bound wrists. It stayed still for a long time, a little too long, before giving a nod. This nod freed Choromatsu as well, and both shared a satisfactory grin. "Finally," sighed Choromatsu. "Yeah, these guys are totally dumb right now," Osomatsu pointed out. "They'll do anything you tell them to if you give enough cues." "Unbelievable," the other mumbled. Now freed from their restraints, Osomatsu wandered forward and looked around the area curiously. More aliens had entered since their arrival, and it was clear each one was only getting sicker. Even the one that had them sit in the corner was nowhere to be seen, or, more likely, it now blended in with the others, delusional and sleepy. Choromatsu walked up behind him with a frown. "Well, what now?" he asked. "Don't know," Osomatsu shrugged, strolling on through the room aimlessly. Of course, not one alien seemed to care of his presence. Choromatsu turned his attention away from Osomatsu and looked around at the type of room they were inhabiting. He could see all sorts of gizmos and devices, though he assumed they were more for leisurely purposes rather than experimentation. At a couple tables were some personal computer-esque objects that displayed information Choromatsu couldn't understand. He also recognized what vaguely looked like a bookshelf. He cocked his head, intrigued. Now approaching the tall bookshelf, Choromatsu reached out and trailed his fingers along the spines of several book-like devices. With his middle finger, he gently tugged one out from the top and examined it. These books were much like the ones given to them by Choromatsu in that they did not open, but instead displayed a holographic model you could interact with. He couldn't quite decipher what the illustration was on the cover, but decided to take a peek regardless. He held the book with one hand and pressed a button with the other, projecting the holographic form before him for handling. With his free hand, he flipped open the pages and began reading. Of course, he didn't know what he expected. This one didn't seem to be a picture book, and instead displayed only text he couldn't understand. He turned the page a few times hoping to find something he could comprehend, but nothing stood out. With a small breath, he turned off the hologram and slid the book back in its place on the bookshelf. Choromatsu turned away from the shelf and began strolling deeper into the area. He passed tables and couches and decorative furniture used to create a serene atmosphere for the aliens during an emergency like this. As he passed a sink and some counters, he came across a tall cabinet with a curious design on its door. It almost seemed enchanting with its secular artistry, and he couldn't help but to see what was inside. He wrapped his fingers around the edge and tried to open the door, but found that it wouldn't slide or swing like a typical door. Luckily, he found a sensor on the side that seemed to do the trick. When the sensor was activated, the door faded into an ethereal, translucent ghost of itself. Choromatsu graced its exterior with his fingertips, only to find that he could slip them right through. As his hand entered the chamber, he could feel a significant drop in temperature on the other side. And its contents, they varied in all sorts of shapes, colors, and sizes. He didn't know what they were. Containers? Food, maybe? He pulled a dish out from the lowest shelf, one that was at about eye level, slipping it past the translucent door and examining it in his hands. He peeled back the covering and was immediately greeted by an oddly savory scent. He didn't know what he was looking at, but he was certain that it was food. This cabinet, he thought, must be a refrigerator. Interesting. Choromatsu closed the dish and placed it back inside the insulated chamber, turning the door's permeability back off and stepping away. He continued on his aimless walk through the grand room beyond the kitchen and dining area, soon making it to a single doorway closed off by a holographic wall. Of course, Choromatsu could walk right through it. He entered cautiously, walking through a short, curved hallway before entering an area much more normal than he expected. It was a bathroom. 12 stalls to be exact, all with their own toilet much similar to the one in his and Osomatsu's bedroom. There were 3 sinks and, overall, the room was the most human-looking thing to come from these aliens. He supposed it only made sense that bathrooms were constructed in similar ways across the galaxy. With the bathroom now having been explored, Choromatsu exited and once more entered the main area. He wandered around several large screens reminiscent of TVs, all of which were shut off. There were also a few tubes and vents around the room, though he didn't know the purpose of them. As he tiptoed in between and around the aliens as to not disturb anyone, he suddenly tripped over a large object. With a big OOF. He fell to the floor and barely managed to catch himself before landing face first. He turned over and sat up, rubbing his elbow as he looked over what it was that tripped him. The item in question appeared to be some sort of sack or bag and seemed to contain a number of sturdy objects. Choromatsu glanced up at the alien it supposedly belonged to, but even the man's dramatic fall didn't seem to awaken it from its dazed state. Choromatsu crawled over to the bag curiously. He knew it was wrong to look through others' personal belongings, but he couldn't help himself. After all, this was a rather strange and unpredictable situation they were in, and he felt anything could be useful. Not to mention, these were aliens. He could get away with being a dumb, curious animal just snooping around, right? Without any more moral qualms, he opened up the bag and began digging around. The largest, and hardest, objects confined within were some books it seemed the alien owned. They didn't look very interesting and Choromatsu only spared passing glances at their covers. The second thing he found was a pyramid. When he picked up this technological device, he let out an ooh as he found that it floated above his palm. Other than that though, he wasn't sure what its purpose was. He set it back in the bag and rummaged around, feeling a number of interesting supplies. He pulled out one that was cylindrical in shape and examined it. He recognized its structure and twisted the end, ejecting a screen and ultimately reforming the gadget into a notepad. It was just like the one Choromatsu often used. He put it back and pulled out one last item, one that, based on touch alone, he thought might be a pen. Looking at it however, he saw that there was no tip to write with and instead it had a dull end. Examining it further, he found a small button on the side. Without thinking, he pushed it. Choromatsu jumped, absolutely startled as something was ejected from the end at a terrifying speed. Now sticking out of the dull tip was a sharp blade made entirely of plasma. This item that he was carrying was obviously some sort of box cutter or pocket knife, and it was clearly dangerous. He deactivated it and stuffed it back into the bag. At this point in time, Choromatsu heard a voice calling out to him from across the area. "Hey, Choromatsu!" Osomatsu shouted from afar. "You gotta see this." The man set his hand on his leg and pushed himself to a standing position, stepping carefully this time over the bag and making his way back to the beginning of the room where he had left Osomatsu. As he squeezed through the crowd, he could make out Osomatsu staring intensely out the window. His eyes were fixated on something big. Choromatsu hurried over and joined him. "What is it?" he asked. "Look." Choromatsu frowned and leaned in, looking out into the cosmos and galaxies surrounding the ship. It was colorful and gorgeous, and everything seemed peaceful save one single anomaly. What the? It took the man a moment to process it, but as soon as he realized what he was looking at, his heart stopped cold. It was a whale. Swimming through the stars in its magnificent glory, the creature moved slowly, maybe inches at a time, as if time were crawling at a dreamlike pace. Its skin was of black, wispy fire not too dissimilar to a Horovigan's, though its underside had a patch of white. The animal strongly resembled a large mammalian sea creature from Earth, though this oddly gorgeous organism was anything but earthly. It was far, perhaps miles away, but it was big. Huge. Enormous. So much so that Choromatsu could make out much of its details impeccably. All along its back were what looked like scales, which conflicted with its otherwise smooth and ghostly body. The scales looked like dots from where they were, but the vast proportion of this creature along with the distance between them distorted the horrific reality of what this thing was. Gliding like an angel of death from an alien's hell, the slow-moving animal floated their way. And it was at this moment that it hit him. Holy shit! Choromatsu formed a deeply agitated expression as he observed the creature so far away. I think know what that is. You do? Osomatsu looked at the other with a hint of disbelief. That thing, it's the whale that's on one of the books in our room, he told him anxiously. Which book? It's not a pretty one, he frowned. It's a book about a village of aliens succumbing to insanity before dropping dead. Huh? The eldest gave the other a serious glare. Aliens going insane before dropping dead? That's just a story, right? Choromatsu shook his head. Ichimatsu didn't want to talk about it, but he said the book was non-fiction, he explained. Everything that's happened has been just like in the book, and it all ties back to that whale. But, what is it? Osomatsu questioned. I don't really know yet, he replied. But whatever that thing is, it's the cause for everyone's illness. Did the book say anything about how to stop it? The other continued to press. Millimeter, I mean. Choromatsu scrunched his brow and ran his fingers through his hair, trying hard to remember. It's kind of hard to recall details. I wasn't feeling very good and I had a fever dream after reading it that night. Maybe we could go get it from the room. Osomatsu gave the other a big, determined grin. Then we could figure it out, he exclaimed, finishing the other's thought. The only problem is. Choromatsu pursed his lips. He looked back up at the whale, analyzing its movements closely. He was attentive to its speed and motion, carefully trying to determine how far away it was. The massive size along with immense distance created the illusion that it was small, but Choromatsu had a feeling they were looking at something of substantial mass. Osomatsu, he finally said. Right now, we're on a time limit. We may not have long, but you and I need to figure out what's going on and find a way to stop it before that whale reaches this ship. I have a feeling, once that creature makes it here, all of these people are going to die. What about the higher-ups? Osomatsu huffed. Aren't they doing anything to help? Where are they? Why aren't they here yet, saving everyone's ass? I don't know, but assuming they're on their way, what if they don't make it in time? Choromatsu pointed out. Now might be our only chance to act. The clock is ticking, we have to take charge. Okay. Osomatsu backed away from the window, looking at the ground as he tried to think. Damn it, okay. So then, what do we need to do? Hear me out, the younger began. Our number one priority is making sure everyone is safe. So, our first order of business should be gathering everyone we can into these safe rooms. Will that even do anything? It'll be easier to keep everyone safe if we're all together, he rationalized. You can be in charge of bringing people back here, and maybe you could find some tissues to help those who are bleeding. If you think anyone needs further first aid, use your best judgment, but keep in mind that there are a lot of people on this ship. Osomatsu brought a finger and a thumb to his chin and looked up as he considered the idea. Okay, yeah, I can do that, he nodded. Though, how do we navigate through the ship? We don't know how to unlock any doors. Choromatsu hummed thoughtfully, giving a long hum. Maybe. The Red brother smiled dumbly. We could just lug along one of these dumb creeps and have them open doors for us. I bet they'd do it. I don't know, Osomatsu, said the other hesitantly. Most of them aren't doing so well, I wouldn't want to cause one to collapse. Then, do we have anything tools we can use? The elder asked. Did you see anything while walking around the safe room? Well, I found a few things, he mentioned. A few books, a notepad, a box cutter. Oh. Osomatsu formed a wide grin. Any alien weapon will do. Where's the box cutter at? Well, hold on, Choromatsu frowned. We can't just break through a bunch of doors. That's going to cause a lot of damage. Nah, it's fine, the other waved dismissively. These guys are like, really high-tech, they don't mind. I've broken a shit ton of things. We're just animals to them, so it doesn't really matter. Well. The blue Matsu gave a deep breath. In that case, I guess it's fine. This is an emergency, after all. He turned and pointed at the bag off to the other side of the room. The box cutter is in there. I'll find another for myself. Osomatsu folded his arms, giving the other a determined look. All right, he said. So I'll take care of these alien bastards and get as many here in the safe room as I can. That's my job. What about you? What are you going to do? Choromatsu paused, glancing back out through the window at the slow-floating creature. He furrowed his brow and pulled his lips to the side in thought. Then, he answered. First, I'm going to buy us some time, he told him. How are you going to do that? This ship is headed straight towards that whale, Choromatsu explained. And that whale seems to be moving straight towards this ship. If I can make it to a flight deck, then maybe I can change our course and move us away. But. He frowned and stared hard at the ground. No, I just don't know how the hell we'd find the flight deck. This facility is huge. Osomatsu formed a big grin. I know how to find the flight deck, he smiled. You do? Choromatsu looked to the other, eagerly hopeful. Yep. Osomatsu lifted his index finger as he happily informed the other. When I tried to escape back before you joined us, I made it to one of the ship's control rooms. There was a huge holographic model of the ship, which was how I found the escape pods. If you can make it to that room, then you should be able to find the flight deck. That's great. He beamed. How do I get there? I don't know the conventional way, but there's a vent in our room you can take, explained the other. They took our bed frame, so you'll have to bring a chair or something to reach it. Break into the vent and crawl until you see a big room with the 3D model of the ship. Then, find the flight deck. All right. Choromatsu gave himself an affirmative nod. Okay. I'll go do that. While you're doing that, you should also grab that book you were talking about from our room, Osomatsu suggested. Then maybe we can find out how to stop that thing. Sounds like a plan, said the blue Matsu. If anything changes, we meet back up here. Osomatsu grinned and gave an A-OK signal with his hand. Good luck, he told him. You too. With that, the duo split. As Osomatsu passed the other to retrieve the plasma knife from the bag, Choromatsu quickly looked around for another. He jogged through the room keenly, scanning the area for more supplies they could borrow. As there were more than plenty of aliens already in the safe room, it wasn't hard for him to locate another bag next to a sleepy alien. He peeked inside it and dug around in search of something useful. Alas, there were only books and miscellanea that provided no help. He shut the bag and stood, glancing around for the next. By the time Choromatsu was on his third rummaging spree, he finally came across a tool he could use. He wasn't quite sure its purpose, but it seemed like a lighter or little flamethrower, though its product was plasma rather than a typical flame. Upon activating it, it quickly expanded within a larger radius momentarily like a flash before shrinking down to its standard size. Choromatsu knew this would work wonderfully. He tucked it away in his pocket before finding an empty chair and lifting it, carrying it with him to use as a stool. When the man was ready to go, he saw that Osomatsu had already gotten the entrance to the room open. With a single, deep gash cut vertically down near a sensor, he was able to break its lock and open the door with ease. Choromatsu passed him as he worked just outside the room, already finding collapsed individuals to help walk inside. He hurried down the hall and soon turned the corner, leaving the safe room and Osomatsu out of sight. Now on his own, Choromatsu raced through the hallways of the facility as fast as he could while carrying a lightweight chair. He was decently confident in his ability to find his way back to the bedroom and was sure he could make it back as well. He just had to hurry. The creature swimming through the stars was on its way, and he didn't know how much time they had left. Right, left, straight, left, right. It was a fairly simple maze, as each hallway had its own indicator of sorts, whether that be the curve and shape of the interior or unique design choices picked subtly as decor. It only took some minutes for Choromatsu to find his way back to the area where they had last seen Ichimatsu. He passed the route that led to the transportation platform and turned one last corner, finally making it to his and Osomatsu's holding cell. Now, the only barrier between him and the path to that control room Osomatsu had talked about was this door. He set the chair down and withdrew the tool stolen from one of the bags in the safe room. He pressed the tip against the edge sensor and activated it. With a small blast emanating from the affected exterior, the plasma lighter melted part of the door upon impact. Immediately, the lock broke and Choromatsu was able to open it with ease. Once inside the bedroom, Choromatsu began looking around for the vent. It wasn't one he'd cared to notice before, so he didn't find it immediately, though it only took a few moments. He dragged the chair inside and pushed it to the bathroom, propping it up against the wall and, assuming he stood on the elongated backside, allowing himself to reach the vent. Before breaking in, however, he stopped himself. He turned and glanced at the toy chest across the room, eyeing it momentarily before hastily approaching it. He opened the lid and dug around inside, skimming through books until he found the one in mind. He held it in his hands and looked over the cover. Just as I thought, he mumbled to himself, eyeing the illustration. This picture is a drawing of that whale coming towards this ship. Everything matched: the fiery, wispy skin, its white underbelly, and its scaled back. This book was definitely related to the events taking place in the present. Choromatsu thought briefly about opening the book at that moment, but he instead tucked it beneath his arm and hurried back over to the vent. "I'll take a look after I change this ship's direction," he assured himself. Climbing up the chair carefully and standing on his tippy toes, Choromatsu reached up and blasted an opening through the vent. He wasted no time throwing the book through, then hauling himself up into the entrance. Once inside, he knew what his next objective was: find the control room. Nothing was going to deviate him from the task of saving all these people. Even if his and Osomatsu's attempts were fruitless, he knew they had to try, and they had to put as much effort in as possible. What was going on was far too serious to sit and do nothing. Choromatsu crawled on his hands and knees quickly through the rectangular tube, sparing passing glances at the rooms he passed as he did so. At first, all he could find were vents leading into other specimens' rooms. It looked like all other specimens were safely contained as the aliens were instructed to do. That was good, at least. Choromatsu wasn't sure what they would do if animals were running rampant around the facility. It would have made things a lot more dangerous, for sure. After passing a number of neighboring bedrooms, Choromatsu eventually made it to some new areas. He saw operating rooms, meeting rooms, and many more locations he didn't quite know the purposes of. He felt a gut-wrenching feeling every time he passed one with aliens still inside. Some were unconscious, others appeared close. One, he found, was even making strange movements in its delusional state. It was almost as if it were dancing. Just like in the book. Choromatsu shivered uncomfortably but continued on. He didn't like seeing the aliens in this kind of state. It wasn't just worrisome, it was unsettling. They were brainless, no different from zombies with a hint of insanity. It was surreal seeing intelligent individuals behaving in such a bizarre manner. He hoped they could fix it soon. Just as Osomatsu claimed, Choromatsu soon found the alleged control room just beyond a barred barrier. Inside, he could see the massive hologram illustrating the complete layout of the facility. God, the map was so much bigger than he could have imagined. It made him realize that he and Osomatsu had really only seen a fraction of the facility, as it harbored endless stations, areas, wings, and rooms. He would have been in further awe if he weren't so anxious from the circumstances. Using a blast from the plasma lighter, Choromatsu broke through the vent and carefully hopped down, clutching the book in his arms for safekeeping. He uneasily passed two non-functioning aliens idling about dumbly as he approached the hologram. The aliens didn't seem to care nor comprehend his presence, and one of them was talking incessantly to itself while messily wiping blood from its nose. Choromatsu wished he could stop to help but knew he had to stick to his objective. Osomatsu would get to them eventually, he was sure. Now standing like an ant below the enormous 3D model, Choromatsu looked up in awe at the pastel-colored hologram. First, he needed to find where he was. He navigated through the layout until he found his and Osomatsu's bedroom, where he was able to figure his location from there. The control room he was inside was down a hallway he had never been, but it was actually right around the corner from familiar territory. Next, he needed to locate the flight deck. He scanned the areas and tried to infer what each area was for. The specimen housing area, the testing area, the meeting area, all sub-areas within a tiny section of the giant facility. As he investigated on, he noticed a few very large rooms that were almost identical to one another. These rooms stood out to him because they were the only rooms to appear almost separate from the ship, connected only by a single hallway. This made them seem relatively isolated, at least in design. All of these large rooms were on the east side of the ship, though they were very far from one another. It was like there was one of these branched-out rooms for every section of the ship, making in total about 4. These isolated areas, was he looking at the safe rooms? Choromatsu tilted his head in confusion as he analyzed the design choice. It was kind of odd that these safe rooms were only connected to the facility by a single hallway. He hadn't even noticed that to be the case when traveling to and from one. Why did they seem so far away? He wondered if these rooms were perhaps capable of breaking from the main ship and leaving in case of an emergency. Though, that couldn't be right. There was no control panel or steering area of any kind within that safe room. If it were to detach, it would basically be a floating living room with a kitchen area and bathroom, nothing else. So, if the safe rooms weren't capable of separating from the main facility, why did they seem so isolated and out in the open? With that whale creature on its way to do God knows what, was it really safe to keep the aliens in such a vulnerable location? Whatever. Choromatsu was sure it would be fine. The higher-ups knew what they were doing when they ordered all the workers to migrate there. Moving on, it was time to locate the flight deck. Choromatsu scanned the area closely, taking a minute or two to find and determine which and where it was. Soon, he finally found it. At least, he was fairly certain that was it. The flight deck, it was on the same level as them, which was fortunate considering that changing levels likely required a teleporter. There seemed to be multiple routes to take, one even including one of these teleporters, though that was a clear no-go. The room was in the opposite direction of the bedroom from him, and he knew it would take a couple minutes to navigate his way there. Instead of memorizing each and every turn, he took his time organizing a plan of action with focused stops. A break room, a meeting room, a curved hallway, any unique markers that could give him an idea of where to go next. He carefully organized the steps in his head, taking his time to feel confident in the directions. Finally, he was ready. Choromatsu gave himself a nod and backed away from the hologram, soon turning and booking it towards the left door. He used his handy tool to break through the lock and entered once more a race against time through the never-ending hallways of the facility. Minute by minute, marker by marker, Choromatsu progressed rapidly towards the flight deck. Time was ticking, and as long as he wasn't there, the ship was continuing to move directly towards the creature outside. As he ran, he hoped Osomatsu was doing okay. He was sure he could trust the guy with the task of keeping everyone safe, despite him being a bit of an idiot. Making sure everyone on the ship was okay and stayed okay was their number one priority. In the end, it didn't even matter if they found out what that whale thing was, as long as it was stopped before it was too late. Jogging along past room after room, Choromatsu continued counting the markers in his head. He passed by the first, a break room, and soon traveled through the second, a meeting room. He hurried around the deactivated floating chairs of said meeting room and made it to the other end, breaking through his next door. After a few more turns, he found the curved hallway and followed the natural flow of direction until he reached one straight hall. At the very end of this hall was the final door he needed to get through, and on the other side was the flight deck. When this final barrier was broken, Choromatsu entered an amazing area filled with high-tech neon lights, computers, holograms, and, in the center of the circular interior, stairs that led down to the main platform. It was huge and very aesthetically pleasing, smooth and futuristic in a gorgeously designed way. On the main platform, two entities lied unconscious. One sprawled out across a board of controls before a giant screen that stretched across half of the room's curved walls. It was like a panoramic movie theater displaying four perspective viewpoints, a top overview, a side view, a first-person rendered perspective, and a third-person perspective. All along the sidebar were meters and statistics Choromatsu couldn't immediately understand, along with manual controls and options. Upon first glance, Choromatsu felt a sense of intimidation. It looked rather complicated to figure out on his own. He hadn't even thought about how he was going to redirect a completely foreign vessel. He didn't even know how to drive a regular car back on Earth, let alone a giant alien facility. Was this something he could figure out on his own? With a deep breath and his fingers clutching the book tightly, he went ahead to proceed. He made his way down the shallow staircase leading to the platform where all the controls seemed to be. When he approached it, he looked over the collapsed aliens a little more carefully. The captain's chair had been knocked to the ground and the first alien, seemingly the captain, was on the floor next to it. The second alien was on its knees with its upper torso leaning over the controls. Although the first was clearly completely unconscious, he noticed that the second's eyes were still open. After a second, Choromatsu suddenly blinked and focused his attention solely on the alien still partially lucid. He furrowed his brow as he stared hard, examining its face carefully and taking a single step forward. Something about this alien seemed familiar. Something about its energy reminded Choromatsu of someone. He didn't think he could tell these aliens apart without any sort of intuition drug, but at that moment, staring into those half-lidded eyes, he sensed a powerful regard. Was this Osomatsu? When Choromatsu called this name, the alien blinked. It was still lost in a trance, but it had heard him. It comprehended it, even if only barely. It recognized the collection of human sounds put together in order to substitute its own name. It recognized the word. It had responded to it. This alien, it was Osomatsu. As Choromatsu came to this realization, his eyes went wide. Osomatsu. He called again, stepping forward and taking the creature by the shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Are you holding up? As Osomatsu's attention was stimulated, he responded lethargically and confused. He didn't transform into a human right away, almost as if he forgot it was an option. When he lifted his head, Choromatsu noticed there was a small pool of black blood drooled onto the interface. Of course, Osomatsu's nose had been bleeding, just like everyone else's. Choromatsu observed carefully while the alien shifted its position, sliding off the control desk and collapsing to his knees wearily. He looked so lost and spirited. What in the world was he doing here? Oh, that's right, Choromatsu mumbled. You are here to do something with the ship's control. I didn't realize you had made it all the way here. Attempting to converse with the alien, though unable to understand, spoke back. When he did so, his voice was like static and Choromatsu couldn't tell what he was saying. He gave the other a worried look. I don't know what you're saying, he said. But, you were about to adjust the ship's control, right? If you tell me how to do that, I can help. Osomatsu only stared, becoming unresponsive to his words. Choromatsu tried to reiterate himself, embellishing his request with hand gestures and dramatic motions. I want to drive the ship, he told him, slow and clear. Tell me how to do it. With another few seconds passing by, Choromatsu huffed and tried moving his hands as if he were turning a steering wheel. The ship, he repeated firmly. Drive the ship. How do I do that? Finally, something seemed to click in Osomatsu's slow mind. Osomatsu turned his head to look at the interface, thinking much too hard about things before reaching out sluggishly with one of his extra arms. He reached all the way over, pressing his palm against a scanner to activate manual control. In doing so, there was a noise. Choromatsu looked at the control board and observed eagerly as a chamber opened up on the surface. Outside of this chamber floated an octahedron, large and perfect in shape. It was like a marble hovering just above the interface, ready for use. Choromatsu examined it carefully for a moment, setting the book aside and slowly reaching out towards it. This, he inferred, was the steering wheel. Now that manual control had been given to him, Choromatsu knew what he needed to do next. He looked up at the quad perspective screen, searching for that strange whale. He didn't see it in the side view or the overhead view, but it was visible in first person and third person. This meant that it was still relatively far, though something in his gut told him it was going to arrive soon. All he needed to do was turn the ship around. Easy enough. With a deep breath, Choromatsu hovered his hands around the spherical shape and began to manipulate its direction. Unsure of how quickly or carefully he needed to maneuver this control, he started off slowly. Whoa. Maybe not slowly enough. As he turned the shape using an alienistic force, the ground beneath him lurched. He managed to catch himself on the control board and stay standing, but it was clear he had to go about moving the ship more carefully. Once his footing was regained, he reached back out to manipulate the orb once more. Before he could make any more turns, an icy hand reached out and took him gently by the wrist. Choromatsu turned and watched curiously as Ichimatsu stood to his feet, his balance wavering and position hunched. Softly pulling Choromatsu's hands away from the device, he reached out himself and went about turning the ship on his own. Oh, thank you, Choromatsu nodded. The man's grateful demeanor was cut short as he witnessed Ichimatsu move the direction of the ship back to its default position. The ship was facing the space whale once again, headed towards it with robotic determination. Wait, hold on. The second oldest called, pulling Ichimatsu away from the orb. You're just leading us back to it. Choromatsu tried again to reach out and manipulate the steering, but Ichimatsu gently stopped him. Choromatsu looked at him in confusion, trying to read what on earth the other was attempting to do. He then looked back up at the whale with a frown. Ichimatsu, I don't think we should be going towards it, he asserted, reaching out yet again to steer. I don't think that's going to help. We need to get as far away from that thing as possible. The alien doctor placed a palm over the man's forehead, pushing him back away from the floating device and again keeping him from changing the direction of the ship. When Choromatsu sent the other a bewildered and questioning look, Ichimatsu only responded by shaking his head. Why are you trying to stop me? Choromatsu pressed. That thing out there is what's making you sick. Ichimatsu again only responded by shaking his head, his expression still in a daze. Choromatsu huffed and marched back up to the orb, positioning his hands quickly and beginning to steer. As the pull of the ship caused the floor to lurch softly, Ichimatsu grabbed Choromatsu's wrists a little more firmly this time and pulled him back. Let go of me! Choromatsu barked, shooting a glare Ichimatsu's way. We're getting away from that creature, and that's final. Again, Ichimatsu only responded by shaking his head. Choromatsu shook his head back, only his was in disbelief. I don't understand why you're doing this, he argued. You're so set on going towards it. It's like you're. At that moment, it hit him. You're. Scenes from the book flashed through Choromatsu's mind rapidly. This was one of the symptoms. These aliens, they were actively going towards the danger. Even as others tried to stop them, they seemed to stop at nothing to get closer. And as a result, they all died. Ichimatsu wasn't trying to help, he had actually lost his mind. It was happening. This was one of the last symptoms to become apparent. As Choromatsu processed this sudden thought, Ichimatsu drowsily reached past him to access the steering controls once more. Before he could move them back to their previous direction, Choromatsu snapped awake and shoved him away. Ichimatsu stumbled a bit but managed to stay standing. I'm changing the course of this ship, and then you're coming back with me to the safe room, he announced in assertion. You can rest there, and then you won't have the chance to change it back. Ichimatsu stared dumbly. Even if the alien could understand his words, he wouldn't be able to comprehend. He was far too gone. Choromatsu stared back for a long moment, then gave a big huff. He marched forward and took Ichimatsu by the hand. Ichimatsu easily complied, swaying as he was pulled and dragged along behind the man. Choromatsu carefully walked Ichimatsu up the steps of the platform, entering the outer ring of the flight deck. He then approached the door, and had Ichimatsu sit. "Stay here for a second," he ordered. "I'll be right back." Ichimatsu didn't try to fight it or get up, and instead sleepily watched as Choromatsu backed away, then turned and ran down the stairs. The man glided over to the steering device and took control for the 5th time, switching his pace to careful as he maneuvered the orb in the opposite direction of the whale. The ground softly lurched yet again, but this time Ichimatsu wasn't around to stop it. Choromatsu watched the maps above carefully, eyeing them as he turned the ship around. It took about 10 seconds, but finally, the ship was moving the opposite direction. And, thank God, too. By this point in time, the animal's figure had begun peeking over the barrier of the top view map. It was definitely getting closer, and Choromatsu didn't know how much longer they had left. Hopefully this bought enough time for help to arrive before it was too late. With the ship's new direction now set, Choromatsu backed away. He eyed the whale silhouetted in the overhead view, watching for a few seconds before determining that it was still indeed catching up. Slowly but surely. At least he had bought some time, anyway. With Choromatsu's first main objective now complete, it was time to move on to the second objective, and that was getting Ichimatsu to the safe room. Grabbing the book off the counter, he turned away from the controls and hurried back up the flight of stairs. He approached the mind-broken Ichimatsu and offered a helping hand. Ichimatsu dumbly took the offer and was helped to his feet. "Okay, now, just follow me," Choromatsu encouraged gently. Ichimatsu complied like a puppet, following along while holding the man's hand. As Choromatsu led him out of the room, it was clear he was struggling just to stay awake. "Just hang in there until we can get you to the safe room with everyone else," the man said. "Come on." They walked through the hallways and took a good 10 minutes making their way back. Choromatsu was able to follow the trail of broken doors to get back to the control room, where he then navigated a path back to his and Osomatsu's bedroom. Once they made it there, he knew how to get to the safe room easily. As Choromatsu and Ichimatsu traveled closer to the safe room entrance, Choromatsu noticed that the area had been cleared of victims fairly well. All of the drowsy and unconscious aliens had been led back to the safe room, where he assumed Osomatsu was keeping them safe. Now they could find comfort in knowing that Ichimatsu was safe, too. As Choromatsu entered the safe room, he found it to be a little more crowded than before. Osomatsu was in the center with a roll of paper, aiding the aliens in stopping their bloody noses. He looked up upon seeing Choromatsu and the sluggish doctor enter. "Oh, there you are," he called, kneeling before an alien whilst holding a blooded tissue. "I felt the ship move. Did you do that?" "Yeah, that was me," Choromatsu smiled. "That whale is still moving faster than us, but I was able to buy us a little more time. Also, I found Ichimatsu while I was there." "Ichimatsu?" Osomatsu hopped to his feet and hurried over, examining the useless alien still clutching Choromatsu's hand. "That's Ichimatsu?" "Yeah," he confirmed. "He was able to sort of help me steer." Osomatsu gave Ichimatsu a serious glare, looking hard into his eyes. "We found Ichimatsu, but..." He then glanced at Choromatsu. "What about Choromatsu?" "Oh." Choromatsu had to admit, in his excitement steering the ship and finding Ichimatsu, he'd nearly forgotten about Choromatsu. Are you sure he's not already somewhere in this safe room? Millimeter. Osomatsu glanced around in uncertainty. I feel like I would have recognized him. He's the only alien I can kind of make out. Then, we should probably find him, too. The eldest looked up at Ichimatsu once more and called out to him. Ichimatsu, he said. Where's Choromatsu? Ichimatsu slothfully brought his gaze to Osomatsu's, staring mindlessly into his eyes. He gave a slow blink, not quite understanding the other's words. Choromatsu, Osomatsu repeated. Where is Choromatsu? Ichimatsu's eyes seemed to narrow ever so slightly as he tilted his head in confusion, finding himself perplexed as he tried to figure the other out. He let out the softest of static noises, indicating the utterance of a word or two in his dazed state. Choromatsu, he said once more, raising his voice. Your partner, the behavioralist, the green frog guy, where is he? Osomatsu, I don't think he understands, Choromatsu informed, discouraged. Why doesn't he just change into a human, then? He huffed. What's he doing looking like that? I don't know, he just isn't thinking straight I guess, said the other. Among this brief exchange, Ichimatsu had stood a little bit straighter. He slowly looked around the room, then turned to look behind him. He mumbled another foreign word before he began to stagger clumsily. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's attention naturally shifted as they noticed him walking away. Oh? Choromatsu looked at him in worry. Is he going to go find Choromatsu? The other asked hopefully. Maybe, he shrugged. Osomatsu jogged to catch up, looking up at Ichimatsu as he hurried alongside him. Hey, are you taking us to Choromatsu? Of course, Ichimatsu didn't respond. Osomatsu turned to glance back at Choromatsu with a smile. I'll follow him and see if we can bring Choromatsu back, he offered. You stay here and read that book. Oh, right. Choromatsu brought the book into both hands and looked down at the cover, examining the whale in front. Sounds good. As Osomatsu walked with Ichimatsu out of the safe room, Choromatsu glanced around the room for a space to read. He found an empty desk with a chair and set the book down, but stopped himself before he could sit. Before it was time to indulge, he just wanted to check how close the creature outside was to the ship. When Choromatsu approached the window, he was surprised at first to see nothing at all. Then, he paused. That's right, he mumbled. If I turn the ship, then of course we won't be able to see it out this window anymore. With a little sigh, he returned to the desk. It wasn't good not knowing how much time they had left. As he plopped down in the seat, he murmured to himself further. Where's the damn rescue team? He asked rhetorically. Whose idea was it to leave the humans to do all the saving? Giving one more frustrated huff, he turned his attention to the book. Trailing his fingertips upon the surface of the cover, Choromatsu looked over the whale once more. If it weren't the source of this pandemic, he would have thought it to be quite astounding. Shiny beads glistening in the cosmos all along its spine, a magnificent tail like a mystical mermaid from a fantastical story, and even its cloud-like skin fluttering like rose petals in the slow-moving space that was the universe. It was marvelous, actually. How could such a beautiful animal create so much chaos? Although it never explicitly appeared in this story, the whale-like organism was clearly a cause for illness and insanity. He didn't know how yet or why, but perhaps delving deeper into the book could provide some clues. As his fingers dragged down to the base of the book, he activated the sensor which triggered a holographic item to appear before him in the most comfortable position. He took the virtual object and opened its front cover, delving back into a story he'd been curious about since his first read. The beginning of the story began just as he remembered. It started off with the introduction of a village, home to many humble families. It was bright and cheery and seemed like nothing could go wrong. Then, on the next page came the first one to fall ill. This, to Choromatsu, represented Choromatsu. The Horovagan was displaying erratic behavior, attempting to show his people marvels that did not exist. In other words, he was perhaps hallucinating. The second day repeated this formula with no significant change. By the third day, it seemed as though more people were beginning to hallucinate, as more than just the single ill had begun to dance. Choromatsu twisted his lips in confusion. He didn't quite get what the victims were seeing in their hallucinations. Were they all seeing the same thing? That's how it appeared, but hallucinations didn't normally work like that. They were typically unique to each individual experiencing them. In other words, it was possible they weren't hallucinating at all. Maybe they were actually seeing something. But then, why couldn't anyone else see it, including the reader? Either way, it seemed that one of the first symptoms of the illness was seeing something no one else could see, followed or preceded by a bloody nose. Did Choromatsu ever describe seeing something that wasn't there? Now that he thought about it, he absolutely did. When Choromatsu first fell ill, he described Osomatsu's eyes changing color when they clearly hadn't. Then, he looked out the window and saw something that seemed to terrify him. Choromatsu was seeing something that Choromatsu and Osomatsu couldn't see themselves, and he was actively reacting to it. This reaction, however, it seemed unique. In the book, the Horavagans acted excited to be seeing what they were seeing. Whatever it was that they perceived, they seemed enthralled and marveled by it, so much so that they would dance around the invisible illusion. If everyone suffering from this illness saw the same hallucinations, why would Choromatsu react so differently? Did Choromatsu know what was going on the moment he saw the hallucinations? As Choromatsu continued rereading the story, he proceeded on to the second act. This was when the story shifted in its course. All the afflicted gathered in the village to excitedly tell others about what they were seeing, and this time, both the healthy Horavagans and even the reader could see what it was. The object of desire was no longer a non-existent hallucination, but instead a very real threat, that being the glowing, floating orb of light. This was when the story took a dark turn. It seemed as though the moment these people touched the light, it was too late to save them. They were drawn to it and wanted nothing more than to get closer, even if the item in question was the cause of their illness. Even if the item in question was leading them to their demise. As more and more became smitten with the ailment, the perception for the reader became warped. Choromatsu felt sick to his stomach as he began to relive the fever dream created by the book. Interestingly enough, this was the only portion of the story that was in color. Everything up until this point had been black and white, but as soon as the distortions and delusions affected even the reader, there was suddenly color. And then there was the imagery. Eyes, eyes, eyes everywhere. Eyes and colors and mists and clouds and shapes, all over the page. This, presumably, was what was going on in the minds of those afflicted. He didn't know what else to make of it. After the sickening experience that was the insanity portion of the story, everything stopped. The colors were gone, and the people were dead. Just like I remember, Choromatsu sighed. They all just went crazy and died. Does this mean there's nothing Osomatsu and I can do to stop it? As the final scene faded, something quick and sudden happened, something that the man didn't expect. Choromatsu blinked as he stared at the black screen, frozen in place. He could have sworn he just saw the slightest of movement before everything had gone dark. There wasn't supposed to be motion in that last scene, at least, that's what he thought. Everything was supposed to be still. What was that he just saw? Was there actually more than he suspected? Choromatsu rubbed his eyes and replayed the animation. God, he had to watch the manic sequence all over again. He went through the motions and allowed the drug-like psychopathy to play out, trying not to look too hard at it for fear of becoming nauseous. Just as before, the scene suddenly stopped after a minute as a still picture took its place. This picture, it was black and white. The people, they were dead. At least, he always assumed they were at this point. He stared intently, watching the top of the page and readying himself for any possible movement. A few long seconds went by with nothing. Then, the moment the scene began to fade, it happened. Oh. He really had seen something. In the final few frames of the animation, he saw the start of something descending from above. What was that? From what he could see, they were relatively thick, perhaps a third of the size of one of the aliens. They came down like strands or streamers, though the animation wasn't nearly long enough for him to see how long they were. He just knew there were more than one and that their vertical end wasn't in frame by the time the scene faded completely to black. They didn't move far and were easy to miss, so he didn't blame himself for not seeing it before. Though, it left him wondering, were those significant? Something he needed to figure out? He didn't know. Choromatsu played the final animation once more. He sat through the long sequence of insanity and made it to the last few seconds for the third time, watching carefully as the objects only began to descend before the scene completely faded. He was sure of it, something was falling towards the bodies after they had succumbed to the ailment. It made him question, if the story didn't end right there, were those Horavagans actually still alive? He was certain they had died, but that was before he knew anything else had happened to them. Interesting. Choromatsu shut the book and turned off the hologram, staring down at the cover thoughtfully. He had collected a few new bits of information, but none of it was useful in figuring out how to stop it. If he was going to make a plan of action, he needed to learn more. And he was fully intent on doing so. Choromatsu slipped from the chair and hopped to the floor, holding the book in his arms as he looked around the room. Although they weren't in the best state of mind at the moment, he wondered if any of these aliens had the capacity to help him out. He scanned the room, searching for the most lively one. As his eyes fell on one alien hysterically grabbing at the air, he figured, maybe not the most lively, but at least the most lucid. As he strolled along through the room in search of someone who might help, he finally stopped before an alien mindlessly looking around the room. "Excuse me," he called, trying to be polite even if the alien couldn't understand his words. The alien slowly looked up at Choromatsu, cocking its head as it comprehended that it was staring at an animal and not another Horovagan. Choromatsu sent it a determined look and held up his book. "I need to learn more about this," he stated. "Can you help me?" The alien's gaze sank down to the book he was holding in his hands. It stared for a long time. Then, it reached out. With one finger, it dumbly touched the sensor in the front, triggering the hologram to pop up. Then, it leaned back, having accomplished its simple-minded task. Choromatsu stared at the alien for a moment to see if it would do anything else. Of course, it didn't. He glanced down at the hologram before frowning and turning it back off. "No," he corrected. "I need to learn more about the story." I need to know how to stop it. The alien did not immediately respond. It gave Choromatsu a 1,000-yard stare, its balance swaying ever so slightly as it sat still. Then, it looked back down at the book. It paused again before reaching out and attempting to press the sensor once more. Choromatsu huffed and pulled it away before it could do so. I'm not asking how to activate the book, he growled. I want to know about the book. Can you just lead me in the right direction? Now responding a little quicker with repetition and pattern, the alien yet again reached forward with one finger to turn the book on. Choromatsu pushed its hand away and held up the book for it to see. This, he said sternly, pointing to the whale on the cover. I want to know about this. The alien hesitated once it saw the image on the cover. It timidly pulled its hand back and stared as Choromatsu continued. This creature right here, he reiterated. What is it? Why is it making you sick? How do we stop it? At first, the alien did nothing. It only stared long and hard at the cover. Then, with movement still lethargic, it slowly began to shake its head. Choromatsu raised a curious brow as it did so, observing as it brought several of its hands to its face and covered its mouth with all 6 of them. You. Choromatsu cocked his head as he tried to figure the alien out. You don't want to talk about it? The alien shook its head again, though not particularly in response to Choromatsu's question. Choromatsu examined the alien's facial expression, or tried to, at least. Or, maybe, you can't talk about it. He clarified. The alien stared back, still covering its mouth with its numerous hands. Choromatsu frowned. It was just as he suspected, this topic was supposed to be kept a secret. It was a topic Ichimatsu couldn't talk about, and it was a topic this individual couldn't talk about. He didn't think it was one anyone could talk about. Something was stopping them, but it was by choice. Or perhaps, fear. Why in the world would such a crucial subject be kept quiet about? As the alien's gaze fell back upon the cover, it hesitated. Then, it looked up, peering faintly at something off in the distance. Choromatsu noticed this and turned around, looking to see for himself what the alien could possibly be looking at. The bookshelf. Choromatsu quickly looked back at the alien, then the bookshelf once more. Were there more books on this topic? He hesitated, giving the alien one last glance before hurrying some meters away to the shelf. He stood before the towering column curiously, skimming up and down and all around. He noticed something he hadn't paid any mind to before, a sensor, over on the side. He went to go touch it in hopes of doing something, but found that it was motion activated. As soon as his hand brushed in front of it, the bookshelf responded accordingly. Before his very eyes, Choromatsu watched as the shelves lining the wall from top to bottom began to shift and move vertically. They slid down into the floor, introducing more books coming in from the top as it did so. It was a never-ending supply, an infinite chain of infinite books. If he was going to find books about this whale thing, he was going to need a little more help. Choromatsu turned and approached the sleepy alien once more. He tugged at it and took it by the hand, helping it stand as to lead it over to the bookshelf. The alien, of course, being in a submissive state, easily followed and was stopped before the sensor. Choromatsu looked up at the alien while holding up his book yet again. I want more books about this, he ordered. Can you find one for me? The alien brought its gaze to the book, then looked up at the bookshelf as it pieced together what to do. It then reached over and took the book from Choromatsu's hands, waving it in front of the motion sensor and triggering a quick scan. Once the book was identified by the built-in computer, the bookshelf reacted. It began flipping through shelves once more, passing through a dozen of them before finally coming to a stop. Once it did so, a single book was purposefully knocked out of place, falling outward on its spine. A lone book, presenting itself perfectly before Choromatsu. It was clearly intended for him. With one quick glance to the alien, Choromatsu nodded with a thank you, and patted its back, triggering it to mindlessly walk back to its seat. Finally, it was time to learn what this creature was once and for all. Choromatsu set his own book aside on the shelf and reached all the way up to grab the new one. He pulled it out gently with his fingertips before flipping it into his hands and taking a peek at the cover. What he saw caught him entirely off guard. Illustrated on the cover of this new book, he saw an image that was very different from the other. This one appeared to feature the same whale, but it no longer looked majestic or whimsical. Instead, the creature was horrific in nature. Its large mouth was wildly agape, featuring several rows of razor-sharp teeth longer than any he'd ever seen. It was like a porcupine hide blossoming out from its gums, ready to impale whatever unfortunate victim crossed its path. The scales on its back were more pronounced and dramatized, and upon closer inspection, they didn't actually look like scales at all. They were more like pods. Cells. Clumps of translucent bubbles spread evenly along its spine, perhaps hundreds of them. Some of these pods were elongated, stretching out like disgusting tentacles with openings at the end that drooled some sort of vile substance. Its eyes were beady and small, and overall the creature was far more terrifying to look at than any Horovigan. "Jesus," he mumbled, bringing the illustration closer to his face for a better look. "That's not what I expected." The man looked away from the cover to glance around the room. He briefly considered going and getting comfortable in a chair for a nice read, but he felt a little too apprehensive for that. He needed to know what this thing was now. He didn't want to waste any more time. Without allowing another second to pass, Choromatsu tapped the sensor at the bottom of the cover, bringing out the virtual version of the book. He flipped it open to the first page, ready to take in whatever information it was about to give. Page 1 began very similarly to an anthropology book. He ignored all the text he couldn't read and instead focused mainly on the pictures and animations provided. On this page, he saw an evolutionary model play out for Horavigans as a species. It all started from a single-celled organism, evolving from that and going through a number of existential phases before becoming recognizable. Its earlier forms looked reminiscent of spiders or some sort of strange reptile, having 8 appendages that soon split into 2 legs and 6 arms. It gradually evolved to walk on 2 legs, just like humans, and eventually came out to be what Choromatsu knew Horavigans as today. Simple enough. Following this sequence of animations, a new evolutionary tree began, this one starting with a very similar-looking single-celled organism. Its features looked very similar to that of the Horovigan's ancestor, perhaps even being the same one. Just as the previous scene, it began to grow and evolve through different phases of evolution, soon becoming what could be immediately identified as the whale. 2 taxonomies, 2 different species. Once these 2 charts played out, a side-by-side comparison began. It showed the very first ancestor of each, with the Horovigans on the left and the whales on the right. After a few seconds of demonstrating them as separate, the screen changed, showing the one on the right to be crudely eating the first, or at least, that's what Choromatsu could gather. Then, the animation moved on. The next major evolutionary step for each species was compared side by side yet again, only to be changed when the creature on the right was seen once more eating the creature on the left. The third evolution was shown after, then the fourth. With every passing evolution, it was clear the ancestors of the Horavigans were evolving to survive, whereas the ancestors of that whale-like thing were evolving to kill. As the demonstration continued on, flipping through every single evolutionary milestone, Choromatsu's expression became grave. It continued on faster and faster until finally, it showed modern-day Horavagans compared to whatever that thing was. With one last cartoonish animation, the latter was seen crudely eating the former. Then, the page ended. Choromatsu flipped to the next, feasting deeply on its content and completely enthralled by the picture it was beginning to paint. The second and third pages' animations seemed to delve deeper into some of these earlier ancestors of each species. Choromatsu was able to figure out through visuals that the whale used to be completely land-based, using forelimbs for traveling at great speeds. As one variant of the creature stayed about the size of a Horavagan, another grew large. The smaller version primarily used its teeth as means of predation, but the mutated traits just weren't adequate enough. This species apparently died off not long after branching out. Now that the main bloodline had evolved to be much larger, it required much more food intake. One mutation managed to produce a creature with multiple stomachs, or at least, that's what it looked like to Choromatsu. Now able to house food in multiple chambers located on its back, it thrived as an apex predator, and any other variations soon became extinct. With these gastrointestinal pods lined alongside its spine, it formed retractable esophagi complete with tongues for snatching its prey. Its primary mouth and teeth became useless in obtaining food. The third page began to explore early Horavagan life. Villages of unevolved Horavagans, ones that appeared shrimpier with much smaller heads, were seen running in fear through natural environments. Some of them were on all eights as they scrambled to get away from the aforementioned version of the whale creature's ancestor. Standing at 4 times the height of a Horavagan at the time, this organism used the tentacle-like tongues flicking out from the elongated esophagi on its back in order to capture its prey. It was also here that it demonstrated a brand new and unique predatory skill that it had evolved to develop. This skill involved swiping each of the running victims with a tongue, causing them to fall and get caught. A close-up of one of these tongues revealed tiny, barbed prongs coated in some form of saliva. As the illustrations further examined this moisture, it zoomed in on the molecules creating this sticky substance. Genetic sequencing and codes from DNA flooded the page as the base chemical was assessed on an atomic level, expressing what Choromatsu could only figure was its potency. Whatever was in that saliva, it was clearly important enough to visually go over, giving the man the impression that it was likely some form of toxin. The early Horavagans weren't being tripped, they were being poisoned, or at the very least, stunned for easier capture. On the next page, a more recent Horavagan ancestor was revealed, this one having a much larger head than its previous form. With its larger brain, the alien was becoming more and more equipped with the ability to use and create tools. For the first time, the species began fighting back. At first, they simply used sticks and rocks to try and kill the predator, this often proving futile. Over time, however, more intelligent methods began to develop. Large alienistic foliage was wrapped around limbs in attempt to prevent the barbed tongues from injecting its venom and paralyzing them. They had also found a way to create fire, and heavily weaponized with the aim to kill. With the evolution of a bigger and ever-increasing brain, it was time for the predator to adapt, as well. In the next page, as Horavagans continued to develop and advance as a species, the whale's ancestor found a better way to get its venom in contact with its prey. Instead of flicking its barbed tongues in hopes of touching skin, the predator formed the ability to spray microscopic droplets into the air across a small distance, of which the early Horavagans would breathe and become afflicted. This worked as a stepping stone for what would come next. As the Horavagans advanced beyond the Stone Age and into medieval times, they developed better means of protecting themselves, even from these airborne droplets. Their predator had to evolve fast as members significantly struggled in their hunts, not to mention that they were now being hunted, themselves. The species branched out further in the evolutionary tree as numerous methods were mutated to aid in their predation. One subspecies formed a toxic gas, while another tried the simple act of biting to infect. Only one succeeded beyond all others, however, and this was the one used by the modern predator. Choromatsu had gotten far in his understanding considering he couldn't read any of the text. This next part, however, caused him a bit of confusion. He could comprehend that the predator was trying to incapacitate its prey somehow, but the final verdict of how to do so best wasn't immediately clear. By this time period being illustrated in the book, the only difference between the former and current evolutionary milestones of predator was the presence of legs. As the Horavagans were still inhabiting planet Atra at the time, there was still a need for those legs on land. Despite that, its method of predation was finally set. The greatest strength of a modern-day Horavagan was about to become its greatest weakness, and that was its brain. Choromatsu watched the animations play out, eyes wide like a baby's as he was completely enthralled by what he was learning. In this next page, a deep analysis of the brain of a Horavagan was efficiently broken down in text Choromatsu couldn't understand. There was biological imagery, showing the alien's nervous system, the body, and the genetic wiring used to build the organism in the first place. It was a long explanation with visuals that didn't alone communicate what was being said, but he supposed that was fine. All that mattered was that, now that the brain of a Horavagan had been introduced, something was going to happen with it. Flipping on to the next, Choromatsu saw the silhouette of a modern-day predator illustrated on the page. The model seemed to be emitting some sort of electromagnetic wave, almost reminiscent of a Wi-Fi signal. At least, that's how he perceived it. It was emitting something, and that something had the purpose of messing with the signals in a Horavagan's brain. The animation began showing an onslaught of symptoms being visually demonstrated for easier understanding. Choromatsu observed carefully, watching as the symptoms played out and translating them in his head. Panic with no clear trigger. Hallucinations. Anxiety. Excessive sleepiness. Debilitating confusion. A constant state of mind fog. Inattentiveness. Trouble remembering things. Significant lack of self-awareness. Migraines, erratic or unusual behavior, fainting spells, bleeding from the nose and, in later stages of exposure, total absence of self-preservation and fear, the final being illustrated by the Horavagan actively seeking out the predator with no regard for its own safety. On this same page, an image of a Horavagan's eyes were looked at closely. With the toxic wave consistently scrambling the victim's brain, its eyesight seemed largely impacted, as well. Its acute vision appeared remarkably heightened upon being affected, increasing the ability to perceive certain colors otherwise unseeable by the naked eye, as demonstrated with an unaffected individual unable to see those colors. These unique colors were uncommon in nature, but were often found in the biological optical receptors of other animals, in other words, their eyes. These colors were also present in the toxic waves otherwise invisible to the average person. This meant that individuals affected could actually see the poison's physical essence in real time. The visual representation for this essence appeared as a soft, colorful mist that was pleasing to look at without context. With another page out of the way, Choromatsu moved on to the next. This one appeared to show the 4 stages of the creature's predation cycle. First, it would emit the poisonous waves upon detecting multiple Horavagans within a specific proximity, one that seemed very, very broad. Next, the victim Horavagans would fall ill, unable to protect themselves or communicate their concerns. Then, the creature would approach the fallen without fear of them attempting to run. Finally, it would feed. The feeding stage appeared to consist of multiple parts. Upon arriving within range of its prey, the predator would regurgitate a small, balloon-like mass made up entirely of waste nutrients. Microscopic organisms coated the surface of this mass, presumably being a species with some sort of symbiotic relationship with the predator. The organisms would feed on this floating mass, secreting waste products with the quality of bioluminescence. Thus, it would create a perfect orb of light. Once created, this orb's purpose was to attract any Horavagans not already approaching the predator in their non-functioning state of mind. The afflicted would crowd the predator just as desired, where it would then begin its feast. Choromatsu couldn't help but to make a face as the ever-squishy pods on the whale's back began to elongate, stretching out into hordes of flexible esophagi that squirmed down towards the helpless victims and sucked them inside. Once a Horavagan was swallowed by one of these gastrointestinal tubes, the translucent organ would shrink back into place, pulling the Horavagan along with it until forming back into one of the pods on the predator's back. Inside this pod, inky stomach acids would slowly begin to break down the Horavagan's body, ultimately killing and consuming the victim whole. Once the predator was done gathering as many victims as possible, it would lurk back into the infinite cosmos, its hundreds of stomachs full and body prepared for deep hibernation. With that, the biological history book came to an end. Choromatsu stared down at the book in absolute horror, trying his best to organize all the new information he had just read. "Oh my God," he uttered, unable to say anything more. That was it. That was it. That was the whole book. And this was the only book these aliens had on such a significant creature. There was no other information. Nothing on how to stop it, or how to kill it, or how to at least reverse the effects of the poison. How could a topic as important as this be swept under the rug like some sort of big secret? How could this end up being something nobody was willing to talk about? Did Choromatsu or Ichimatsu have even an inkling of the amount of danger they were in? That everyone on this ship was in? Fuck. This was bad. This was really, really bad. And now, he and Osomatsu were the only intelligent life forms left on the ship that could do anything about it. At this time, a voice sang out cheerfully from the entrance of the room. Choromatsu snapped his attention up from the book in his hands, startled by this annoying voice while still retaining an expression stricken with terror. Choromatsu. In the doorway, a bouncing, bubbly Osomatsu entered, walking along two droopy aliens behind him. Of course, these aliens were vaguely recognizable and it was easy to see that Osomatsu's mission had gone well. "We found him." The man beamed blissfully. "Ichimatsu led me right to the break room, and there he was. I guess Choromatsu never got the memo to come to the safe room, ha. Osomatsu came to a slow before stopping altogether, perceiving Choromatsu's alarmed demeanor. His smile dropped and he let go of Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's hands, forming a serious expression of his own. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice much lower than before. Choromatsu gave a dry swallow, staring hard at Osomatsu as conjured up the best way to reveal their new, horrifying dilemma. "Osomatsu," he said, voice quivering. "That whale is here to eat them." Osomatsu's eyebrows furrowed as he was told this, both in confusion and concern. "It's here to what?" The younger held up the book in his hands, showcasing to the other the vile image of the whale in attack mode on the cover. "This book is about its history as their predator," he explained in a slight panic. "How it's evolved to hunt them down for food." "What the hell?" Osomatsu mumbled, marching forward and squinting at the illustration on the front. "All of these alien creeps are that thing's dinner. That's what it looks like. But then, how does that explain their sickness?" he questioned, scrunching his nose. "Remember what Ichimatsu said. reminded Choromatsu. He was telling us about a type of neurotoxin that some animals can produce as a form of radiance or something. He pointed at the picture and glared seriously at the other. I think this was what he didn't want to talk about. This creature is emitting an orotoxin that's incapacitating its prey. It's emitting an orotoxin. He continued to stare at the image, analyzing its features carefully. If that's really the case then, why aren't you and I sick, too? Orotoxins are species-specific, he recalled. Meaning, the orotoxin the whale is producing only affects horavagans. So. Osomatsu stood up straight, regaining eye contact with Choromatsu. You're saying that whale outside is poisoning them so it can come here and eat them all. Is that actually what we're dealing with right now? Yeah, he nodded. That's what we're dealing with. Jesus, that's not what I expected, huffed the other. So, how do we stop it? I have no idea, the man admitted. The book didn't say. And, what about that light? Choromatsu blinked. That light? Osomatsu raised his arm quietly, pointing off at something behind Choromatsu. Choromatsu raised a brow and turned around to see what in the world this guy was talking about. And, to his horror, what Choromatsu saw was indeed a light. In the man's fervent reading, he had failed to notice something strange happening in the very room they were supposed to be safe in. Floating high near the ceiling in the center of the area, there was a small orb illuminated with an enticing, white glow. It hovered silently, unnoticeable without gazing directly upon its presence. What the hell? Choromatsu mumbled to himself. Crowding this ball of light were hordes of the previously unresponsive horavagans inhabiting the room. Each one stood beneath and around its glow, some reaching up and others simply staring with blood still dripping from their noses. They were all in some sort of trance, hypnotized by the beautiful light it was emitting. They were drawn to it. They were worshipping it. They would die for it. And, if something wasn't done soon, that's exactly what was going to happen. No, 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 the blue Matsu uttered, shaking his head. This is really bad. What is it? Osomatsu asked. Those things spawn when the whale is nearby, he explained. They're supposed to attract them in hordes so the whale can pick them off one at a time. Are you serious? He grunted, gritting his teeth. How did it appear in here? I thought this was the safe room. Apparently not safe enough, huffed the other. Well fuck, do we get them all out of here? Osomatsu suggested, his voice growing in alarm. Are you kidding? Choromatsu frowned. There are over 100 of these guys, and they all want that light. How do we lead them all out? Maybe. The eldest hummed, juggling quickly between thought after thought as he desperately tried to think of something. Maybe, a bigger light? And where do we find a bigger light? Fuck, I don't know. As the panic grew amongst the two humans, chaos was soon to ensue. As if on cue with the increasing disarray, there following their words was a deafening noise. Whoa. With a crash harboring the impact of a brazen firearm, the ground lurched and slid under their feet. This caused the humans, and any other horavagans standing, to get knocked off their balance and fall to the floor. It felt as if the ship in Evermotion had crashed into something big and sturdy that stopped the moving facility right in its tracks. Some aliens slammed into the wall upon impact while others inadvertently knocked chairs and tables to their side in fruitless attempt to catch themselves. With the sudden blow, objects, bags, and computers flew across the room and crashed into things, potentially injuring several. Despite the dizzying motion of the facility they occupied tilting on its axis, gravitational processes kept gravity stable. As Osomatsu lost his balance completely, he slipped to the floor and banged his head against the cold, hard ground. The impact caused sparks and flashes in his vision, stunning him and perhaps causing him to momentarily black out. Everything in his head was spinning rapidly as shapes and colors blossomed with an onion skin effect, making him feel more like a ghost being shaken violently by a vibrant existence. For a second, he forgot to think. His body had to take a moment to recover from the initial shock, leaving him in a daze as he tried to comprehend. Everything was moving in slow motion before his very eyes. It was an experience he wasn't even aware he was having. As the seconds went by, Osomatsu started to make a comeback. He was still on the floor and his head was only now passing its moment of shock, transitioning into a world of throbbing pain. He gave a pained expression as he stared up at the ceiling, his vision assaulted by bright orange flashes reflecting rhythmically off the walls. The room around him flickered from white to orange as the lights switched back and forth like the beating of a heart, giving no indication of ending anytime soon. The ringing in his ears slowly began to subside as they were replaced with distant alarms blaring overhead. As he came fully to, he was able to recognize that an alarm system in the facility had been activated. Osomatsu sat up with a groan, his own verbal utterances deafened under the sound of pure chaos. He blinked a couple times and glanced around the room, seeing that every occupant had suffered similar falls, creating a crowded mess out of a horde. Choromatsu clutched onto a fallen table to help himself sit up, holding his head while trying to process the fast-paced environment they had been thrown into. Some aliens were getting up as well, though they seemed less concerned by the alarms blaring, instead opting to refocus their attention on their precious, glowing light. They were like zombies, brainless and without free will. Nothing could deviate them from their desire to simply gaze upon it and take in its beauty, not even a clear emergency. Osomatsu! Choromatsu called, rubbing the shoulder that caught his fall. He kept his volume loud as to speak over the siren blasting in sync with the orange alarm above. "We have to do something." Osomatsu let out another groan as he rubbed his head, giving his reply. "Yeah, okay, we keep saying that, but what are we supposed to do?" He yelled back, looking around at all the helpless aliens. "We might not be able to save all of them, but we can at least save a few," Choromatsu told him. "Where are Choromatsu and Ichimatsu?" Osomatsu looked up and around frantically, searching for their ill friends amongst the sea of people. How had they slipped away so quietly? His eyes went left, then right, over here, then over there, until he finally zeroed in on one of them. It was the alien he could recognize best, Choromatsu. Choromatsu staggered mindlessly through the crowd, approaching the floating orb like a machine with only one directive. He, too, wanted to get close. He didn't know why, nor could he really even think. But he marveled at it, just like the rest of them. It was fate. It was destiny. If this was how he went, he was willing to accept. "Over there." Osomatsu jumped to his feet and hopped over fallen chairs, maneuvering his way between the bunches of long-legged entities. He squeezed through them best he could, reaching a hand out and grabbing Choromatsu's. Even when his hand was grabbed, Choromatsu still didn't look away from the orb. As Osomatsu retrieved Choromatsu, Choromatsu made it his own mission to go find Ichimatsu. It was easy to lose the doctor in such a mass of people, but there wasn't any time left to waste. The problem was, he wasn't too confident in his ability to pick Ichimatsu out from a crowd just yet. Even with subtle differences in their faces and hair, or rather, head wisps, they all still looked pretty much the same. It was a little overwhelming, especially considering the dire circumstances. He couldn't see everyone's faces either, since many of them were behind others or had their backs turned. How was he supposed to find Ichimatsu in this giant crowd of aliens? Choromatsu was only able to take one step before the ground lurched once more, this time, not quite powerful enough to knock them off their feet. Although the ship was no longer moving, something was still actively interacting with it, something huge. It was manipulating the facility to aid in its hunt, likely knowing just where to look to find its prey of flesh. In doing so, it caused the ground to shake and wobble like a ship out at sea, keeping the inhabitants on their toes. Ichimatsu! Choromatsu called out, yelling out over the continuing alarms. Hey! Choromatsu tried to keep his balance as another soft lurch pulled at the floor beneath them. He forced his way into the crowd and began turning aliens around by the arm to see each one's face. Every time he did so, the individual didn't even bother sparing him a glance and instead kept its gaze on the prize. Seeing creatures of such intellectual capacity in this state was unnerving to say the least, but he didn't need to think about that. He just needed to focus on these faces. He'd recognize Ichimatsu eventually, right? The facility was shook yet again, and this time Choromatsu had to lean into a stranger in order to keep himself standing. That whale, it must have been trying to break into the ship, he thought. If it had no means of breaking the outer exterior though, then maybe the safe room was actually safe. As long as it couldn't get in, then... Crunch! The floor jerked once more, but this time, it was more sudden and short-lived. With wide, astonished eyes, both Choromatsu and Osomatsu looked up at the tall ceiling above. Directly overhead, they perceived something of unimaginable proportions sinking through the walls. Fuck! First 1, then 3, then 10, they were pearly-white masses with pointed tips slowly sinking down, powerful enough to bend the structures significantly before bursting through. Upon penetrating the room, there was a massive thud, following by an immense leaking of oxygen. Then, the giant, bony teeth were withdrawn, revealing gaping holes leading to outer space. The moment the walls had been broken, Choromatsu's mind felt unusually light and fuzzy. Without warning, blood began dripping from his nose, but he, along with everyone else, was only briefly exposed to the horrors of a drop in air pressure. Not even a second went by before Choromatsu noticed a three-dimensional outline race across his skin. The glowing outline was a baby blue color and seemed to emanate from his wrist and ankle bands. Of course, this invisible barrier processed a specially adjusted atmosphere for the specimen wearing it, and Osomatsu and Choromatsu alike were saved the fate of experiencing a complete absence of air pressure. This atmospheric processor seemed to be present somewhere on the aliens as well, as their bodies too were quickly outlined by a glowing blue model. As far as exposure to space went, they would all be protected. With the proper adjustments in place, the air present in the ship still rushed out through the holes, each hole being about a meter in circumference. This flow caused hair to be blown and clothes to ripple in attempt to follow the rapid stream of air out of the room, making a moderately powerful breeze and only adding to the stimulation of the present moment. Choromatsu stared on in both horror and awe at the gaping perforations, opening to him and everyone else the infinite wonders of the galaxies. The exiting air was almost beckoning him to fall through, and he almost thought he would, that is, if it weren't for the ship's still functioning gravitational settings. Outside, he could see the cylindrical teeth pulling back and out of sight, leaving for them an open window to space. It would have been cool if it weren't so terrifying. Choromatsu awoke from his brief trance to bring a hand to his face, blocking his bleeding nostril with the back of his hand. He didn't expect it, but he supposed it made sense, considering they had lost all air pressure within seconds. He glanced up and around, finding Osomatsu only a few meters away. The man was still holding on to Choromatsu, using a free hand to tend to his own bloody nose. They exchanged eye contact before looking back up at the holes expectantly. The whale creature had successfully broken through, and now it was only a matter of time before it fed. Slithering in from the darkness of the cosmos, a single, squirming appendage came into view. Osomatsu and Choromatsu were momentarily frozen as the thing wiggled outside the ship, trailing the hole's entrance before slipping inside. This tentacle-like thing, it was translucent and filled with some sort of black, goopy substance. Its size was nothing to sneeze at either, as its width alone was just as big as the holes in the ship. Its exterior appeared sticky and damp to the touch and, at its very tip, there was an opening. Following the grand entrance of this first organ, several more began to slither in from the varying holes broken into the ceiling. The room was being invaded by these appendages, and they seemed to know exactly where to look as if they had minds of their own. Choromatsu and Osomatsu warily stepped back as the first curled in a downward spiral around the glowing orb, wasting not a moment to pick its first victim. The second the tentacle began to eat the alien, something inside of the individual seemed to trigger. It flailed briefly, for the first time expressing any sort of hint of fear, but it was far too late. Its body was pulled inside the tube-like form, and the entire mass itself began to suck itself back out through the entrance from whence it came. These things, they were the esophagi Choromatsu had seen from the book. Having just witnessed the horrors of such an event in real time, he was more than just disturbed. Osomatsu! He called, panicked and frozen in fear. Osomatsu looked to the younger with a worried expression, seeing the timidness in his eyes. Seeing someone who he almost perceived as a little brother look so afraid made something inside him snap. He formed a serious glare and yelled back, taking charge of the situation, himself. "Find Ichimatsu and get him the hell out of here," he commanded. Then, he turned to the behavioralist, who still didn't seem to be paying him any mind, and forcefully tugged at his arm. "And you, Choromatsu. Come on." As more squiggling esophagi descended from above, snatching away more and more horavagans, Choromatsu tried to pull himself together. He gave a hard swallow before nodding to himself, returning to his previous task of finding the doctor. He recklessly ran ahead, stepping over unconscious aliens scattered about and examining every single face. He felt awful. His only goal was to save Ichimatsu. There just wasn't time to help anyone else. Digging through the crowd of faces, he desperately searched for his friend. As he got closer to the orb, he suddenly had to dodge one of the squirming alien appendages, watching helplessly as it took captive an individual behind him. He tried to shake it off and continued on forward, analyzing every single face. Some of them sort of looked like Ichimatsu, but not quite. Other ones looked nothing like him. There were even one or two that Choromatsu had doubts about, but he wasn't feeling anything for certain just yet. He was in a sea of individuals who all shared a similar face, taunting him with his inability to tell them apart. He didn't know what to do. He was stuck. He just wanted to find his friend. Finally, it happened. Choromatsu did a double take as he perceived a new face, this one strongly familiar. He recognized him. Oh, thank God, he recognized him. Ichimatsu. Choromatsu called out to the doctor, him being one of the many horavagans standing directly underneath the ball of light. Ichimatsu stood motionlessly, his eyes half-lidded as he watched the orb without a single thought in his head. Several around him had already been taken, leaving empty spaces behind and creating for Ichimatsu higher vulnerability. Of course, he didn't seem to care, or even notice. He was far too gone. Choromatsu shoved one last Horovagan out of the way before jumping into his friend's arms. Then, with the other in his forceful embrace, he pulled the alien away from the battlefield. "Come on!" he shouted, still having to speak over the alarms. "We need to get you away from here. Let's go." Choromatsu knew it was going to be a struggle. The larger entity was like a sofa, heavy and unwilling to move. Using all of the man's weight and strength, he managed to get the alien to stagger a couple steps, but Ichimatsu was being stubborn. He really did want to go. He didn't even look down at Choromatsu as he worked, only keeping his gaze on the orb of light. "Ichimatsu," Choromatsu ordered, panic fueling his frustration. He utilized all the strength he had, struggling to speak as he desperately tried to pick up or at least budge the other. "You have to come on." He managed to get a few more steps out of Ichimatsu, but this method was clearly not working. They didn't have time for this. None of them had time for this. He needed to try something else. Choromatsu looked around the room quickly, taking in all the different instances happening of Horavagans being snatched up. He peered through the crowd and tried to find Osomatsu, not immediately finding him at first. Then, as the crowd was ever moving, Osomatsu came into view. Choromatsu perked up and watched as Osomatsu stood by the entrance of the safe room, doing his best to pull along a very resistant Choromatsu. Choromatsu had all 5 hands trying to push Osomatsu away as Osomatsu held on to his 6th, pulling with all his strength. He refused to let go, not even caring if he was hurting his alien friend. Osomatsu blurted out his own frustrations as he did so, completely exasperated with the guy. "Smartest aliens in the universe, my ass," he snarled. "Come on already. We need to go." As Choromatsu watched the scene briefly, he was quick to notice something Osomatsu was too preoccupied to see, and that was an oncoming esophagus. It slithered and squirmed towards them, very clearly targeting Choromatsu as its next victim and prey. His eyes went wide and he didn't hesitate to call out, "Osomatsu, watch out!" Osomatsu heard his cry and shot a startled look at Choromatsu, still in the middle of pulling along the stubborn alien. Then, he turned just in time to see the open-mouthed organ swipe at Choromatsu. Choromatsu immediately dropped everything and raced forward, knowing more than ever that he needed to help them before it was too late. As Choromatsu made his way through the crowd, Osomatsu refused to let go of Choromatsu's hand, even as Choromatsu himself was encapsulated by the gooey membrane. It swallowed the behavioralist whole, the last glimmer of hope being Osomatsu still holding on. As Choromatsu was pulled inside, however, the esophagus began to consume him, as well. "Gyah!" Osomatsu let out a scream as the lips of the appendage made it up past his elbows. At this time, Choromatsu joined his side, reaching his arms around Osomatsu and attempting to help him save Choromatsu, or at least pry Osomatsu away. The fleshy esophagus didn't care to wait any longer, however. It wanted its next meal and was going to get it. Before Osomatsu knew it, he himself was suddenly pulled into the opening, as well. As his body was immersed into the slippery goop within, Choromatsu's grip slipped and he let go of Osomatsu. Doing so suddenly caused him to fly back and land on his bottom, sitting up and staring in horror. He was helpless, and he was now alone. And with that, Osomatsu's vision was entirely consumed in darkness. Intermission. End chapter 19. Chapter 20, An Intent to Protect. The first thing brought to Osomatsu's attention was the brand new environment suddenly encapsulating his body. His atmospheric processor, courtesy of the wrist and ankle bands, seemed to be working by keeping 2 bubbles of air at his nostrils to ensure breathing. Being completely entrapped now in a very moist environment, the processor kept out of these bubbles the most abundant matter in his immediate surroundings, this currently being weird alien esophagus goo. Of course, this meant that the rest of his body was wet. Very, very wet. His clothes were soaked and heavy and, as he flailed within the fleshy tube, he could feel the varying thickness of different liquids present around him. One liquid was sturdier like a slime that wrapped around his body in thick strands, whereas another had more the consistency of water, in which he was submerged. He didn't know what any of this goo was, but he felt pretty disgusting right off the bat. The fleshy cave he had been pulled into pulsated and squeezed him like an organ swallowing its food, sucking him deeper and deeper inside. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't see much besides dim flashes in the motion and struggle. He still held tight to Choromatsu's hand, terrified of losing him the moment he let go. As he held on, a repetitive wave from this living cave kept their bodies moving along accordingly. The man never thought he'd experience what it was like to be swallowed whole, and frankly, he didn't wish this upon anyone. It was repulsive. As the esophagus retreated back out into space, the 2 victims were pulled along as well. The tube quickly left the confines of the facility so familiar, drawing nearer and nearer to the magnificent entity soon to engorge. Osomatsu felt as the structure around them began to tighten, shrinking into a narrower cavern that shot a sense of claustrophobia through his mind. There was no immediate escape after all, and the area was just getting smaller and smaller. He continued his struggle to fight back, his attempts met immediately by a constricting sensation all over his body. The thicker fluid reminiscent of goo, it was alive and it was actively wriggling around his appendages and torso. It tied around him like rope, doing its best to restrain him and keep him in place. This didn't stop him from trying, at least. Osomatsu fought as the fleshy prison he was trapped inside got smaller, shifting its shape from that of an elongated tube to something more compact. It was small and circular, almost like an egg if the egg were never intended to hatch. With this, the esophagus capturing process was complete. Now carrying 2 victims, it had returned to the massive spine of the beast where it was embedded in its fiery skin alongside clumps of other cells. It was no longer a tube, but a sack, one ready to digest its contents. With the pushing and pulling motions now subsided, Osomatsu finally found himself in a stable environment. He took a moment to just catch his breath. Okay. All right. He just needed to comprehend the predicament he was in so he could find a way out. No problem. The man blinked a couple times in the murky fluid to try and clear his vision, but he was buried beneath too much goop to see any light through the translucent cell wall. The slimy substance was like a mindless muscle, squirming about and attaching to him with no purpose beyond simply holding its victim still. He kept trying to push it away, but the fluid mass only swarmed back relentlessly and clung to his body. Aside from the sickening texture of Osomatsu's surroundings, there was also a kind of heat. The goop climbing all over him was warm, almost hot to the touch, making it feel even more alive. The digestive fluids he was submerged in were also heated, not quite burning, but uncomfortably warm. One particular liquid, more oily in nature, felt the slightest bit acidic as well and left his skin tingling upon contact. He couldn't avoid it, being encapsulated inside a space teeming with all sorts of matter. It didn't seem to be causing any immediate damage, so he felt he was safe for the time being. Osomatsu squeezed Choromatsu's hand in his own. He used his other hand to swat away thick strands of goop while trying to pull his friend closer. It was a pain to maneuver his way through the tight forest of unique substances, but he eventually brought Choromatsu's face close to his own. Squinting now, he peered through the darkness and tried to examine him, holding to him with both hands cupped around his face. Of course, the alien's eyes remained closed in a sleeping state, likely having no awareness whatsoever of the dire circumstances they were in. As expected, he was going to have to save them on his own. Recognizing that their environment was now unchanging and compact, Osomatsu allowed himself to let go of Choromatsu entirely as he began investigating their surroundings a bit closer. He fought through the thicket of ever-squirming goo as he struggled to swim and reach an end to the cell. He threw malleable vines carelessly out of his way before finally approaching the membranic exterior, its texture smooth and versatile. He pressed himself close to try and peer out the translucent wall, barely making out the colors of the galaxies beyond its frame. The wall itself appeared a couple inches thick, and he found it too slippery to claw at. Pushing against it was a no-go, and he couldn't muster enough force underwater to adequately kick it in. As true innate dread went on pumping adrenaline through the man's veins, he quickly slapped a hand over his pants pocket. If there were a way to break this wall, he needed to do it sooner than later, and he figured that trusty little pocket knife would do wonders. Assuming he still had it. He pulled his pocket inside out, finding it completely empty before switching over to his other one. Just like the first, there was nothing inside. His pocket knife was gone. Had he lost it during the chaos back on the ship? He figured it had to have slipped out at some point. Either way, he was completely weaponless. Shit. Growing even further into a panic, Osomatsu felt around his whole body for anything he could use to help in the moment. Did he have anything on him, anything at all? A necklace? A pencil? A keychain? Shoes, even? Nothing. There was nothing. As the man's breathing grew more rapid, he tried once more to scratch at the membranic exterior, keeping him from freedom. His fingernails slid harmlessly across the tough, gelatinous form, and there seemed to be no escaping it by normal means. He was trapped. He and Choromatsu were trapped, and this was where they were going to die. This couldn't be it, he couldn't accept that. Choromatsu. Osomatsu turned back to his fallen companion and called out, his voice muffled under the water. He anxiously fought the digestive fluids and swam over, his movements a bit more panicked. Now grabbing onto his friend, he called out again. Choromatsu. He shouted, bubbles pouring from his lips. You need to wake up. I need your help. He frantically shook the alien in attempt to arouse any sort of response. If you don't wake up, we're going to die, continued the frenzied victim. Come on. Please. Choromatsu. Still, there was nothing. Osomatsu trembled as he held the Horovagon, examining his face in the darkness. The alien made no movements, no noise. There was no energy whatsoever. It was almost as if. Osomatsu blinked as he formed a deeply disturbed look on his face. There was no way that Choromatsu was already. He pulled the large entity close to him suddenly, burying his face into his chest and listening hard. It was rather difficult to make anything out at first with the deafening hum of moving water around. He felt his anxiety rise further and further until he moved his head just a little bit south. Then, he heard it. Not quite a heartbeat, but something close, like the ticking of a clock. Thank God, okay, he huffed. The ticking though, it was fairly rapid. It worried him. He needed to get Choromatsu out of this stomach before it was too late. The longer Osomatsu spent submerged in digestive fluids, the more his skin began to hurt. It had started as a small tingling sensation, but it was starting to burn. It was only a matter of time before it got worse. They had to escape. There had to be something he could do, anything. Osomatsu hastily swam the opposite direction from the exterior of the pod, moving himself closer to the whale creature's body. He placed both hands against this end and tried to claw, but this side of the pod seemed even tougher to break through. He switched back to the other end of the wall and used all of his strength, fighting desperately against it. He was becoming overheated fast and was sure he'd be in a sweat if he weren't underwater. Valuable time was ticking down, and every second that passed by was lost into eternity. Everything he did in these moments could determine the outcome of both his and Choromatsu's lives, and it was a heavy responsibility to bear. Not to mention, he had no idea how close to death he was. This tiny pod could be where his final moments were to be spent. The thought of him never seeing daylight ever again terrified him. The thought of never leaving this dark stomach terrified him. As attempt after attempt proved futile, Osomatsu's hits grew more violent. He thrashed against the wall with all his might, but it was no good. This wasn't it. This couldn't be where he was going to die. This damn alien monster wasn't going to eat him alive. He refused to accept it. Finally, in a primal act of desperation, Osomatsu threw open his mouth and chomped his canines down, catching the membranic flesh in his jaws and causing it to fold. In that instant, there was a reaction. The living goo inside the cell began flailing wildly as his teeth cut through the flesh, tearing it open and letting alien blood flow into the stomach. He hadn't quite ripped a hole, but the damage was immediately clear. The moment blood began pouring in, Osomatsu was blinded. He saw the substance briefly before clamping his eyes shut. It was very reminiscent of Horovigan blood, black, inky, and cool. Very cool compared to the heated innards of the stomach. As soon as it touched his taste buds, he was stricken with repulsion, but also familiarity. Biting down into this creature's stomach lining brought back a quick flash of memories. It was back before he ever saw Ichimatsu's human form, back before Choromatsu ever joined him as a human specimen. Back when Choromatsu still saw him as nothing more than a dirty animal. It was during that test, the one that seemed so long ago now. He was in a chamber, and he was being fed specific emotions through some invisible beam. His hormones were forcefully fluctuating in a way that was out of his control. He was happy, then sad, then angry, then fearful. When he became fearful, he fell into some sort of episode where he lost control of himself. He was hyperventilating and his fingers felt stiff, and he thought he was going to die. It was an awful thing he was forced to experience, and as a result, Choromatsu stopped the test. Stopping the test didn't make him forgive Choromatsu, though. This was when Osomatsu first punched Choromatsu, then bit one of his co-workers. And it was during this bite that he tasted Horovigan blood. It was abhorrent. Vile, revolting. Something about its properties caused a stinging sensation to trickle along his taste buds. It was almost spicy, but just a little different. Less burning, more pain. Tasting this creature's blood was very similar to his experience in tasting Horovigan blood, in that it immediately stung. Without thinking, he let go of the flesh he had ripped and gagged, his nostrils suddenly filled with a prickling sensation. He gave a sneeze or two while shaking his head, trying hard to get the taste off his tongue. The taste just didn't feel right, it was worse than gross. Osomatsu swatted the chemical away from his face, continuing to gag in its presence. When it finally began to dissipate and clear, he was able to see the damage. Looking at the wound he'd created, he could see that the membranic wall was torn about halfway through its width. Just one bite, and he was already almost freed. It didn't matter how disgusting the blood tasted, it was his only chance. The man reached back through the sea of goop and secured Choromatsu by the hand. Then, he took a deep breath and dove back into the wound. Again, his teeth sliced through the organic structure as he chewed ferociously, shaking his head like a rabid dog to break through. More blood swarmed into the pod as he fought desperately, ignoring the returning stinging all over his tongue. Finally, it happened. Osomatsu gasped a fresh breath of air as he burst through the pod's exterior, allowing its contents to seep smoothly into the zero gravity. He clutched the torn edge and hauled himself out of the stomach, pulling along Choromatsu into the arms of freedom. So as to not float away, he held tightly to the ripped flesh as he sputtered and spat, his tongue black from the inky substance. A strong shiver shot up his spine as he was overcome with nausea, and he took a few moments to cough and collect himself. Ha! Ha! He tried to calm his diaphragm as he breathed heavily. He had to process what he had just done. He just chewed his way out of an animal's stomach. But it was to save himself and Choromatsu. Now, maybe they could get away. Maybe they could escape. Maybe they could get back to the ship and find somewhere to hide, someplace where the predator wouldn't think to look for them. While the thing was busy picking off Horavagans from the safe rooms, he and Choromatsu could separate from the crowd in hopes that they wouldn't be worth the trouble. Maybe they could even find those little ships or escape pods he'd gotten to during his escape attempt. Being outside of the creature's stomach, there were now endless possibilities of where they could run. As the man's breath slowed to a more relaxed state, his eyes were drawn up to his current surroundings. Above and before him was a marvelous nebula belt with cosmic clouds made up of oranges and pinks, all of which were illuminated by millions of stars. Some were big and bright while others looked like dots from a distance, and all were marvelously visible without the darkened lens of the Earth's atmosphere obstructing his view. It was like a dream, and for a moment, he couldn't take his eyes off of its beauty. As his gaze trickled down, he could see the orange light from a nearby sun hindered by the presence of the large whale. It created a sunset-like effect, and as he peered over the horizon, his eyes were met with hundreds of sparkling pods embedded into the predator's back. This creature was certainly enormous, bigger than a tower or a castle. It had enough stomachs to feed on so many lives, and so many were already suffering by its hand. Just by looking, he could tell which pods were empty, which ones were full, and which ones were actively searching for food in their stretched and warped forms. His eyes followed these tubes all the way to the ship, where he could make out more than one safe room being invaded. It wasn't going to stop until it captured a satisfactory fill. Osomatsu looked back over at the endless rows of chambers in mid-digestion. As he observed them, a sinking feeling crept into his chest. Leaving all these Horavagans to die, it didn't seem right, especially now that he knew he was capable of breaking through the membranic barriers. The lives of hundreds were resting on his shoulders, and he had the choice to run away with Choromatsu, or to stay and help. He was the only chance all of these individuals had at survival. He was their only hope. Osomatsu glanced back at his sleeping alien friend floating motionlessly nigh. He didn't appear to be waking anytime soon, a notion that urged Osomatsu to just run away. He hesitated, considering his options briefly before making a rash decision. He couldn't leave the rest of these aliens to die. He had to do something. The man gave himself an affirmative nod before jumping into action. He let go of Choromatsu's hand and quickly pulled his own into his shirt, slipping it off over his head and leaving himself shirtless. Then, he turned and wrapped it around Choromatsu's slim hips, pulling the alien close so they stood back to back. Stretching the fabric out beyond its normal range, he tied the shirt in front. Now, they were stuck together. Once the alien was fully secured to his back, he went on the move. Careful not to bounce himself off and away from the whale's back, he began climbing to the nearest victim in sight. He climbed and scampered like a feral primate, using his hands and feet to maneuver his way as quickly as possible. When he came upon the first of many, he momentarily analyzed the exterior. The visual difference between a vacant and occupied pod, as far he could tell, was the abundance of digestive fluids. While empty ones housed a modest amount of acid and mucus, the stomachs that contained a Chorovagon were slightly swollen with mass amounts of that stuff. More had to be produced in order to begin breaking down its food, and as a result, these pods were enlarged. The thought of popping them to free their contents made Osomatsu feel sick, but he had no other choice. These were people's lives, after all. He couldn't run away. With one more definitive huff, Osomatsu threw his face into the membranic exterior and snapped at the flesh. The slippery cell wall eluded him in this first attempt, but on his second, he managed to clamp down on the first few layers of the structure. He felt the sickening sensation of flesh being ripped beneath his jaws and, as he pulled and teared, blood was quick to start pooling. Immediately his tongue and sinuses were overloaded by its acrid qualities, and his body seemed to react only more violently this time. His diaphragm jerked as his instincts forcefully pulled his head away, choking and gagging as the familiar stinging overtook all sensitive structures in his passageways. He retched painfully, but tried his best to pull through. Taking control of himself once more, he shut his eyes tight and bit down yet again, shredding a massive, bleeding hole into the pulsating stomach. Once it was opened, digestive contents flourished out into space, and Osomatsu found himself fighting his way through to find the poor Chorovagon trapped inside. He crawled halfway in, digging through the goopy strands and unknown liquids in search. As he reached around blindly, he could feel the burning sensation of the acid on his skin. It wasn't too painful, but with his skin more sensitive due to prior exposure, it was very noticeable and uncomfortable. It was also an inconvenience to get soaked all over again, but he tried to ignore his selfish grievances and focused on the task at hand. Finally, Osomatsu managed to snatch a body buried in the digestive fluids and blood. He hauled the individual out with all his strength, pulling the Chorovagon out through the hole he had ripped open. Once his face was no longer submerged, he coughed and sputtered a bit before fully freeing the alien. With one last tug, he let go, allowing the alien to drift slowly into space. He was sure it was fine, the higher-ups would clean up after him. They could just find anyone he rescued and pick them up. There wasn't any way these guys could just get stranded in space. They traveled through it daily, after all. These people, he was certain, could just be tracked or scanned and found. As long as they were away from this whale thing, they would be fine. It was fine. The only alien he was really concerned about was Choromatsu, anyway. One rescued. Hundreds to go. Osomatsu smacked his lips a couple times, feeling the lingering stinging all over his tongue along with its bitter taste. He would just have to pull through. His own discomfort was of little priority at this time. With that, Osomatsu continued on to the next closest victim. He climbed swiftly along the surface of the colossal animal, approaching the second cell and hastily digging in. He chomped down on the membranic wall and ripped it open, again triggering blood to seep in mass. As it got into his mouth, his body gave a shiver, but he ignored it and continued on. With a second bite, he managed to get it open like the others and quickly threw his arm inside. Once he found the captive Chorovagon, he pulled it out and gently pushed it into space, away from the whale. By this point in time, Osomatsu's head was beginning to hurt. He didn't know why his head was hurting, but guessed it was probably due to his incessant choking and gagging. Regardless, he pushed on. Without hesitation, the man moved on to a third, ferociously ripping into it and freeing the undigested meal. He was becoming careless with the blood, accepting that it was going to get into his mouth anyway and there was just no way to stay clean. His face was covered in the cool, inky substance, along with his front torso. His hands managed to stay somewhat clean as he was repeatedly submerging them to retrieve the Horovagan. He completed the ritual of saving another soul before moving on to the fourth. When Osomatsu bit into the next stomach, he was again greeted by an onset of symptoms. His nose and throat were viscerally affected by the overbearing qualities of the blood and, for a moment, it felt as though he couldn't breathe. He had only saved a few people and it was already becoming too much. He hacked violently before a sickened chill trickled up his body. Without a chance to react beforehand, he puked into the airless vacuum of space. His esophagus burned as stomach acid traveled up and expelled out from his mouth. It spread and floated grossly, leaving a trail of spit stretching from his lips to the pile. The vomit itself had touches of black that spread like thick roots through the rest of the bile. Had he swallowed some of the blood? He didn't mean to, but it would explain why his stomach was beginning to feel a little more than queasy. Huffing for air, Osomatsu wasted little time sulking and continued on with his goal. Making sure the cloth tied around his and Choromatsu's waists was still tight, he climbed onwards and approached the fifth chamber. He carelessly bit down and dug through the stomach lining to get to the alien. As he pulled his head out along with this new individual, he heaved and shook his head wildly, gasping loudly and wailing in discomfort. The terrible blood was putting him in sensory overload and his body kept trying to react on its own, fighting his conscious decision to keep going with twitches and jerks to get away. With another alien left to float peacefully away, Osomatsu moved on. He chewed through a sixth, a seventh, and then an eighth pod to save Choromatsu's co-workers. Pieces of flesh, goop, mucus, and blood pooled into space, and the whale itself was visibly becoming agitated. As it lost functional control over more and more of its stomachs, it grew restless and jerked. Osomatsu thought it couldn't feel what he was doing, but it clearly knew something wasn't right. He fought its slight struggles however and continued on to a ninth and 10th pod, saving as many Horavagans as he could. With every passing rescue, Osomatsu's body only reacted worse to contact with the fluids. All areas of exposed skin on his torso and arms were burning, and it was hurting worse and worse. Every time he reached in to save someone, it was like he was sticking his hand in a vat of hot oil. It wasn't unbearable though, so he forced himself to keep going. The man's head pounded harder, seemingly spiking every time the whale's blood touched his tongue. His breath would no longer slow as he continued, and he found himself in a constant state of retching and gasping. 11, 12, 14, 17, he kept going like a machine, refusing to slow down or stop. As 5 minutes turned to 10, he found that it was getting harder to keep track of how many people he had saved. Not because the number was getting too high, but because he felt disoriented by the overwhelming physical stimulation and the havoc it was causing inside his body. Every time he opened his eyes, he would see double for a few moments as his pupils tried to adjust. All throughout his nasal cavities, mouth, and throat, there was a sensation like a wildfire viciously eating away at his flesh. Something more severe than just a little discomfort was taking place. As 10 minutes turned to 15, Osomatsu had long lost count of how many Horavagans he had successfully broken free. His movements were still quick but they were becoming clumsy and uncoordinated. He briefly considered stopping, but every time he laid eyes on another swollen stomach, he knew he had to act. He had to save just one more, every time. There were so many victims. To Osomatsu, there was comfort in repetition. His thoughts were beginning to grow cloudy as he repeated the process over and over of ripping open flesh and saving an individual. He was awake. He was pretty sure he was awake. He wasn't unconscious, but everything was becoming woozy. He wondered for a moment if he had ever broken out of the stomach with Choromatsu to begin with, and if this was perhaps all just a dream. He didn't know if any of this was actually happening. Maybe this was the result of some sort of brain activity going haywire as his body succumbed to death. He hardly noticed his own lack of emotional response to this dark concept. Everything was light. Everything was weightless. Nothing felt real. While his consciousness was impaired, he continued the repetitive process of saving captured Horavagans. This odd dreamlike episode seemed to also affect the way the blood of the whale tasted. It still stung, yes, but in an oddly satisfying way, like chewing on a chapped lip. The bitter undertone had subsided and his body didn't seem to react in such a volatile way anymore. It still didn't taste good, but it tasted weird. He couldn't find the right word to describe it. Osomatsu gave an ill smile as his arm gave a sudden jerking motion. He thought he saw a spark or a flash over in his peripheral, but he didn't feel like it mattered. This was all a dream, after all. He was fairly certain nothing he was experiencing in the moment was real. He was like Alice who had wandered off to Wonderland, a make-believe fantasy where nothing he did affected real life. With another flicker in his vision, he had completely forgotten he was still actively tearing Horavagans free from their prisons. He was barely aware enough to recognize it. As reality around the man melted into a fever dream, he momentarily lost sight of what he was doing to begin with. There was an unusual feeling setting in the pit of his stomach that made him wonder if he was still in his own body. His arm twitched again mindlessly as he felt a wave of dizziness blanket his senses. Looking up at the spinning galaxies around him, he experienced an odd sense of déjà vu. It was a meaningless instance of familiarity that went away with another spasm from his arm. It was strange, experiencing such a weird, what could he call this, emotion? He didn't know what it was that he was experiencing. How could he describe this? It was as if he were drunk, but maybe more, electrical. Just like a dream one might experience while in a state of slumber, Osomatsu soon awoke back to full consciousness. When he did so, his first realization was that he was still actively biting into membranic walls and freeing Horavagans. Somehow, this repetitive act hadn't stopped in his altered state. The second thing he became aware of was the immense pain all throughout his mouth and nose. He threw his head back away from the cloud of blood and let out a loud and desperate gasp, heaving as his sense of taste and smell seemingly returned to normal. He retched and heaved, momentarily letting go of the cell altogether as he doubled over in pain. The entire front of his body was stained by a profuse amount of foreign blood, illustrating him as a savage animal willing to do anything for the survival of himself and his acquaintances. His eyes were shut tight as he choked helplessly, emptying his stomach for a second time moments later. Tears left his eyes as his body writhed in pain, twitching unnaturally as he struggled to even his breath. The physical state he was in was overbearing and the stinging taste of this creature's blood suffocated him with its very essence. He couldn't get it off his tongue and 2 heavy sneezes didn't help either. Fuck. He let an obscenity gurgle from his throat as he scrubbed his face, desperate to get these overwhelming sensations to go away. His head pounded harder than ever now, and he felt an ache swelling in his back. This pain radiated down his legs and all the way to his feet like a rhythmic zap, causing one of his legs to twitch suddenly. His muscles tingled all throughout his body and his fingers began to tremor uncontrollably. He gave another strong gasp as he opened his eyes, looking down at the cell he had ripped open only halfway. He didn't want to give up just yet, he had to keep going. The moment he called it quits was the moment these victims were laid to rest permanently. It was all up to him. Opting to use anything but his mouth this time, Osomatsu tried clawing the rest of the flesh open. He found it considerably difficult to move and coordinate his hands, as they were trembling too violently. His motions were clumsy and he couldn't seem to bend his joints the way he wanted to. Something was seriously wrong. Finding he was incapable of tearing the rest of the cell open manually, he went back to using his teeth. To his own utter discomfort, he ripped it open and reached inside to pull out another Horovigan, setting it free and sending it to float away from the monstrous whale. In his fight to save as many lives as he could, he rapidly forgot about his own health and continued on. With his breathing loud and frantic, he climbed the creature's back and dove into another fleshy chamber. He freed one more, then two more, then three. Each one was as difficult to cope through as the last, and his symptoms were only escalating. The occasional twitches were becoming overwrought and frantic, like spasms he had no control over. He could hear his blood pumping loudly in his head, thump after thump after thump. The pain was explosive. The stinging sensation from the blood felt like 1,000 needles being pressed into every fleshy surface down his esophagus. He couldn't breathe, it was smothering him alive. Several more rescues in, something happened. As Osomatsu bit down once more into the cell wall, his mouth filling with alien blood, his body reacted more dramatically than it ever had before. It was an immense repulsion that was so powerful that it overrode the man's own free will. His entire body jerked back and convulsed wildly, his muscles making erratic movements that he could no longer manage. He struggled to breathe while his nervous system had a complete meltdown, triggering millions of meaningless thoughts rapidly in his head that were no different from short scribbles or empty static. His muscles were stiff yet still tremoring as if he were being shocked by lightning. In that instance, he lost all conscious control. As Osomatsu's body seized, he was thrown from the whale's back and left to drift into space. Each limb twitched rhythmically and uncontrollably as his mind produced data that was nothing more than arbitrary garbage flashing between neurons. His brain buzzed with invalid biological coding that left his awareness wholly useless and non-functioning. He could no longer process the pain he was in, as doing so required an ounce of comprehension, the capacity of which he had lost entirely. His awareness had dissipated in the blink of an eye, leaving his body to writhe and convulse uncontrollably like a mindless husk. All the man could see, hear, smell, taste, and feel was static. It was as though he'd lost connection to the outside world entirely, and with that, his consciousness left him. Even as he and Choromatsu floated further from the whale, his muscles continued to spasm without any conscious consent. The last Horovigan to be saved was the last it seemed, and he had failed in his goal to save everyone. Awakening from his state now would have proven useless as there was considerable distance growing between himself and the predator, and he wouldn't so easily be able to get back without air pressure or gravity. At this time, there was nothing more he could do. In his increasingly ill condition, he had used up all the energy he could muster and was no longer able to help. His blood-soaked body continued to convulse for a minute or so until his seizure eventually began to die down. His dramatic display of internal electrocution deteriorated from violent spasms to milder twitches. When his muscles did finally relax, he still didn't wake up. With that, Osomatsu and Choromatsu floated helplessly through the infinite vacuum of space, unheard and unseen. It was up to others now to rescue the remaining victims. Intermission. Choromatsu sat with his back against the wall in absolute horror, watching as the esophagus that had swallowed up his two friends slithered back out through the gaping hole in the ship's exterior. No, 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 no. He mumbled, shaking his head anxiously. Osomatsu, Choromatsu. The ground lurched again in its ever-swaying state, causing a few Horavigans to collapse to the floor under the blaring alarms still ringing overhead. Many of the aliens that fell had no will to rise and stayed inert on the floor, creating a sea of fallen entities. Amongst this crowd, of course, was Ichimatsu, Choromatsu's only other companion. The man took a few moments to collect himself in the rolling chaos, taking in everything before him as it happened. He was now without Osomatsu's guidance, now completely on his own as the last competent being left on the ship. He briefly considered going after his captured friends, but figured joining them wouldn't be productive in any way. Osomatsu did have the pocket knife after all, so he was sure they would be fine. Aside from getting swallowed himself, his only other option was to stay and protect their other friend. With Osomatsu gone, he was Ichimatsu's last hope of survival. He needed to act fast. Choromatsu broke from his initial freeze and darted through the crowd, careful not to step on any fallen individuals. He hopped over objects and furniture thrown about in disarray and approached Ichimatsu frantically. When he got close enough, he snatched the ill doctor by his front and shouted desperately, "Ichimatsu! We have to get you out of here!" He yelled, attempting to pull the alien away. Of course, it had already been established that simply trying to lead away the afflicted was a futile act. These entities were much larger than humans were, and therefore both heavier and stronger, too. It was like pulling an elephant away from a pond of water, and it was clear that the man had to think of another way. Ichimatsu! Choromatsu groaned, becoming increasingly frustrated. If only the man were just a little physically stronger, then maybe he could do something useful. Or, if only these aliens were just a little smaller. Smaller? Like, human-sized. Choromatsu figured that, if Ichimatsu were in his human form, he could carry the guy fairly easily. Carrying him on his back or even pulling him along would become feasible and actually productive. But Ichimatsu didn't seem willing to transform, otherwise, he would have done so a long time ago. How could he communicate to him that he needed to shift into a human? How did these aliens know to shift in the first place? Was there something he could do? There was, actually. Choromatsu's mind flashed back to when Choromatsu had entered his and Osomatsu's room in his delusional state. In order to remember how to become human, Choromatsu pressed his lips against his. That must have been it, right? They collect DNA or whatever through a kiss, and that's how they could shapeshift. Maybe, if Choromatsu gave Ichimatsu a kiss, he could force the alien to transform. Or, he could at least communicate his desire for it. Maybe this was how he could save the doctor. Without any more hesitation, Choromatsu pulled Ichimatsu forward by the front and pressed his face against the others, disregarding his own discomfort in doing so. He quickly retreated and spouted his command. "You have to change into a human for me," he said before planting his lips back on the others forcefully. Then, he let out a muffled, "Come on." Ichimatsu didn't immediately respond to Choromatsu's coercion, instead allowing it to happen with an empty head. The man let go again and looked into his eyes, letting out a frustrated huff. Of course, Ichimatsu was too out of it to even realize what was happening. Choromatsu was growing irate under the pressure and pulled him close for a third time, forcing a kiss. He was going to get this guy to change if it killed him. He repeated in his head, "Come on, come on," as he went through the motions aggressively. He wasn't going to give up, this was his only chance. After a few moments, it happened. God, it finally happened. It actually took him quite off guard, as he was half expecting nothing to come of his actions. But, as fate would have it, Ichimatsu responded innately to the kiss and began to transform. It was lethargic and almost concerning in pace, but the doctor shifted before his eyes into that of his usual human form. As Choromatsu let go of the other, he looked worriedly into his eyes. Ichimatsu stared back, eyes half-lidded like he was in a daze. He looked deeply confused and definitely not all there, not even lucid enough to give a verbal response. Choromatsu accepted this and quickly slung Ichimatsu's arm around him, giving a hefty humph and carrying him on his back. Then, he began to run. Soaring over obstacles and swiftly dodging the tentacle-like esophagi actively hunting for food, Choromatsu raced to the door with determination. He only had one goal at that moment, and that was to get Ichimatsu to safety. He reminded himself again as he ran that Choromatsu had Osomatsu with him, and there was no way that guy was going down without a fight. He just had to have faith in him and try not to worry too much. That was all he could really do. Choromatsu slid as he turned into the doorway, bolting down the hall and away from the safe room. He could barely think over the screaming siren above and the immense visual stimulation that went with it. Every time the orange flashes had their moment of dominance, a monochrome pigment washed over the environment and engulfed all in a warm, single-colored hue. Its intensity almost made him dizzy, certainly disorienting him in his desperate travels. And of course, it followed him through the rest of the facility, the alarms organized in a spaced yet solid path on the ceiling. It was a constant stimulation that only made his heart race faster. The man nearly tripped as he turned a corner, hobbling and stumbling to avoid the fallen alien he had just almost stepped on. It was hard to regain his balance while carrying a whole person on his back, but he managed. His bare feet pitter-pattered along the hard floor, his soles having to work extra hard without the padded support shoes or even socks would have provided. Choromatsu felt a brief sense of irritation at the thought that he'd never gotten his shoes back, this due to them being deemed unnecessary for specimens to have or whatever. It was the least of his concerns, but he sure missed them as he carried the extra weight during pursuit. Choromatsu was confident in his ability to find his and Osomatsu's bedroom again. He figured it was a good enough place for Ichimatsu to hide. It was far from any safe room and probably the last place that Whale Thing would look for more food. It was also comforting in a way, and he found a sense of safety in the familiarity of it. He just needed to stash Ichimatsu there. Maybe Ichimatsu could rest under the covers, or even loiter in the bathroom where he could be barricaded off with the mattress. Hell, Ichimatsu would probably fit in the toy chest if he dumped everything out first. That would certainly keep him from returning to the whale. In the end, that was Choromatsu's biggest concern. If he found a safe place to hide Ichimatsu where he knew those fleshy stomachs would never look, he'd have to stay with him to make sure he didn't wander back. He couldn't trust him when he was in this state. As Choromatsu entered a new area of the facility, he couldn't help but wonder how long they would have to hide for. The higher-ups and rescue team were on their way, weren't they? It was only a matter of time before this monster was neutralized and all those people were saved, assuming it wasn't too late. It couldn't be much longer. All of these Horavagans, all these workers, all these scientists, even the other specimens, they were all counting on someone eventually coming to their aid. What could possibly be taking so long? Regardless of who was coming to save them or when, Choromatsu was set on protecting Ichimatsu. The man continued running quickly through the halls to make it to the bedroom. He was about halfway there and there were no creepy esophagi in sight. As expected, it seemed the whale was only really focusing on the crowds. Anyone staying together became a preferred target as it only made for a bigger meal. Choromatsu couldn't help but to feel distraught, knowing he and Ichimatsu were only safe because the predator was busy eating others. The ground continued to sway and lurch as Choromatsu raced along, and he found it made maintaining his balance a much more arduous task. He managed to keep on top of things however and kept his pace consistent. That is, until the next big obstacle made itself known. With a sudden shake and verbalized woe from the human, the lights of the facility began to flicker. Choromatsu caught himself against a wall as the alarms overhead began to stutter and glitch, indicating a struggle to function properly. He looked up and around and watched helplessly as his fears became a reality and the power went completely out. And with that, there was nothing. The moment the blackout hit, everything seemed to freeze. The chaotic energy of the present moment vanished in an instant and was replaced with absolute stillness. Choromatsu's chest welled with anxiety-filled dread as an eerie silence befell the facility. It all happened instantaneously, immersing the man in incredible darkness that was ominous to the taste. Only moments prior had the environment been frantic and loud, but so suddenly was it all taken away. Death to the noise, death to the lights, death to all motion and death to activity in electrical form. Without any forewarning, the lack of sound was deafening. Choromatsu had stopped running as soon as the lights went out. With the alarms no longer going off, he could actually hear how fast his breathing was. He was gasping for air as he tried to catch his breath, standing still in the pitch darkness like a defenseless animal. There was no other noise, nothing in the vicinity to indicate other life. It was unsettling. No, wait. He huffed, turning his head and glancing around for anything he could see. Not now. Off to his right, there was one thing he could make out. It was a window, one leading out to the colorful stars and galaxies outside. He carefully approached it, walking slow as to not accidentally bump into anything. Looking out, he couldn't see any signs of help on its way. The universe was just as quiet as the hallway he was in. At the very edge of his limited view, he could make out part of the whale-like thing floating outside the ship. It was motionless, however, likely focusing all its energy on sucking up victims from the safe room. He wanted to get Osomatsu as far away from it as possible. A little calmer than before, Choromatsu took a step back and steadied his rapid breathing. He stared off at the end of the hall, squinting as he tried to see. Very little light seeped from the outside, making it impossible for the man to observe which direction he needed to go. Thinking about it, he wasn't sure he could find his way to the bedroom like this. Damn it. He didn't know what to do. How could he proceed in pitch blackness? It would be hard enough navigating along using the walls, but he was also sure to step on someone or trip over something as he went. How did the power go out, anyway? Did that creature break something? It had used its teeth earlier to rip holes into the ceiling, so it wasn't unlikely. This was less than ideal. As the man simply stood and breathed, he contemplated his options. His hand slipped into his pants pocket as he pulled out the plasma lighter and activated it, testing to see how bright it would be. As expected, it didn't illuminate very much around. He turned it back off and put it away, looking once more down the hall. If he wanted to proceed, he was going to have to do so without any light. Choromatsu carefully took a step forward, then another. He slowly maneuvered his way to the end of the hall and leaned around the corner, taking a peek at what he was in for. To his relative delight, he could see that this new corridor had windows that led all the way down the hall. He couldn't see much within, but having any source of light was something he was happy to rely on and cling to. He began walking forward, slow in pace in case there were any obstacles he couldn't see. He went one step at a time, keeping an eye on any changes to his outside view. He was sure help was coming. They just needed to hurry up. When Choromatsu made it to the end, he found that the door in his path hadn't yet been broken open. That was an easy fix. He withdrew his nifty little alien gadget once more and used it to break the lock, allowing him to enter. Inside was a new area, and he was relieved to make out another window present beyond his immediate reach. The man navigated his way over to it and moved on to the next one he could find. Like checkpoints in a game, Choromatsu traveled from window to window, finding comfort in this sense of progression. He didn't know exactly where he was going, but his goal of keeping Ichimatsu safe never wavered. He figured if he could just find a break room nearby or maybe some sort of nurse's station, then they could rest. As long as he found a place that was safe, he and Ichimatsu could wait it out until the rescue team arrived. They could keep each other company and make sure they didn't end up sharing Osomatsu and Choromatsu's fate, whatever it was. Osomatsu and Choromatsu. Choromatsu couldn't help but to worry about them. He was sure they were fine, at least, that's what he kept telling himself, but there was always the dark possibility that they couldn't make it out. What if that was the last time Choromatsu would ever see them? What if they were already dead? It scared him to think about, and the doubt filled his stomach with unease. Though, Osomatsu was pretty stubborn. Dumb, but stubborn. For all he knew, Osomatsu could have made a bloody scene with that pocket knife or even just chewed his way out. Either way, there was no way that guy would die that easily. Setting his worries aside, Choromatsu continued following windows, allowing them to guide him to safety like beacons in the night. Although he couldn't see his surroundings much, he was pretty sure they were in an area he had never been to before. He didn't recognize any of the layout, nor was the alien machinery familiar to him in the slightest. He could infer that they were far from any sort of specimen holding area and considered his path to be one he was otherwise never supposed to see. At least, not as a human. The technology he could make out in the darkness also seemed more neutral in that they had typical and mundane uses, such as computers, high-tech filing cabinets, TV screens, desks, all this opposed to the intimidating research equipment Choromatsu might have seen in one of the many testing rooms. This made him think that he was moving in the direction of a different area altogether, almost like a separate unit for business more related to office and computer work. He had to say, the organization of units and areas on this facility did follow a particular aesthetic. As Choromatsu went along in his travels, he was completely unaware that his luck-based route was leading him to an area off-limits to even some Horavagans. His vision was limited, but this new unit he happened upon seemed of much higher security than other areas. Of course, this wasn't a problem for him and his trusty alien lighter. Feeling a sense of safety in the unit's closed-off design, Choromatsu was drawn to it and didn't hesitate to intrude. This area, he was sure, was where he needed to go. There were so many more doors along with several methods of security that were already disabled due to the power outage. Something about this place felt incredibly protected, and it gave Choromatsu some peace of mind knowing he and Ichimatsu were going to be okay. Little to the man's knowledge, he ended up passing through rooms meant only for the higher-ups and a select few individuals. He passed by a very special office, the very same Choromatsu had been in when asking his superiors about the morality of human experimentation. He traveled past the break room specifically designed for persons of higher significance. There were many secrets to be explored in this area of the facility that even Choromatsu and Ichimatsu weren't permitted to know, yet Choromatsu was blissfully unaware and ignorant to the scale of importance his surroundings held. To him, it was just another foreign area riddled with written language he couldn't understand. To him, it was just more rooms and hallways. The magnitude of his crimes could have gotten a Horavagan suspended or worse. He didn't know how lucky he was to be an animal in their eyes. Deeper and deeper into the unit did he unknowingly travel, soon running out of windows to follow. As he came to a stop, he looked around curiously and tried to peer through the dark. His eyes had become a little more adjusted, but there was still very little light. He did notice, however, that this unit seemed completely abandoned. Unlike other units, Choromatsu hadn't accidentally kicked or walked past any aliens in his time being there. There was no sign of life whatsoever. He didn't think much of it, but the detail stayed in the back of his mind. Choromatsu wasn't sure what kind of a room he had found himself stopping in. It was maybe reminiscent to a lounge of some sort. He couldn't really tell in the darkness. With a big sigh, he backed up against a tall couch and allowed Ichimatsu to slip onto its soft cushions. "Well, seems like this is our stop," he told his friend, knowing he wouldn't get a response. "You and I can stay here until the rescue team arrives. We'll be safe here." Choromatsu looked over Ichimatsu, trying to make out his face to see if he was sleeping. It looked like his eyes were closed, but he couldn't tell for sure. Not that it mattered anyway, the poor thing was far too gone to hold a conversation. The man rolled his shoulders, working out any tightness from carrying a whole person on his back. He then stepped back and climbed up on the couch. It was surreal to see one with seats so high up, but he supposed humans were only half their size. It made sense that everything seemed big to him. When he was sitting comfortably on the bouncy surface, he brought a foot up to his lap and rubbed it deeply with his thumbs. Running around barefoot was taxing enough, but it kind of hurt when his feet had to accommodate for the weight of two people. He thought it felt nice to pamper himself a little as he tried to remain calm under their current circumstances. He was still quite tense and his fingers were trembling just a little, but he didn't want to get himself any more worked up than he already was. There was no control to be had over the situation, so he simply had to wait until it was over. This break in chaos was actually a nice relief to the man. They had come from such a dangerous area, but as the lights went out and they happened upon this more secure unit, he finally felt somewhat okay. He felt like he could breathe. The adrenaline rushing through his blood could begin to simmer down as he and Ichimatsu hid away in the deep crevices of the ship, far from the safe rooms and far from the whale. With everything around them so quiet and still, he could actually try to calm down. As Choromatsu switched to giving his other foot a rub, he peered around the room once more. He didn't like not knowing what in his immediate surroundings. He could make out a few interior designs in the form of shadows and shapes, but most of the room itself was a mystery. He had no real idea what it looked like. When the man finished with his small bit of self-care, Choromatsu hopped from the large sofa and cautiously stepped out into the darkness. He reached outward with his hands and managed to find counters and walls, along with what seemed like a nice little coffee table. The room didn't seem furnished enough to be a break room, but more like a waiting room with a couple extra corridors. He followed the wall around one corridor, but the path forward left the range of any existing light from the window, so he didn't proceed. Moving on, Choromatsu trailed the wall with his fingertips until he found the next corridor. Upon entering the view of this new pathway, he suddenly stopped and squinted ahead. Something had immediately grabbed his attention. Wait, is that? It was hard to make out, but his eyes were now well adjusted to the dim lighting and he saw it right away. There, seeping underneath a lone door before him, was light. It was the tiniest amount, and if it weren't pitch black, there would have been no way to notice it. But to him, its presence was clear as day. Something on the other side of this door was producing light. Oh? His first reaction was curiosity and confusion, asking himself how this could be. It seemed the entire facility was powerless at the moment, so how could a room be lit up right now? Of course he was going to check it out. Not doing so would be a crime. Choromatsu took a step forward and placed his hand on the door, always keen to check before choosing to breaking alien property. As with all the other doors, it didn't open, and Choromatsu resorted to using the plasma lighter. He took it out of his pocket and pressed the end against the sensor, switching it on and physically frying the lock with a small boom. Then, he opened the door. On the other side of this door was a short hallway, perhaps only a few meters long. It immediately led to one more door where light was seeping out more prominently. It was clear this particular room ahead had extra security measures in place, as it seemed isolated and hidden. Choromatsu hesitated, then turned back to the lounge. He quickly grabbed Ichimatsu and slung the alien over his back, carrying him once more before proceeding. He went around the corridor again and walked up to the second door, opening this one with another flare of his alien lighter. Then, he opened the door to snoop inside. What Choromatsu saw wasn't anything he could have expected. Static. Screens and screens of static all around. They were holographic displays being projected before bodies, and there were more than a dozen of them strewn about like puppets. A perfect grayscale portrait of high contrast, a rolling limbo of eternal entrapment. Slaves before the mind-consuming god of ever-demanding attentiveness, and lack thereof. It was a horror house flickering softly before the scattered white light in consistent stream. This absent-colored scene seemed ripped straight out of a child's nightmare, and it did well to inflict terror upon anyone who did stumble before it. Along with the eerie static playing on loop, there was an odd kind of noise, almost like white noise but with very odd frequencies and disruptions. It was spellbinding, tantalizing for the ill of mind. Each individual seemed tranced by it. The screens played a few feet from each Horovagan's face, seemingly emitting from their brain chip. The Horavagans did not move. Some appeared to be sleeping while others were barely lucid, none even noticing the human that had entered their realm. It was a rum environment for Choromatsu to find himself standing before. Strange and frighteningly bizarre. The aliens appeared hypnotized, each empty-headed as it fell ever deeper into the rabbit hole of emptiness playing out before them, the infinite void of non-existence. A few sat in chairs, one or two lied on the floor staring upwards at their screen, and several others were unconscious. It was like they had no individuality, no cognizance or free will. Their entire existence was manipulated and controlled by the static playing on each screen before them. It was gravely off from anything Choromatsu had ever seen. The man gave a slight shiver as he analyzed each Horovagan carefully, acknowledging their apparent and total absence of awareness. They were like zombies, bodies without brains. Robots simply doing what they were told, and what they were being told was nothing but a cascade of meaningless gibberish. It was uncanny to observe, and Choromatsu instinctively found himself feeling afraid at the sight. And quite the sight it was. "Where are we?" The man breathed aloud to himself, stepping inside hesitantly and looking around. Within the walls of this chamber, there were no windows and no other doors. Its furnishing seemed awfully similar to that of the safe room, but it was much, much more compact. He supposed it was to accommodate for smaller groups of people. There was a single bathroom it seemed, along with a small kitchen area and the main living floor where most of the aliens were gathered. This room seemed buried in secrecy, closed off to the rest of the facility as its path had been hidden away from any immediate attention. Overall, it seemed safe. It seemed really safe. It seemed safer than the supposed safe rooms the rest of the Horavagans were ordered to gather in. Choromatsu let out a small, uneasy whimper as he took in the scene for what it was. He had to wonder, who were these individuals, and why were they hiding here? Did they not get the memo? Why weren't they seeking out the predator like everyone else who was sick? They seemed occupied. In a trance, even. Were these broken video feeds keeping their dangerous will to seek at bay? If so, it was amazing they had found a way to engineer a stronger beacon than the bioluminescence being emitted by the whale. It was odd, actually. If this feed of static could compel an ill Horovagan to stay put, then why wasn't it being utilized outside this room? There were hundreds of aliens in danger that very moment because they were eternally drawn to their death. Could it be, it was a transmission only received by a select few? These select few. These must be the higher-ups. Choromatsu gave a discouraged frown as he looked upon the group, recognizing them as individuals of higher status in the aliens' cult-like society. There was no other explanation. This room, it was made specifically to keep the higher-ups safe, and these bizarre transmissions were meant to keep them put when they eventually lost control. But if this was the real safe room, that meant that the other safe rooms were actually. Were the public safe rooms a fraud? No, he had to be jumping to conclusions. This was just a separate safe room, one made so the higher-ups didn't have to be bundled together with the working class. But if that were the case, why was this one so hidden while the others were lined up and vulnerable on the outskirts of the facility? Why weren't others allowed to have this potentially life-saving video feed of static? Something seemed off. It seemed too intentional. If it were true that this was the real safe room and the others were just a red herring, then this created an interesting conflict to the previously known order of events. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow as he thought things over carefully. If the higher-ups were ordered to hide out here while the rest of the Horavagans were made to position themselves in rooms away from this one, then that meant someone must have known what was going on by that point in time. When Ichimatsu announced that everyone had to vacate to a safe room, somebody high up already knew what events were about to take place. They must have figured out the situation after it was too late to evacuate the higher-ups, he thought. It was too late for them to evacuate, but not too late to create insurance by sacrificing the rest of the ship. He did find it odd that the safe rooms were designed to be isolated from the rest of the facility. It was like the ship's very layout was set up so their predator could feed on the expendable ones while doing as little damage to the mainframe as possible, all the while the more important Horavagans were securely hidden up in a chamber deep within the facility. He couldn't believe it. Just how calculated was this emergency protocol? How often did their predator attack ships like this? How could their leaders be so comfortable putting measures in place that ensured their own people's demise? Why wasn't this being talked about amongst the lower-class aliens? This whole thing was insane. Poor Osomatsu. He had worked so hard to get as many Horavagans in those safe rooms as possible. They unknowingly put all of them in danger. The safe room's vulnerabilities had been intentional from the start, and they had no idea. Of course, that's assuming everything he thought was actually the case. Could he be wrong? There was no way such an advanced alien race would be capable of such brutality. There had to be another explanation. He didn't want to believe Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's own people saw them as so incredibly expendable. Not supposed to be here. Choromatsu perked up as a voice spoke out softly, whispering sleepily in his ear. He glanced back to see Ichimatsu squinting out at the room, still visibly spirited. "We're not supposed to be here," he repeated in a breathy murmur. "I don't want." Choromatsu frowned and gave a little sigh. "We'll be safe in here," he reassured calmly. Then, he tried to give the other a comforting smile. "If your higher-ups have a problem with it, they can take it up with me. My number one priority is making sure you're protected." With that, the man walked forward and approached an empty spot on the couch. He turned and allowed Ichimatsu to slide off, sinking comfortably into the soft fabric. He positioned the doctor so that he was resting his limp head on the shoulder of another alien. Then, still providing his warm smile, he pointed at the staticky screen being projected from the other alien's brain chip. "Just try watching this for a while, okay?" he urged gently. "And you can even shift back into your other forms so you don't exhaust yourself. Try to relax." Ichimatsu blinked slowly, his comprehension delayed. Then, he sluggishly brought his gaze to the screen, forming the most subtle of curious expressions. Once he laid eyes on it, he fell into its trap and became fully entertained by its hypnotic properties. And just like that, he was subdued. Good, Choromatsu praised quietly. Now just stay there until the rescue team arrives. As if he was still mentally decoding the man's first set of commands, Ichimatsu hesitated, then began to transform. Within a few moments, his body morphed back into that of a demon-like entity and he looked no different from any other alien in the room. It was a relief to see. He was finally safe. They were going to be okay, and they could rest easy for the time being. Choromatsu allowed himself a moment to breathe before climbing up onto an empty spot next to Ichimatsu. Every time he tried to get in a chair meant for a Horovigan, he felt like a toddler that was just big enough to do it on his own. He swung his legs off the edge and leaned back with a sigh. All that was left was for them to wait. The static that filled the room was mind-numbing, and it didn't help that Choromatsu didn't have anyone to talk to. He allowed his gaze to wander around the area observantly, taking in the interior design and architectural engineering that was still so foreign to him. Everything about the room felt surreal, from the lack of light and color to the exaggerated size of the furniture. Even without context, a simple glance was all he needed to determine that he was an intruder to an alien's domain. He was certainly going to be relocated the instant help arrived, there was no doubt. He hoped Ichimatsu wouldn't get into too much trouble for being here. He didn't know how strict these guys were, but even in Ichimatsu's half-lucid state he made a point to communicate his concerns. Hopefully his higher-ups would understand. These were special circumstances, after all. And how could they punish him for something one of the specimens did? He was sure it would be fine. Choromatsu's gaze was brought to his left where another alien sat sleeping before its holographic screen. It looked so peaceful in its slumber, its chest rising and falling slowly as it quietly breathed. He eyed its screen with a hint of intrigue. It was amazing that they had the technology to create interactive holograms displayed from whatever sort of chip they had planted in their brains. He wondered how long it would be before humans invented it, too. He couldn't help but to be a bit curious. Choromatsu scooted closer to the unconscious alien, lifting his face high to see the display properly. Because it was a hologram, he couldn't actually feel it, could he? He had seen the aliens pressing buttons on the interface before, but he didn't know if there was an actual barrier stopping one's hand from going right through it. He wanted to find out. Without putting too much thought into it, Choromatsu got on his knees to elevate himself and reached out to touch the screen. He moved his fingertips closer and closer before giving the gentlest tap, his force softer than the vein of a feather. Then, he tapped a little harder. He wasn't feeling anything, so he figured his hand could just go through. As the man dumbly toyed with the screen, he accidentally triggered something to change. He pulled his hand back in immediate guilt as the broken call was promptly exited and the interface was redirected to some sort of home menu. Oops. He knew he shouldn't have messed with it. He feverishly glanced around the room as if anyone had been attentive enough to notice, then looked back at the screen with a gulp. With slight hesitation, the man reached forward again and trepidatiously hovered his hand over the many different panels and buttons. He couldn't read the cryptic writing labeling anything, so he just had to guess. He pressed one spot on the interface, then another. Then he swiped and tapped one more. He could get it back to the static screen, he just needed a minute to figure it out, was all. Triggered by his blind interactions, a pop-up suddenly took over in the form of a loading screen. He had no idea what he'd done and tried to exit, but his attempts failed. Then, Without any warning, someone answered the call. He had mistakenly contacted the alien's superior. Oh. Choromatsu grimaced awkwardly and pulled his hand back again, looking sheepishly into the other's eyes. Crap, what did I just do? The alien on the transmission feed did a double take as it was greeted with the peculiar scene. The foreign creature saw in its perspective the subordinate sleeping soundly whilst an odd-looking monkey of sorts sat nigh, clearly having been the one who initiated the call. A specimen, one free and roaming with full access to a higher-up's personal interface. What in the hell? Sorry, the man uncomfortably stammered, his palms raised apologetically. I didn't mean to, call someone. Choromatsu could hear the individual speaking out, clearly beckoning someone off-screen to come over. Another appeared into view and looked quite astonished by the unorthodox video feed, responding to the other with questioning murmurs. They exchanged confused remarks with one another as the human watched, his expression full of guilt. This is my bad, he continued to babble awkwardly, knowing well the aliens couldn't understand. A third entered the screen's visibility, this one appearing calm and knowing. It sent a few simple commands in its native tongue, then reached around the original receiver's head. Then, with a single and somewhat intrusive tap on the side of its temple, it activated an invisible sensor. With that, the call ended. Oh. Choromatsu gave a small, half-assed smile. They hung up. Of course. That must have been weird for them. He was sure they knew about the situation though, so it couldn't have been too shocking. If anything, they now knew a human was in the safe room looking after the higher-ups of the ship. That must have been relieving to know, right? Unless they still saw him as a wild animal. If that were the case, the call probably concerned them more than anything. Hopefully that gave them enough incentive to hurry up with the rescue. Choromatsu sat back down on the couch and set his hands on his thighs firmly. It was probably best he didn't touch anything else. He gave a slow inhale, then exhale. So, he just had to wait here, right? He knew there was no way to find his way back to the other safe room in the dark. Attempting to do so wasn't a viable option, as he would just be stumbling about blindly. Besides, he and Ichimatsu were safe, they would be okay until they were rescued. Everything would be fine. Several long minutes of wait passed by when, to Choromatsu's surprise, something suddenly happened. The man perked up as a bright flash momentarily lit up the room. With a small A? He looked up and around. He watched as the lights above flickered and stuttered with small bursts of power. The lights, they were coming back on. Choromatsu hopped off the couch as power to the facility was unexpectedly restored and the room was fully illuminated. He squinted and blinked a few times, his eyes now having to adjust all over again. With one more brief flicker, everything seemed back to normal. This was great. With the light back on, Choromatsu knew he could find his way back to the other safe room with relative ease. Ichimatsu was safe and subdued, meaning he was free to return and help others, as well. Was this a miracle? An act of God? Was it perhaps a sign for him to proceed? He felt empowered in a way as the new opportunity arose. The thought of potentially saving more lives gave him a rush of pride. Each consciousness was precious, after all. Even helping one more individual was a noble act, and depending on how he went about it, the risk was relatively low, as well. Although Osomatsu had indeed been sucked up after Choromatsu, those disgusting appendages didn't seem particularly interested in humans. The whale creature was only targeting its prey, after all. All he had to do was be careful. This was something he was capable of doing, and the thought scary, but exhilarating. Choromatsu spent no time wondering how the lights could have come back on and didn't consider that help or the alleged rescue team were a little closer than he thought. Instead, he created a new goal for himself and was determined to fulfill. He was ready to act, he just needed a plan. The man blinked in realization before reaching into his pocket. He pulled out the plasma lighter and held it in the palm of his hand, staring hard. It was a dangerous tool, one that could very easily be weaponized. He knew exactly what needed to be done. And with that, he began running. Intermission. In his dazed state, the behavioralist felt lighter than a petal floating gently upon a puddle of water. Choromatsu wasn't fully cognizant, but he was aware enough to recognize that he was no longer in an unconscious state. His thoughts were muddled and his senses felt fuzzy, and the lack of gravity in his current environment had him deceived into believing he was possibly astral projecting. There were no emotions associated with his being and logic was slow to come, but movement with intent was finally nearing feasible. It was an ability he had been lacking for quite some time now. The alien's eyelids fluttered lightly, allowing a few seconds to pass before finally opening. What was revealed before him was a panoramic encapsulation of colorful clouds and debris scattered as far as millions of miles away. Stars twinkled and flickered in galaxies beyond the vibrant dust, some pigmented a subtle red or yellow and one or two housing a tint of blue. Cosmos rolled and swirled through the vast perpetuities of space, occasionally glittered with falling comets and slow-moving asteroid belts. The familiarity in the gorgeous galaxies above brought a subconscious sense of security to the ill individual, sending comfort in recognition and the tranquility that came with the outer beyond. It was a gentle haven that Choromatsu found peace in waking up to. Without a single thought in his head, he sluggishly turned to look around. Space was all around him and he was but a floating speck within, completely undisturbed. He didn't know how he got here, but he also didn't have the capacity to question. The alien was trapped in an intoxicated awareness of the present moment and had no means of thinking forward or back, no capability of acknowledging anything beyond his physical state. It was a curse in that it was a blessing of ignorance, and he had no choice but to indulge. Choromatsu's movements were droopy and lethargic, but he managed to roll his head and take in his surroundings. His eyes wandered about as he observed the many sights. Aside from the marvelous details of space, he could also see something far in the distance. A few somethings, actually. They were small ships making their way from miles and miles away. They were headed towards this area. In his inebriated state, Choromatsu didn't think much of it nor took particular interest. He continued looking around, only finding something of intrigue when he glanced back behind him. He realized in doing so that he was upside down, falling further and further away from his workplace now far in the distance. As he mindlessly scanned the large-scale facility, he could also clearly see the predator snuggled up by its side, completely unmoving. Streaks of its blood spiraled all around its being like an abstract painting done using a single brush, the bodily fluid moving in slow motion through the zero gravity. He couldn't tell. Was it dead? Or was it just sleeping? An unconscious entity, slowly bleeding out while locked away in a paralyzed state. Regardless of its status, he thought nothing of it and simply took it all in. Choromatsu drunkenly turned his attention from the facility and the whale to a strange physical sensation he felt around his abdomen. His vision tripped lazily as he drew his eyes downwards, perceiving an object of some sort wrapped around his waist. It was something soft, though it was tied rather firmly. He absent-mindedly touched it with his fingers, trying hard to comprehend its identity. After a few moments, he was able to process that it was a piece of fabric, likely clothing. Clothing, like what humans wore. Those quirky little things. Using a pair of arms protruding from his upper back, the alien reached behind him and felt around. There was something warm within his grasp. An animal, his senses told him. Harboring no worded thoughts but just a touch of desire to explore, Choromatsu began blindly untying the stretched-out piece of clothing binding him to this creature. His hands were a bit uncoordinated and they struggled working together, but he soon got it and was freed from the shirt's hold. With eyes half-lidded in a spirited manner, he pulled the biological organism out from behind and into view. When Choromatsu gazed upon who he had been strapped to, it took a few moments for him to recognize the creature's face. Ah! It was a creature that he liked, one he felt moderately connected to, Osomatsu. A test animal. The man floated freely in Choromatsu's light grasp, completely inert with his eyes shut softly. His hair swayed in the environment and his breathing was very slow. Overall, he appeared peaceful. Things seemed okay. Osomatsu and Choromatsu were just resting under the marvelous galaxies together. There was no bias or opinion to this thought, and it was easily accepted as the behavioralist looked over his smaller friend. No, wait. Processing things a little further, he could see that something was strange about Osomatsu's condition. The human's expression, it seemed, sleepy. But, not a small sleepy. A significant sleepy. Like he was in pain, or maybe sick. Humans weren't supposed to be sick. They were supposed to be healthy. This state seemed no good. There was another detail that took him a few seconds to become aware of. It was the substance Osomatsu was covered in. Black and inky with the heavy consistency of watercolor, it was blood. Not human blood, but blood he himself was more accustomed to seeing in his day-to-day life. It was all over the man. All around his mouth and chin and splattered down his bare front in a display that was overtly noticeable. The human was sick, and the human was dirty. Choromatsu let out a spirit hum as he tilted his head, his expression empty. He had no real emotional reaction just yet, but was still actively curious. As he looked over the sleeping specimen, he noticed Osomatsu's arm suddenly jerk. Following this quick motion were twitches in his fingers and a trembling head. There was an involuntary kick and quivering limbs, along with another dramatic lurch. Then, his whole body convulsed for a few moments before all movement stopped in an instant. Choromatsu's dazed look became tainted with the slightest of concern as he tried to figure the other out. It looked like he had been shocked just now by lightning. Was this normal? Matsu? His utterance was hushed and delicate, and of course, it drew no response from the other. Osomatsu, he really was sick. He was really, really sick, wasn't he? Was Osomatsu's life in danger? Did he need help? He needed help. He absolutely needed help. For the first time in what felt like so long, Choromatsu felt a touch of pure and sincere fear. He hadn't felt afraid since before he succumbed to the predator's poisoning, and it was like a powerful sting. A tightness in his chest. An ache. Something inside of him had awoken. If he didn't do something now, Osomatsu was going to die. Osomatsu. Choromatsu sluggishly tried to shake himself awake, his brain only half functioning. Despite finally experiencing a natural emotion, his mind was still locked away in a body that was afflicted. He couldn't snap out of the symptoms and still felt like he was in a dream. With an altered consciousness and a lacking capability of complex thought, he was still nothing more than a zombie. A scared zombie whose physical coordination was like that of a drunkard's. He couldn't even articulate a full sentence and he felt completely disoriented. He was still sick, and he couldn't make it go away. Although the alien's internal dialogue was non-existent and the structure of his thinking was immensely blurred, there was something else now present inside of him. Obligation. With fear came the drive to act, and he didn't hesitate to allow his body to do so. Pulling Osomatsu close to his chest, he sleepily reached up towards the sensor on the side of his temple. An SOS signal. He needed to send one right away, and doing so required a very specific action. He tapped the sensor associated with his brain chip 3 times, one after the other. Then, he held it down, waiting for a unique beep to indicate that his message of desperation had been sent. After 5 seconds, it was triggered. There. His message was out there. It had been sent. It had been received. Someone would now learn his exact location with the added note that someone's life was in imminent danger. Help would come. They wouldn't be alone. Things would be okay. Choromatsu dizzily embraced the human in his many arms. He was disoriented and didn't know what else to do but comfort his own fears like a child. He was afraid and he wasn't thinking right. He also had the sense another blackout was creeping up on him. He didn't want to faint again. The lost alien allowed his gaze to wander back up to the few ships he had noticed off in the distance. They were coming closer. Rescue? Rescue. He was pretty sure. Choromatsu's vision grew blurry as his awareness began to slip. There was no control to be had. These sleeping spells were always happy to intrude, and he was completely helpless under its power. He didn't know exactly when it happened, but his droopy eyes soon shut and he was once more immersed in unconsciousness. Intermission. From space, the scene seemed quiet. Tranquil, even. All were unmoving and no voices could be heard. A damaged facility, a sleeping whale, an ever-moving spiral of blood trickling upwards through the zero-gravity, all present under an expansive collection of unconscious bodies that floated about while coated in digestive fluids. Despite the alarming context, the visuals were slow and gentle, no longer indicating immediate danger. It was finally safe to proceed. A frantic beeping noise suddenly made itself known to any ears nigh. It was high-pitched and repetitive, only to be silenced by the tap of a finger on the computer interface. Within the confines of a control room, this returning alarm had been consistent since their approach and was becoming more and more expected. Incoming. We're beginning to receive more SOS alerts from survivors as toxin levels deplete. Received. Log all as priority. Will do. The voices conversing with one another came from 2 individuals. They were high-ranking and seemed to hold positions of power and leadership, working cooperatively with each other to manage the piloting and general functioning of their vessel. Sitting before a control module, the first pulled up a holographic screen in which to manually organize the emergency calls they were receiving. The second accessed a calculated chart of coordinates and locations, assessing their distance from the facility and looking over its current state once more. Power has been restored to the ship, it informed the other. We're within range. Make the call. The first leaned in and hovered its finger over a red button in front of a small microphone. It pressed and held it down as it spoke. The aura toxin has been neutralized and the animal is fully sedated, it announced. Retrieval teams are good to proceed in about 507 units. The alien's voice echoed all throughout the rooms of the small ship, from the preparation quarters to the dispatch bay where over 50 individuals stood in wait. In this room, each rescuer listened carefully as their leader spoke through the intercom overhead. "Follow the orders of your mission commander and do not deviate from your assigned task," the voice ordered. "Let's make this smooth and efficient." The people organized in the dispatch base stood grouped up with their teams of about 5. Most teams were equipped with similar devices and tools, such as a single lens over one's left eye for navigation or a wristband that outlined one's figure with an invisible field for protection. Some groups had specialized instruments of varying uses, all of which were quite technologically advanced. One person in each team held some sort of gun, but lacked most other equipment. As they stayed ready in position, their leader continued speaking over the intercom. "We've detected 527 occupants in need of rescue and 152 specimens that must be retrieved from their respective rooms. Scale of the facility is level 2, and your maps have now been updated. Be aware that there is an air leak in the ship, so set your atmospheric processors accordingly." As the voice said this, many workers brought a hand to their temple to open up the settings in their brain chip and adjust. "We also have intel that one or more of the specimens are loose with a high risk of aggression. Each team is aided by one animal control officer. Allow these officers to do their work. Do not attempt to approach a wild animal without special instructions from a higher-up. For the teams assigned to outside retrieval and predator interaction, make sure your PPE is equipped and functioning properly. A couple teams, ones carrying bulkier equipment, set their things on the floor so they could slip specialized gloves onto their hands. All 4 public safe rooms have been infiltrated and will need to be prioritized during inside retrieval. Always locate the crowds first and foremost. Assess the condition of each survivor and redirect them to the medical station. Do not return to the scene until the survivor is under the care of our medical team. Bring survivors plagued with any foreign bodily fluid to the rinsing chamber for immediate decontamination. The EMTs will administer antidotes in the case that a survivor swallowed any. Finally, make sure you're following all rescue protocols appropriately and keep in contact with the communications team as you work. The teams all remained quiet, carefully paying attention as the commander laid out their orders. Some sent glances to one another throughout, but all remained respectful and motivated. As the briefing finished up, they all readied themselves. "As soon as the ship comes to a stop, proceed." With that, it was go time. The doors opened, and each team rolled out to begin their rescue. The outside retrieval team smoothly jumped forward, jets attached to their hands and feet activated to aid in traveling through space gracefully. The inside retrieval teams activated a special gravity setting in their atmospheric processors, allowing them to jump down over the outer surface of the damaged ship. They quickly infiltrated the facility and began their rescues. Now within the walls of the large-scale ship, many of the groups split off from one another. A very special team headed off in the direction of the secret safe room reserved only for their higher-ups, not batting an eye at the concept. Others began making their way towards the 4 safe rooms affected by the events. All were on the move and ready to save. The thundering sound of feet racing in sync through the hallways reverberated off the walls, creating a heavy rhythm like the consistent banging of a drum. They passed by 1 or 2 fallen Horavagans as they went, knowing it was another team's job to take care of them. Their priority was with those who had been potentially injured during the Predator's rampage, and they had to stick to their individual group's goal. On their way, a couple others branched off, locating through their maps the other safe rooms they had been assigned to. One team even made their way to the specimens chambers, their group made up entirely of animal control officers. It was an organized rescue, and every single one of them was determined to make it as efficient as possible. The teams passed by door after door, following their map's exact directions. As some pushed through different doorways, it was quickly becoming noticed that many had been broken into. They recognized the plasma burns and wondered briefly why someone was running around with a plasma lighter like some animal. Incoming alert. An animal control officer, one that was still yet to reach its assigned safe room with its team, reached up to touch its earpiece. It listened as it and all other officers received a message from Mission Control. The specimen's partner has been located outside the facility, the voice announced. If the ship's specimen log is accurate, they should be the only 2 animals loose. Keep an eye out for the other one. Many gave themselves a small nod at this information, but the animal control officer paused before giving a response. Is it possible this specimen has a weapon? It inquired as it glanced at another broken door in passing. Are they intelligent enough to use a plasma lighter? The commander responded clearly. Yes, it confirmed. These primates have proven to the behavior team during previous displays of aggression that they understand the concept of weapons and know how to utilize. They are at a high risk for attacking on sight. Proceed with caution. Understood, the officer replied. By now, only 2 teams ran together through the facility, the rest had separated towards their own destinations. These 2 teams had been assigned the safe room closest to the specimen's area of the facility, and the animal control officers knew this meant they were more likely to run into the loose animal. They prepared themselves as they got closer and closer to the room. Minutes passed as they navigated their way through the maze-like facility. Eventually, the 2 teams got in range of their target location. Their feet pounded on the ground as they hurried through the final hallway leading up to the safe room, soon opening the last door and pouring in. The moment they stepped into the room, all froze. Choromatsu turned around. The man stood among a sea of fallen entities, harboring the weapon and covered in black blood. He seemed surprised by the rescue team's arrival and stopped all motion save gasping for air. All around him were bloodied esophagi no longer moving, having been burned and sliced by the human in his unyielding attempts to save more lives. It was a war zone. He had easily protected a dozen before the predator had succumbed completely to the sedative. As foreigners to the events which had taken place from the human's perspective, the aliens were blind to anything beyond a vicious animal soaked in familiar blood. To them, it was an alarming scene. The animal control officer formed a serious glare and extended its arm, not hesitating to shoot the dirty creature. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as the perceived bullet blasted towards him at incredible speed. Everything had happened so fast, and for a moment, he thought it was the end. He let out a fearful yelp as whatever was shot from the gun embedded itself into his chest, clamping itself deep into his skin with small hooks and drawing blood. The moment it was nestled in, it began to electrocute. Gyah! Choromatsu let out an ugly scream as fire-blue electricity struck every nerve and muscle in his body in the powerful blow. It was a fierce buzzing that rattled quickly out of control, consuming him in vibrating energy that only got bigger and bigger. Unable to stay standing any longer, he collapsed to the hard ground in violent spasms. He writhed desperately as his body did its best not to burst from the voltage being continuously fed through the device in his chest. The searing pain was instant and overwhelming, and he struggled to stay conscious through it. Still standing at the doorway, the animal control officer looked down at him without a shred of remorse. It walked forward, towering over the human as it reached up to touch its earpiece. "Animal has been located," it said grimly. "It's covered in blood. Ready to euthanize." "Not yet," the commander said back. "Not yet." The officer blinked and pressed a button on its gun, instantly stopping the electrocution and eventual execution from taking place. The moment Choromatsu was freed from death's grasp and the pain that went along with it, his body went completely limp. All he had the energy to do was gasp heavily for air. A spark or two flickered here and there in the aftermath, causing small twitches that would quickly subside. Otherwise, he was completely subdued. The blood may not be Horovigan blood, the commander explained. We found the other specimen in a similar condition. Keep it sedated for now, but do not kill. Understood. The animal control officer let go of its earpiece and adjusted the settings on the gun, switching it to a non-lethal mode. Then, it knelt by the smaller animal and pressed the barrel against his shoulder. This time, a small dart made of ice was shot into his skin, injecting him with a chemical before melting away. Choromatsu winced only slightly at the pain, finding it terribly difficult to move after the ordeal. Finally, the officer stood up. "I'll take this one back," it told its teammates. Then, it turned to the other animal control officer and said, "There shouldn't be any more animals, but be alert just in case." Choromatsu could hear them talking, but he couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. To him, it sounded like meaningless gibberish in odd frequencies. Kind of like the static that had been playing for the higher-ups in the safe room. Despite his ignorance to their verbal cues, he got the sense that he was no longer going to be killed. He could feel the sedative kicking in and his head felt light as he rested on the ground, paralyzed from the electrocution. Was this it? Was it finally over? Could he finally rest? It wasn't like he had much of a choice. Choromatsu dizzily felt his body get lifted into the air by means of some sort of transportation bubble. He could hear more talking outside of it, but it was all becoming distant as his senses grew numb. He tried to open his eyes, but not even his eyelids wanted to listen. He couldn't move in the slightest, and his mind was feeling more and more disoriented. Within moments, he lost consciousness.